both teams are landing right in the warehouse. Spyro with the shotgun.
Gets this animation cancelled as well to get the gun up quickly. One seen, one taken down. Spyro, that was Ada with the AK in hand, reloaded, but able to take him down. More shotgun is in play as Spatula finds the second as well. Pentagram folded in seconds, and there they go!
As the big ones, and now FaZe are trying to get involved. They're swinging on in. This was a hardship for the Northwest, so having a big send towards the middle might not be that big of a surprise. They don't seem to be going so far, but up the steps. Fox doesn't check the right angle. It's all under Richie B. Has to go for something big. Does not succeed.
3 players go down. They know that New Epi's fighting STK. This is great recognition. They weren't ready for Hikari's position at the tree. They're out on the road. Hikari finds the perfect time to strike. Takes 2 down. Grenade in hand here for Soul. But he's nowhere near this. He can't get a grenade there. Now he's out in the open. What a spray from Hikari! Only saw 1 or 2 more smokes in his hand there, so that's not far enough to cross that field. Leo, though, spotted Linshu just barely, and the repeat is going to get the knock through the smoke. Now he sees 2 by the rock. That's information. That should be everything GEX needs to get the job done. Long skirt knocked as well. Leo, only 1 more player to go here. 7-7 wraps to the back.
Don't even need to get the revive on Xenon. They already have the man advantage here. But look at Xavier pushing on in with a grenade, trying to confirm every single person that they can. 7-7, last one up. What can he do? 1 versus 3. His position has been compromised.
Here comes Yuri looking to finish the job. 7-7 though, able to at least find the knock. Leo trying to get there to prevent the point.
Claimed high ground in an area that they had no rights to claim whatsoever.
Aldana is going to get backstabbed here by the AWM. Yeah, that's the easiest AWM shot of your life. He's going to be able to flush kick there. Heaven, though, I'm not sure if you can get to that res before Petrichor Road decides to lock the grenades in and finish the job.
We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out, though, and that's going to be a warning. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window, because the shotgun comes through in the chest, but the nade finds the second as well. Joey goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's going to push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's going to throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got the first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Rune. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but oh, Halo is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man, able to stay alive. Penta, though, taking down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Avenger, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
Xavier's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli.
Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this?
2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else? Yes, he can!
Stop! Please!
Unbelievable!
Vegas!
desperate to eat the points. They're set in 15th. There's Kuman with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Sinan tries to find another, but Kuman again finds the third as well!
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the win for the Sens coming on in. 𝗟𝗏 with the grenade at the ready. It looks good! 𝗟𝗏 takes down 2 of New Happy.
For 𝗟𝗏, still at her, holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for for 𝗟𝗏 looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sunsister also want to take part in this. Battlegrounds actually backed away. They realized that, oh, I say that, it's actually going to be 𝗟𝗏 eliminated. 𝗟𝗏 swinging around the corner.
This, I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of 𝗟𝗓. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR.
Hey, it's 𝗟𝗏 from Team Navi.
大家好，我是实际战队的小鬼。
I'm Vex and I play for FaZe Clan.
大家好，我是 PUBG 战队的 𝗟𝗏
I can't imagine the game without fans.
粉丝们以各种方式支持我们，和我们站在一起。
Imagined what it'd feel like to have skins representing our team in the game.
It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game.
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精英设计的皮肤了。
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool.
现在设计好的皮肤已经在游戏中上架了。
If I encountered a player wearing our skins in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
然后也是希望大家能够期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
也请大家持续关注我们。
Please stay tuned for our involvement in the project.
Hello players, I'm 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Welcome to our new series, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, where we'll be addressing some of your thoughts and updating you on the latest changes we've brought to the game based on your feedback. Speaking of changes, today we'd like to discuss the recent changes made to normal matches. Over the past years, we've heard your feedback about the early phase of normal matches feeling too long or not being able to find enough items to loot. So, we've decided to implement significant changes to the normal matches rule set starting from update 23.1. First off, the playtime from phases 1 to 3 has been greatly reduced to match the early gameplay time of ranked mode. With this, we hope you'll be able to enjoy a faster paced match right from the start. Secondly, we've generally increased the number of weapons, items, and vehicles that spawn throughout the Battlegrounds, making it easier for you to find everything you'll need. Finally, other settings such as the plane route and last circle location have been adjusted to match the settings of ranked mode as well. These changes have been made based on your feedback and our analysis of player data over the years. Our aim is to reduce the discomfort and difficulty that players may face when jumping from normal match to ranked. If you haven't tried out the updated normal match just yet, head over to the Battlegrounds and let us know what you think. We always appreciate your feedback and take them into account when creating the optimal PUBG Battlegrounds experience. Well, thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time with more exciting updates.
Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
我们设计了我们脑海中一直想要很炫酷的皮肤。
兄弟们，现在登录游戏就能看到我们精心设计的皮肤了。
If I encountered a player wearing 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 in the game, I would feel like proud to see that.
PUBG e스포츠가 오랫동안 고민해왔던 지점 중에 하나가 팀들에게 실질적인 혜택과 더불어서 동반 성장하는 모델을 만들고자 하는 것이었습니다. 그러한 맥락에서 글로벌 파트너 팀 프로젝트를 시작하게 되었습니다. 그 시작으로 GPT 스킨을 제작을 하게 되었습니다. 이번 스킨은 팀에서 원화를 직접 제작을 해주셨는데요. 그 퀄리티가 정말 예상보다 훨씬 좋아서 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 팬분들께도 응원하는 팀에서 직접 제작을 해주셨기 때문에 더욱더 의미가 클 것이라 생각이 되는데요. 자신이 응원하는 팀에 대해서 오랫동안 응원해온 보람이 있구나 느끼실 수 있는 계기가 될 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I have imagined what it would feel like to have skins representing our team. It would be like we are actually in the Battlegrounds ourselves in the game. Now we can be in the game to play PUBG ourselves.
We designed the skins in the way we've always imagined, wanted, and thought that would be cool. I hope our fans really love the skins. I think they look really cool, so I think the fans will enjoy them as well.
Well, the big challenge is to create something that represents the brand and it has to look cool so the fan has the desire for it. So you need to find the right elements and colors with meaning.
I'm thrilled that GPT skins will help our fans be united with our team. It's always exciting because you only create these things in the digital world, and it's a great joy to see our fans who will win in our skin.
希望这些皮肤能代表我们17战队，并向大家展示我们战队的文化和精神含义，这样才能确保皮肤能够被广大玩家喜爱和接受。
对我来说挺激动的，能在 PUBG 里看到代表我们17战队的皮肤饰品，这个过程让我想要拿出更好、更有说服力的表现，来更好的在电竞领域定位我自己和队伍。
就对于选手来说，在游戏里就拥有自己的那种专属道具啊，或者皮肤，就是非常有意义的一件事。然后希望以后这种合作也能够越来越多吧。
I believe there will be more opportunities communicating with our fans, expanding the global partner team program.
안녕하세요. 저는 PGC 캐릭터 팀의 이준호입니다. 캐릭터가 입는 의상, 총기, 그리고 탈 것들을 제작하고 있습니다. 팀별로 그런 색깔이나 특성이 있는 디자인이라고 생각했고 일반 옷으로 생각해도 굉장히 멋스러운 디자인이라고 생각했습니다. 팬들이 보았을 때 가장 중요하다고 생각되는 부분들, 그런 부분에 중점을 둬 작업을 했고요. 팬분들이나 이제 유저분들이 보았을 때 우리 팀의 이 유니폼을 입고 실제로 경기를 할 수 있겠구나 하면서 약간 그런 것들에 대한 만족을 위해서 생각을 하면서 작업을 했습니다.
And I want to thank every fan for your support. It means a lot for us.
I cannot imagine the world without fans.
期待一下我们这款皮肤吧。
所以说，你们的支持对于我们非常重要，也希望大家多多支持17战队，谢谢大家。
Freedom, both teams are landing right in the warehouse. Pyro with the shotgun.
Gets this animation cancelled as well to get the gun up quickly. One seen, one taken down. Spiro, that was Ada with the AK in hand, reloaded, but able to take him down. More shotgun is in play as Spatula finds the second as well. Pentagram folded in seconds, and there they go!
As the big ones, and now FaZe are trying to get involved. They're swinging on in. This was a hardship for the Northwest, so having a big send towards the middle might not be that big of a surprise. They don't seem to be going so far, but up the steps. Fox doesn't check the right angle. It's all under Risky B. Has to go for something big. Does not succeed.
3 players go down. They know that New Epi's fighting STK. This is great recognition. But they weren't ready for Hikari's position at the tree. They're out on the road. Hikari finds the perfect time to strike. Takes 2 down. Grenade in hand here for Soul. But he's nowhere near this. He can't get a grenade there. Now he's out in the open. What a spray from Hikari! Only saw 1 or 2 more smokes in his hand there, so that's not far enough to cross that field. Leo, though, spotted Linshu just barely, and the repeat is going to get the knock through the smoke. Now he sees 2 by the rock. That's information. That should be everything GEX needs to get the job done. Long skirt knocked as well. Leo, only 1 more player to go here. 7-7 wraps to the back.
Don't even need to get the revive on Xenon. They already have the man advantage here, but look at Savior pushing on in with the grenade, trying to confirm every single person that they can. 7-7, last one up. What can he do? 1 versus 3. His position has been compromised.
Here comes Yuri looking to finish the job. 7-7 though, able to at least find the knock. Leo trying to get there to prevent the point.
Claimed high ground in an area that they had no rights to claim whatsoever.
Aldana was going to get backstabbed here by the AWM. Yeah, that's the easiest AWM shot of your life. He's going to be able to flush kick there. Heaven, though, I'm not sure if you can get to that res before Petrichor Road decides to lob the grenades in and finish the job.
We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out, though, and that's going to be a warning to perhaps go out the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that he sits in the window because the shotgun comes through in the chest, but the nade finds the second as well, too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above. Shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's gonna push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's gonna throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Room. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but Halo is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man. Able to stay alive. Penta, though, take it down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Avenger, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
Savior's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli.
Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this?
2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else happen? Yes, he can!
Stop! Please!
Unbelievable!
Vegas!
They desperately need the points. They're set in 15th. There's Cumin with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Sin tries to find another, but Cumin again finds the third as well!
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go with a bang and not go out with the whip for the Sense coming on in. Oldless with the grenade at the ready. It looks good! Oldless takes down 2 of New Happy.
For 𝗟𝗗, still at her, holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for third party, or excuse me, for Third Eye, looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sun Sister also want to take part in this. Petrichor Road actually backed away. They realized that, oh, I say that, it's actually going to be Third Eye eliminated. Oldless swinging around the corner.
This, I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Gen.G. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you're watching around the world. We are live from the Battle Arena Malaysia premier esports event venue located at 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 Shopping Center. My name is Taviz. I am joined by Martin. This is the final day of the grand finals. We've played 12 matches so far. We've separated the wheat from the chaff, but the race for the top is on. And it has been a very exciting series.
It's been super exciting. The whole tournament has been super exciting.
It has.
Of course, the first global of the year. And here we are on the last day. We're going to find our first global PGS 1 champion here. It's going to be amazing. A lot of teams in the top will look good, but you have some chances here. It's 6 games. If you start really, really strong today, you could catch up and potentially be within striking distance.
There are some chase teams. We'll go over all those in just a minute. We're going to show you a reminder of the process of how to get here. Our teams all start in the group stages. They had to go through the winners or the losers bracket, or both, depending on how your performance was, to get to the big show. We're on the final day with only 6 games left to play. It's time to leave everything on the field because you want to make a lot of money. And there's a very big difference between that first and second place. $500,000 in the prize pool, but the lion's share is first. It is a huge drop off to second.
Yeah, more than double just to get up there. Of course, the same system as you know it. 10 points for first, 1 kill per, or 1 point per kill.
1 point per kill.
Of course. $500,000 here. All the teams already in here, they already doubled their prize going into the grand final here from $10,000 to $20,000. So you're guaranteed caught 20K already.
Now, that said, you looked at that prize pool. There's not a huge difference up to 7th place. That means that teams who are not that high may be throwing bodies at kills, looking to get those extra points because there's not that big a difference in terms of if you finish in the bottom. Let's take a look at some of the teams that will be participating in the game today. We've got perennial favorites. We've got some that have been absolute surprises and some of our favorites missing as well. It has been that wild of a tournament.
And some new faces here for the first global tournament too. Also being their first grand final. Good to see them in here, of course. But yeah, it is stacked at the top. We have our defending global champion from last year, Na'Vi, in here. They're also looking good with inside the striking distance here for first place. Winners bracket was super exciting. They had a good showing there, but their second day was not as strong. If they can replicate what they had in their first day of winners bracket here today on the last day, or what they did in the last day for PGC as well, it could be different and a shake-up for the whole leaderboard.
Let's take a look at 2 of our teams head-to-head. It is 17 Gaming, a team that we expected when we got here to do well. They struggled at the start, but man, they came back big time. And another team who I think is shocking people across the board. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 has been the team to talk about in this grand final.
Yeah, the top fraggers of the grand final so far, 𝗟𝗡𝗗 and of course Heaven, one of the players we have been looking at, has been doing fantastic head-to-head here for 𝗟𝗡𝗗 and 𝗟𝗡𝗗. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 had a good showing himself too, but in terms of average damage, he's just a little bit behind 𝗟𝗡𝗗, of course. 17, we have the pleasure of sitting just behind them when we're watching our games, and they are loud toughies.
Absolutely, and also to 𝗟𝗡𝗗's benefit, they're not in the top 4 right now.
Right.
They're in 6th place, and he's still putting up those big numbers. That's the team that's been a massive surprise. Teams to watch as we go into the games today. We talked about 𝗟𝗡𝗗 already. It's teams to watch, but also just eyes on Heaven. Na'Vi, you talked about them at the start. They can do this. We know they can. Donowa, that's an interesting one. They're in 9th place starting today. Do you think they can make that transition into the top 3?
Ooh, I mean, they were coming into this. A lot of players and a lot of fans out there had them as one of their favorite teams together with Luminosity. Here, they are one of the better teams to watch on Miramar, and they've been doing well. But if they can also get, their games running on their angle, it could be different. But I'm hoping to see them step up. Soul has not had the grand final that we expected him to have.
He has not. It feels almost like the grand final's been soulless in a lot of ways because he's going out early. He's not helping to carry the team. But they did separate themselves. At the day 1, they were sort of with Luminosity at that bottom of the bracket, hoping to come back. They've climbed to 65 in 9th place yesterday. If they have a big game number 1, I think that's why I've got them on the list to watch. If they come out swinging, they get themselves in the mix. Now we're watching some of the recap from yesterday. You saw Na'Vi right there. This is Heaven. He has been an absolute hero for 𝗟𝗡𝗗.
Yeah, he's really been stepping it up. Of course, 𝗟𝗟𝗗 also with the clutch there in the end. And 𝗟𝗟𝗗 stepped it up too. Of course, Fantasy League 2, we were talking a little bit about it. I had 𝗟𝗟𝗗, I had Heaven. I've been really riding those 2 guys all the way through, and it's been good to see. And it's always fun to play Fantasy, You're sitting at home, you're watching, and if you have one of your players alive and you're getting to the late game, you're cheering them on. It's a little bit extra moment there for you.
And if you didn't get a chance to get your teams in for this event, don't worry. We're going to be doing it all year long, so practice, pay attention. Here's the top teams, or top point earners Kickstarter and Snaker's up there because of their group stage performance, but that's exclusively it because they haven't really been here. On the converse, Heaven is up there almost exclusively on Grand Finals.
Yeah, a back-to-back for Luminosity today, and they're gonna hold on to that. Here, the picks, of course, I still have Kickstart. I believe in Luminosity today. They're gonna be coming back. You still have Snakers, of course. Is it still your captain or is Shrimsy
He's still my captain. No, Shrimsy's my captain. For this whole thing, I've been riding a Shrimsy-shaped pony, and that will not change anytime soon. That's the picks for our casters. Cameron had the Heaven instinct that you did and has been using that to climb those boards because he just seems unstoppable. And his team supports him so much.
And 18,000 for Heaven. This is just crazy. Look at that. It is the Talents leaderboard. Wait, I have 1,120 points. That looks pretty good.
I don't understand how the desk is so much better than the casters. That's been my biggest takeaway.
Cameron came back a little bit. he's kind of close.
That's true.
We both have Heaven, so it's not going to be changing too much. But yeah, I'm happy I was able to take over 𝗟𝗟. 19 points ahead of him. You're 1 point ahead of 𝗟𝗟's Toffees. How are you feeling about that?
I feel great. He said when he left, there's no chance I don't finish in first. Well, we'll see how today goes. Now, let's see how it goes for these teams that are on the board. 17 with 99 points, about to break 100 off the back of the first game. Ghibli on the chase, Sonics, Cerberus, Na'Vi, Ace, all of them still very much in that hunt.
Right.
And even the shelf at 7, I think you can go all the way down to say maybe 12th and say, hey, good first game. And you're in the mix too.
I mean, our mid pack is huge. We're talking all the way down to even Howl with one big game. They could jump into the top 8. But still, our top pack, if they maintain the same points per game if they've been able to do here, they are going to be running away with it, and they're going to keep themselves within that top 5 there.
We start in the dusty dunes of Miramar and end in the grassy pastures of Erangel as we go back and forth throughout the day. I assume the teams will also go back and forth. And this is, for me, one of my favorite events I've been in a while, because we're not coming in with a big 3 or a top 2 of battling it out for the middle pack. There are so many teams that are contesting for first. How does that change the strategy? Because I feel like sometimes when we come to the final day, your top 2 or 3 teams play a little defensive, they shell up, they sort of manage their points. Can you do that when you've got 6 teams that could technically be in first?
Yeah, I actually want to quote Shrimsy. He said on Twitter, all the teams are so talented here. It's hard to make these big moves here. You have to have both luck coming your way and skill, of course. And the center of the circle is so occupied at this point here because we had the start of the tournament. We had so many hot drops. There are so many players and teams that died early on because we had these contests. And now it's super, super contested, right? It's especially now on the last day, so many players are going to be holding themselves back.
Absolutely. And if you guys love the players, you love the teams, you can get your chance to get skins for those global partner teams in-game right now until the 17th. And get ready, because we're going to give you a code so that you can get your hands on one of those uniforms and AKs right now. So get those fingers ready and get yourself some 17 swag. Pretty excited about that. Love the skins. It's a contest. You got to get in fast. The supplies are limited, so get those fingers ready, and we're doing more throughout the day. So pay attention when our casters are on. Pay attention when we're on later today. We've got lots of great codes for you. Now, there's something else that I'm pretty excited about. You guys saw it earlier. We saw the announcement on the screen. We are pleased to say that it's time to get ready for the PUBG Global Series 2, powered by Gamers8, the world's largest gaming and esports festival. We're excited to announce that it is going to be in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia from August 10th to the 20th. We'll feature the 24 top teams battling it out, including a new map, 𝗟𝗟, and a prize pool of $2 million. This is going to be an insane event. I saw the announcement today. I was so excited about it. I mean, it's going to be a game changer.
It's going to be huge, of course. Insane prize pool, and also the format change. I love getting 𝗟𝗟 in there. Also, some other changes coming into it.
It's not just a new map.
We're getting some smoke grenade launchers. We're getting emergency pickups. We're getting a lot of crazy things. And on top of that, you know, the $2 million prize pool. That is huge. Also, I had the pleasure of being there last year. Amazing scenes to see down there. It's a huge festival, and it was super, super fun to attend.
Absolutely. Well, before we get to a land of heroes, it's all about the land of a new era. 6 games left to play. Who will be your PGS 1 champion? We find out. Game 1 starting soon.
Being the best isn't just about winning the trophy. It's about giving your everything and showing the world what you're made of. That's what I'm here to do.
저희가 패자조에서 이게 되게 초조하고 긴장했었는데 결국엔 저희가 올라갈 거란 믿음이 있었기 때문에 평소 실력이 그대로 나온 것 같고 그랜드 파이널에서도 저희가 PWS에서 왜 우승했는지 보여줄 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I know that the grand final will be a challenge, but I'm up for it. I'm going to give everything I have and leave it all on the field.
我们在小组赛中经历了起伏，但我们成功晋级了总决赛。我们不会把这个机会当成理所当然，我们会全力以赴，放柴来打。
무대를 부시러 PGS에 왔습니다. 예전 모습을 신경 쓰지 않고 최선을 다하고 제일 강한 모습을 보여드리겠습니다. 조심하세요.
Our journey to the grand final has been a roller coaster ride. We've faced some tough challenges along the way, but it just makes us stronger. Now we're ready to take on whatever comes on our way in the grand final.
Ở giải đấu lần này chúng tôi không chỉ là muốn giành được chiếc cúp mà để chứng minh rằng là người Việt Nam không có dở. Các bạn hãy chờ xem màn chào đón của bọn tôi nhé.
We have overcome all the problems we face, and now it's time to grab our champion. We are ready.
虽然我们在胜者组的状态不是很理想，但是我们不会因此失去了信心。我们会以此为动力，在决赛中全力以赴。你们就拭目以待吧。
อย่าประมาทนะครับรอบนี้พวกเราทีม Data Gaming มาประกาศให้โลกรู้ว่าพวกเราคือทีมระดับโลกครับ
We may be underestimated, but we're ready to rise to the occasion and make a statement.
Kendimizi dünyaya göstermeye ve bu yolda başarıyı kazanacağımıza inanıyoruz.
Get ready for the finals because SDK is coming.
Defending a title is never easy, but we are up for the challenge. We know that the other teams are going to be looking to knock us off the perch. I am willing to do whatever it takes to make sure that we stay on top.
We are ready.
준비 다 됐습니다.
Chúng tôi đã sẵn sàng.
พวกเราพร้อมแล้ว
hazırız.
We are ready.
The stage has been set, the line has been drawn, and for these last 6 games, however, that line is not nearly as thick as some of the teams at the top might want it to be. 17 currently in the lead, but there is more than enough space for teams to really contest that spot and challenge them for the championship here at PGS 1.
It is going to be phenomenal 6 games to watch. The Death said it, you just said it now as well. So many heavy hitters on the hunt for 17, currently sat in 1st place, all the way down to 11th with Twisted Minds. 1 or 2 good games to kick things off. All of a sudden, they're in the mix as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can even talk about Day Trade in 12. Yeah. Honestly, it really depends on how these circles go. Of course, that's a Madden statement and a half if you want to ask for one. But Cameron Davis, Toby, we're going to be taking you through these first 2 games where we get everything here set up, because for the teams at the bottom, it really is going to start here. Even for the likes of SDK and Luminosity that are down there in like the far double digits, there's a possibility for them to at least have a solid climb. I don't know if it's mathematically possible for them to maybe try and steal first, but at the very least get themselves higher up on that leaderboard for the extra prize pool as well as the qualification points to PGC at the end of the year.
Let's put it this way. If there was a stage for it to happen, if there was a time to make it happen, today would be that day. 6 wins back to back to back to continuously back. 1 billion points going their way. 16th to 1st, 1 game. You know what? I want to see it.
Hey,
I want to see it.
Listen, Luminosity, that core roster, they have a history of doing back-to-back-to-backs on the final day of a tournament. Let's get this game started. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, the first map of play here. Oh, I lied. It's going to be Miramar. It's going to be Miramar. Whatever. We're going back and forth.
Fine. It's fine. We'll do all of them. We'll do all of them. And soon enough, as you saw in the announcement just earlier, we'll get 𝗟𝗗 in the mix as well. Excited for that to happen. But, of course, 6 games to be taken down first. And as you said, we're starting on Miramar.
Good place to get things started. And the Des touched on this. the center of these circles in these grand finals have been really, really stacked because we haven't had those hot drops. We've had significantly less early game fighting, though. We've seen maybe a little bit more and more of that as this final has gone on. But that means that these teams are really going to have to play around the edge if they're coming in late a bit differently. And then those teams in the center need to control their angles, control their little zones of control that they have a lot more diligently.
I mean, we heard it right from the start of the tournament. Every team that wasn't part of those hot drops said, can they please just continue doing this? It gives us so much more space, regardless of whether they're playing center or edge. The fact that we have two teams out early, and most of the time two teams that have really big late game threats too. Yeah. Can they please just keep wounding each other? Not the case anymore. There's too much on the line here in these grand finals. Who knows, maybe we'll see some hot dropping later down the line, but that is theory crafting to the max extent. We'll wait to talk about that before we see it happen.
Plane path straight up the middle.
I like it.
Not particularly brutal towards anyone. I think the only bad spot of this is 𝗟𝗏 who'd like to go traditionally to Valdemar. They seem to be on a separate path at this point. It's fine though. This really doesn't upset too much at this point, and so now we just wait to see if anyone is going to go for the early action. If we get some rotational blocks. Oh, hey, look at this! It is going to be a bit of a contest here, at least for vehicles. But that's a shotgun in play for 𝗟𝗏𝗋. 𝗟𝗏 immediately on the retreat. 𝗟𝗏 is at least here for backup.
You land on that roof and there's only one gun available for you. This is exactly the gun you would have wanted. 𝗟𝗏 still has a Saiga as well, and Armor 2 could just be the win con for him in this early fight. And for Twisted Minds, we just talked about them, a couple of good games in a row. While they're 7th now, that could change. They do not want to lose 𝗟𝗏𝗋 right from the start of match number 1 of the final day.
Well, this is going on the hunt. 𝗟𝗏 is here to back him up. Perhaps a little bit of lagged behind. A little bit. That's a lot of care in that shotgun. Because 𝗟𝗏 with that wide swing around, he's definitely going to the proper angle. But 𝗟𝗏, I think, need to be called back. Wanted to go a bit more aggressive. 𝗟𝗏𝗋 peeks on out, does not get the knock, and actually just shows his position for 𝗟𝗏 to try and capitalize on. The knock still doesn't happen, but 𝗟𝗏𝗋's down to 20 HP, and there is no backup for him yet.
You can see that now Lou is coming over, but it might just be too little, too late. 𝗟𝗏 finds the first, and not really a fight we've seen happen a whole lot. But of course, very center plane path. 𝗟𝗏, we saw them do this, not as aggressive as we see here, but we saw them do this sort of thing yesterday in some of the latter games. I credit them for it. They got themselves some good kills in the early game with little to no risk involved. This one, of course, a little more risk whenever you're up against the shotgun, but a kill early. They've wounded Twisted Minds and now sat on top of their position too. That's a good start for 𝗟𝗏. I just wish they would have kind of applied that strategy early in the tournament.
Perhaps. We do have a roster change that we want to make you aware of. So 𝗟𝗏 is stepping in for 𝗟𝗏, so 𝗟𝗏 making a little bit of roster moves as we go into this final day. 𝗟𝗏 are currently sitting in top 5 for sure. I'm sorry, my page is reloading. In 4th place. So it's been a good performance for them, and they've actually been swapping a lot of players around, so I don't think anyone should be too nervous about changing a player after being in 4th. Everyone on that team, the whole roster has shown that they can bang here with the big guns.
Exactly, and to underline that, the fact that they can stay in top 5 with the amount of changes they've gone through is insane. I mean, no one is able to go out and do that. We've seen it time and time again how one roster change can literally just plummet you, practically not even make you in grand finals. For the sake of 𝗟𝗏, they sure has made it work.
We didn't get a big chance to look at it too much because of the combat between 𝗟𝗏 and Twisted Minds, but Phase 1 is southeast. There's barely any water in play. It just centers up between Los Leones and La Bendita. So 𝗟𝗏, as always, finding themselves in a center spot early, but around that field, we already see Sonics, 𝗟𝗏𝗋 roaming on in. No one's really getting quite to the center just yet, but as we know, that is likely going to change as the teams are already going to start to rotate in. We're looking at 4 minutes on the clock.
Oh yeah, the majority, if not all, of the southern teams have already made their way into the circle. It's really only the north side teams and 𝗟𝗏 that we're missing. So curious to see how far south around 𝗟𝗏 is going to wrap, and then up towards that north, if you have the likes of Luminosity and 4AM not push too far into the circle center, 𝗟𝗏𝗋, 𝗟𝗏, Ascent as well might have a hard time finding a spot, like finding a good entry to the circle. So if this circle, now again, theory crafting here, but if this next circle, based off of teams on the north side not giving space, shifts south, it's going to be chaos. Because all of a sudden you have Los Leones, troublesome rotation to go through. And speaking of rotations, Na'Vi here, going side by side with 17 shots fired. Few connected shots, but no knocks coming through.
Ooh, it's a bit of love taps, but yeah, no knock for Na'Vi just yet. Howl not exactly in the position, Schofield specifically to follow up on the damage from 17. 17, they were just holding that road, and I think they were perhaps, if they were eyeing center, they were waiting for everyone to rotate in from Picado before we made those final steps. But with Na'Vi having looped right in front of them, I wonder if that might stall their plans, and they would just be holding around that little bit of a choke point there that they're currently standing on the west.
And now I don't know if 4 AM are just, okay, they are just stopping here to get some quick loot and then move on. I was going to say this, though. If they opt to set up shop, like this just kind of plays perfectly into what I was saying earlier. If they set up shop here, so many teams up north are going to have to find audibles, have to find new routes into this first circle. It would be very difficult for all of them to make their way in from there. 7-7 in the meantime has seen a crate in the water. And you know what? You're all alone, buddy. Why not go for it?
Yeah, they're looting north of Puerto Paradiso. Exactly. It's a free box. They're basically going to be holding, they're already holding a couple of different positions on that. It's kind of a field. There's a bit of a terrain, whatever with it, so it's not entirely flat, but it's essentially a field. They're already holding that position, and that gives 7-7 the space to go and run out and get that gear. It's quite an investment of time for a player to swim out like that, but they're able to use it because everyone else is going to be coming in from the north or the west. I don't expect anyone to be going down that highway between Impala and Puerto Paradiso.
Oh no, maybe you'll see the likes of Ascent feel forced to go all the way down there, depending on how much space they're given on rotation. Ghibli here, you can see Heaven. Pretty much the man of the team, not necessarily the man of this match just yet, but he has been a huge impact player for Ghibli in their success in this tournament so far. Scouting the rotations on forward, spotting Cerberus leave.
Absolutely, and while we are waiting for these teams to be rotating in, Heaven is on my fantasy roster. The reason why I didn't choose to make him captain today, the reason why I wanted to stick with Na'Vi is because a lot of Ghibli's success was based on the fact that they were able to find a lot of really strong but isolated 4v4s. Very few times were there options for teams to third party them and they could just focus 100% blinders on the team in front of them. Now, with I think a lot of teams sort of being more and more aware of how contested the center is, I worry that there's going to be more options of more teams looking for those third-party opportunities. We saw Third Eye lean into that strategy yesterday. I think a few more of those teams are going to be entering the mix here, and that I think might nerf Ghibli's playstyle.
It is very interesting how we always tend to see these like third-party, I should say, setups later in tournaments where it usually kind of plays hand-in-hand with teams not really having a whole lot to lose at this point to see if you can get some extra points, but it works really well. And that always makes me wonder, why is it that when we go off of Enter tournaments, as we hold that thought for a second, Little Ghost, I should be able to back off of that. Why is it that teams don't do it earlier in tournaments when it works so well? Because it's always one of those where final couple of days, like, oh yeah, now they're doing this, finally it's working. It's as if they tend to forget that it worked when they then come back to the tournament again.
I think part of it is because it's based off of abusing patterns that you are recognizing from the rounds that have played beforehand.
True.
But also, it doesn't have the highest highs. If you are in the center position, you're able to keep all four up, and you keep, if you don't get those circles, you're in a position to rotate through those circles through other teams. You're not only getting the placements, you're also getting a bunch of kills. This sort of third-partying scavenge point is a good way to pick up things when you don't have a lot of control and power, but you want to make sure at least trying to be one of the teams that's in the driver's seat before you go into that playstyle, because you get a lot more points that way just looking at the way that, 17 and Sonics have been playing so far.
See Soul here. I like the point you made there. Can make perfect sense. Soul,
thank you.
Yeah, there you go. Soul sneaking his way forward. I think he's waiting for the cavalry to arrive. And also, Danoa's, I don't want to say their success has lied on the Soul, but their downtime period, which has been the grand final so far, has had a lot of Soul dying early involved in it. So I love the fact that Soul ain't getting too aggressive on that one as long as he's alone.
Both 17 and Danoa have a little bit of a box spread intermingled with each other, and they're aware of each other's presence, those two individual players from those teams. But I think at this time, there's not much to play for except for that singular kill, so neither of them is going to go aggressive and try and make a play. It's rather just wait around and see if they can't catch the opponent off guard. And, it's not just them. Everyone that we're seeing as we're rotating through the map still is in a holding pattern, waiting for phase one to close. There's not really any water. There's a lot of space to play for, but I think more importantly is that there are unplayable mountains in the middle of this phase, and so they just really want to make sure that they can commit to a position before they start to go for fights.
Exactly. Now, while the game is remaining quiet for a little while, just want to underline it again. If this next circle, which we've seen them do quite a bit before, does shift south, not even necessarily super hard south, but just south, including Los Leones and the southern city, it's going to be so difficult for all those top side teams to rotate down. Because either A, you go all the way through Picado, or you have to go over the water.
Yeah.
There's simply not enough space for all those teams to maneuver south. And because Los Leones proves to be such a big roadblock, you only have so much space between Impala and Los Leones to wrap down. And that's where the funnels come in. That's where teams tend to get eliminated very early on. So where are we headed?
Only 2 more seconds now. It's going to be... I kind of want to call this a hard shift because it's as far as it can go while still having all land in the circle, but I guess it'll be a medium shift to the east. And as you can see, there are very few teams that aren't already inside. There's a small pocket there on the south, just south of 𝗟𝗗, that we're looking at Danawa to go that direction, perhaps, but it's going to be Sonics, 𝗟𝗗, Luminosity with those wide spreads across those fields that are going to be in the best position here.
Look for the teams that do the hard wraparounds. I'm looking at Gen G right now, potentially doing it. Third Eye opting to do the same thing. If they come in the southern side now and get real estate off of it, they could be golden. In the meantime now, Na'Vi and other teams as well trying to rotate through the center. They've gone past the Sonics compound with shots fired now as well. Don't think there's any reason for them to turn around, but there ain't really a whole lot of free real estate available for them.
Na'Vi can get there first. It's the teams that follow up behind them that might have to scavenge a bit more for space, which mines now. Shots coming out from 𝗟𝗓𝗡. Not really tagged onto Lu, so they're going to be able to bunker down in that position just below that rock and a little bit of hard cover fairly well here. We'll see if 17 want to put more presence on that east side, because now that Danawa has retreated from the west, they're in an angle that they can perhaps just lob grenades all over that position.
Yeah. See, 4 a.m. opting to stick around on the compound for a little while longer. They came a little bit further down south, and now with Daytrade around them, I think they don't really have an option but to stick around. But you can see the way they've parked their vehicles, with the exception of Summer, all in positions from where Daytrade can't really get to them and pop the tires. So smart understanding of the terrain and kind of recognizing that Daytrade's around.
Ascend is on the movement here on the east coast. Forced to be relegated, I would say, on the low ground here on the far east side. And the only option for them to really play for, and it seems to be the direction that they're going at the least, is that field that 𝗟𝗗 pushed through to get more towards the central off of this phase. But 𝗟𝗗 are going to have the lines of sight onto that angle. I think Ascend, they're coming in with safety, but they're losing a bit of presence at the moment. They're going to have to fight more for it as the game goes on.
But it's not necessarily a threat for Ascend or like difficult for Ascend to play around that, because that caters directly to the playstyle. Let's sit edge. Let's hope that the circle swings to us. If it doesn't, we find a new area of approach. So Ascend obviously opting to go to the southeast side. They've kind of set up that highway out on the east coast for them to go both north and south, waiting for the next circle shift.
We just saw Third Eye rotating out in the blue, way below Los Leones, just trying to come in from the safest side possible. Whether that means taking some blue damage or not, that's that MO, playing slow, picking up teams where they're not expecting it. I don't know, there's no one in the south side right now to be not expecting Third Eye. But that's definitely something that these teams are going to be aware of, is more and more presence of people ratting out in the blue and trying to pick up those kills here and there, as we also watch the rest of Ascend continue to make their way down that angle. It's really the only spot that's free, that's relatively uncontested, but Cerberus way out in the open now, using these ridges in the field to get some good damage onto Na'Vi. 𝗟𝗓 is already taken down. Haisaki with a great follow-up frag grenade. This could be explosive.
Yep, sure could. They crossed over from the gas station first. It's already found second, found out third as well, as Cerberus wants more points off of this. They're sat close to Na'Vi on the leaderboard, and now it's just Melman left alive.
Super early for such a sneaky play, but they seem to be making good out of it. It's only Mel up for Na'Vi. 𝗟𝗗's shots at range did push Cerberus away, so this could give Na'Vi the opportunity for the revives, but Solozi has a couple more frag grenades with Na'Vi's name on it. Mel still avoiding it. Mel's still up and at him.
And while this fight unfolds, everyone else is... They've got to be flipping their heads now, because this circle could potentially shift into Los Leones come phase 4. We have got unplayable terrain right in the center of it, and I have no way of calling where this one is going to take us. But for now, let's stay with Na'Vi.
That does make this fight more valuable for Cerberus, because they cannot guarantee points elsewhere later on in this game, and Mel just needs to stick these revives. The damage, the bleed out for his teammates. Already lost one, doesn't want to lose any more. And the question is, does Cerberus push this effort, or do they take this option, this moment to try and rotate around?
Get extra points, try and see what you can find, because as you just said, I mean, it's already now too late to really claim proper real estate on the other side. Example falls. Melman was able to get Alia back up, but with nades now coming in as well, it's only going to be a matter of time there. They fall. Tygan able to rack them up. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 annihilates Na'Vi as they fall in 16th.
They made it look so easy. Yeah. It was definitely a good window of opportunity and good use of frag grenades, but I also imagine that this circle shift helped them really sort of tear the teams like 𝗟𝗓 away from that third-party opportunity so they can rotate in. We're watching Ascend now driving past Third Eye. Brex does get the knock on to Adam, and the rest of Third Eye is not in an immediate position to try and respond. Adam does get finished, but does Third Eye stick around for this?
Well, Mika kind of out of his vehicle now, forced to stick around. I think that's going to force the rest of Ascent to stick into this position as well.
Chris.
Ascent came in from the hard north side to this circle, but forced to make the wrap around. Nice off angle on Chris, finds Richie. We'll see if he can get the second off, and Mika, crucial that he got help. And actually Salute from further up towards the northern side now, up close to Los Leones, takes out all this, and there you go. Third Eye, they thought they were being the thorn in the heel, but that thorn was easily plucked.
Ascend, really good counter maneuver there. Counter strike, 3 kills for Ascend, and that's Third Eye taken out, but they know of Danuel's position. We already saw that third-party angle there from that high ground, from that what is going to be unplayable, but for now, Danuel are playing it very, very well.
Still curious to see whether this one swings hard into the city or if it goes up north. If we are to take, the team's positions into account, everyone right now expects this one to shift up towards Howl, to shift up towards Twisted Minds, and then allow them to play out from there. There's only one team, make that 2, with Gen G on the northern side, probably inside Los Leones. 17 sat there, Gen G now making their way in from the north, Ascent coming in on the southern side. But if this one shifts southwest, this is going to be a bloodbath.
I think it's going to be a bloodbath either way.
You're probably not wrong.
Because it's going to hard shift.
It does tend to go that way.
And I think for Danuel, who is really utilizing that high ground, they're not the only team. There's also Daytrade with some good high ground angles there. They just want to get the points that they can while they can. Yep. Because there is a big possibility that getting down from those mountaintops, from those plateaus, is going to be difficult to do. However, I would much rather be in their position than the team that has to gamble east or west.
Well, 𝗟𝗓𝗡 slowly starting to maneuver their vehicles forward, caught up in the field. We'll see if they get the circle towards them or not. No, it's going northwest. Everyone's going to have to make a play here. But for now, it's Luminosity trying to take out 𝗟𝗓𝗡. Just 2 up, 2 down. As I believe it's 𝗟𝗓𝗓 trying to make his way out of it.
Good follow-up grenades as well. That threat from 𝗟𝗓𝗡 has been removed. It's only 1 member remaining, 𝗟𝗓𝗓 on the run, and Luminosity they're holding for now, but as you say, that circle hard shifted northwest, so Luminosity are going to have to move. Sonics are going to have to move, and Howl Esports, they can try and hold this crossfire. Apocalypse with the last kill onto 𝗟𝗓𝗓 out in 14th place. But 𝗟𝗓𝗓 continuing to push the effort, push the matter against the Sonics.
2 top contenders falling early as 𝗟𝗓𝗓 Himas goes down. Should be a pretty simple rest. As I say that, it's a molly onto 𝗟𝗓𝗓. Should be able to dodge a move. Had that been an 8, he would have been instantly out.
Oh, that second one, or rather third, almost tags him for the final burn needed. But yes, 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is still up. That does delay the timing for the revive and the potential team fight here. But Luminosity, they're trying to get involved, but 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is making them pay for it. Snaker's now down, Mime playing around that rock.
They have to take the fights here. They know that getting into the city at this point probably won't be possible, so salvage what you can out here on the northeast side of the circle. See how many kills you can get before you make the inevitable, somewhat suicidal push in towards the center of the circle. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 running in the blue. His entire team is still alive, but nothing he can do but making the run on foot.
I think 𝗟𝗓𝗓 was spotted. That's going to be 𝐴Twin taking him out. Tycon remaining with the Groza in hand, but as you say, out in the blue. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 peeking in from the window, dealing some good damage there. But taken out of 1 HP, Mime is finally able to put a stop to that. It's all into 𝗟𝗓𝗓 now, up close and personal, trying to take care of this last big threat. At the very least, the rest of the Sonics are trying to move out from this position, but the timing has been ruined.
Yep, everyone knows that this won't be a winnable game, so get however many points you can coming into the next ones. 𝗟𝗓𝗓, Tycon, now the sole players left alive for 𝗟𝗓𝗓 and Sonics, trying to see if they can outlast one another.
Last sole players in this position. Sonics have 2 members that were able to make a break for the circle. However, 𝗟𝗓𝗓 is already being cut down. Mime as well. So yes, indeed, now it is the final 2 remaining. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 was left out in the blue, not only to take care of Tycon, but to just have some sort of contingency plan, because they knew that that run in through that mountaintop is going to be, essentially suicide, as we saw the results.
Exactly. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 made their way into the city. Danuel, as well on the southern side, able to sit tight. No one's really tried to contest them. They had a pretty good setup for anyone trying to drive up this road, but no one really went to try and challenge them, so they're all right. In the meantime, Ascent has made their way far inside the city now. This fight is going to come to an end eventually. No shots connected, but look at the blue, tanking away both of them.
Yeah, neither player really feels comfortable committing to the peak, committing to the fight, because it's not just damage from each other, it's damage from the zone as well. 𝗟𝗓𝗓 pre-firing out, heard the footsteps, but once again forced to back away and potentially pop a med.
Yep, that's first states to work with. It's only phase full, so you can do it. But Tiger with the gross up close takes him down. Sonic's out in 12th. A few more first states now. 4 Tiger to pick up, but I don't think he's going to be alive for much longer here either.
Yeah, it's just going to try and med out until placement points. Apocalypse now up against STK. They've been slowly edging their way in. And STK have been slowly making their way as well, but coming in from the blue as Cerberus does get eliminated in 11th place. Tycon unable to really heal med out for that much longer. Vegas down to 8, running in through smokes.
Needs help. 𝗟𝗚 needs to somehow distract him. He's doing what he can, but Soul from the other side finds him through the smoke. It was only a matter of time, and now 𝗟𝗚 seen over the top. What a huge shot from Schofield.
Good isolation there. Not much that Penta or 𝗟𝗚 could do to help Vegas out, though, because of all of that high ground fire. Danoa are still trying to be kings of the castle. Howl still making it work, though. 4 kills, 4 up. If they can find the last one of Penta, that'll be STK removed. But Danoa, they're unbiased on who they're going to be shooting at from this angle.
They just want to take out all of them. The more space we have on the east, the better off we're going to be, especially if this next circle shifts anywhere west. Loki currently sat in this end of the circle, just chilling on the hilltop. Also, I mean, this circle shifting east, not something you see too often. This one is going to make for a very spicy end game.
It's definitely going to make for 4 AM and Day Trade fighting each other because there's no way they can share the entryway from this north side. Poo chills Belmoth. Damage comes out. They have the high ground. They have the grenades. And 4 AM, they're all clustered up in a singular position. Dodging the grenades. The grenades do go far enough, but that's still a bit of damage. Crazy 112 at the very least is going to be falling back potentially to heal.
Curious to see what's the, when Day Trade are going to make the aggressive play. Thing is, with them having the high ground, with them having the inside of the circle, they don't really have to. So Poochill's going to lob a couple more utility down that hillside, but of course, throwing utility downhill, so difficult to time it right. We'll see with the last nade in his inventory. If you can find anything, not going to happen.
𝗟𝗚 is trying to get some covering fire for this maneuver by 4 AM. Belmoth with the spray coming out of that barrel, not finding enough damage, and now it's actually going to be Lou there from Twisted Minds with the next point of entry with the shotgun, able to put Crazy down in the dirt. 𝗟𝗚 also goes down. And so again, 4 AM just trying to retreat from this position. They're not finding any success with that. They only have 1 left standing and not anymore. 10th place is going to be where 4 AM finish.
What a split from Twisted Minds as well. Only leaving 1 inside the compound, the other 2 on the hill, so they can pretty much block off the entire push on up. Huge positioning here, but the mat went unnoticed for a short moment, and that is going to allow for him to take down Batulins. Great shots coming through. Should allow for Schofield to either get the rest or at least get some utility to make the run further forward.
It's not just that. Day Trader also trying to fire back on that high ground, and so Twisted Minds, no revive possible for Batulin, despite him looking safe, at least from the low ground. The Mad from Howl still maneuvering around. At this point, if you're on the northeast edge, the best chance you have for points is just fighting each other, because trying to make a break into what remains of Los Leones is going to be incredibly difficult. Spyro with another nice angle, and a follow-up grenade is great.
No rest is going to be possible down there, and with downhill positioning too, I don't think Day Trade could steal those kills even if they wanted to. So for Twisted Minds, they lose Perfectix at the drop, and still almost placement points already, and 7 kills confirmed. So huge game for Twisted Minds, despite the fact that they took casualties very early on.
Another hard shift towards the northeast. This means that Howl, the Mad at the very least, can continue to sneak out placement points, and these high ground positions for Danoa, for Twisted Minds, and for Day Trade can continue to do hard work. And now it's going to be 17 and Gen G, and of course Ascend below them, that need to make the hard moves.
Yep, 17 still yet to find a kill, yet to find a point in this match. So for everyone else on the server, they would want to deal with a current first place team as fast as possible. They've been gifted a couple of circles in the city, but now, as you said, they have to make a play here as well.
Foxy ready, heard the vehicle in, saw the jump spot. Of course, it was spotted in return, and so it's going to be grenades thrown from either side. Foxy's arc, it looked good, but not exactly where 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is positioned at. We still see action on the north in the kill feed, but 17 Gaming and Gen G, they are just focused 100% on each other. And it really is up to 17 to make those first moves. 𝗟𝗚 with a really nice angle, but it's not quite high enough to be able to get a lot of information and potential knocks onto Gen G.
And 17 will be much better off taking this fight now rather than later, because once the Ascent 𝗟𝗚 fight on the southern side comes to an end, you can be pretty sure that Ascent is going to backfill this 17 fight. So right now, if you want to take this fight without a third-party team coming in, it has to happen now.
Mika right now taking a bit of damage from 𝗟𝗚, but able to get behind cover. Longscrew, however, does get a knock onto Brex, who was playing that off angle. angle, and so that's the flank position taken care of. Good frag grenades. Long Skur is gonna go down. A bit too close to the blue, not a lot of maneuverability to run away from that one. It's all into 77 and to 𝗟𝗟. 77 in for his behalf is rushing forward with the 𝗟𝗗, still dealing damage, but now he is the only one up.
So much utility damage coming through here from Ascent. Chris forced back, but look at Micah, still holds the angle, still has the corner. Good thing for him is that 𝗟𝗟 is looking the opposite direction, because he's miles out in the open, and now they see him as he starts shooting Loki. Double headshot connected.
And now 17, as you say, they need to push onto Gen.G before they get backstabbed by the, admittedly wounded Ascend. But PO is going to go down to a Molotov from 𝗟𝗟. So that's going to be that first initial position cleared.
See if 17 can make the Rabon down with the captain of Gen.G taken out of this one. Little Go Suju, they want to make a play, but they just cannot find the right angle of approach onto this garage.
Just staring at each other. Logo Suju versus Foxy and DG98. They're waiting for the utility to try and break that moment in, and Logos, he just wants to peek, and he just wants to peek, but there's always going to be the threat from the high ground, and it's Chris approaching from the backside. That could be that final, I guess, warning for 17 to try and go big here.
Yeah, they don't know how many people just pulled up in that vehicle, so for them, you can see now making the play off that info as well. Pushing up close, there are smokes there. It's difficult to get eyes on anything now. Little goes with the shot that pushes on in Foxy, though. There to take down the first threat.
Such a great high-low hold for Gen.G in this position, but Taman needs to go activate it, and he's actually going to get cut down. Great hold by 𝗟𝗟. The shots are all coming on in. 17 annihilate Gen.G. It was a delayed, long-fought fight. And that's given Daytrade the opportunity to push all the way down to the south side.
It sure has. In the meantime, Chris making the shotgun ring in the mountains up above, finds Soul. Issue for him as he used all of his utility in the fight against 𝗟𝗟, so now forced to make the wraparound. Not oftentimes you see the shotgun being put to use out in the open, but found Soul. Maybe having him think twice about peeking against Salute, though, is sat here waiting for Chris to peek around. Should be a kill coming through, and no, as I say that, first one doesn't find him, second one does.
Yeah, that initial damage was more than enough to guarantee, especially with the lack of positioning for it's Chris. So 5 teams remaining. A few of them very, very healthy. It's just Penta and the Mad as the loners on the east side, and everyone else just fighting for what little high ground there is remaining. Daytrade and 𝗟𝗟 facing off against each other, and that standoff might give 17 the positioning, but pubg's not going to let that one go, not going to leave a spot unchecked, making sure that they are not backfilled and pushed from an opposite angle.
The one team that the rest of the server wouldn't want to have sit comfortably in the compound on the west side is 17, continuing to rack up points, continuing to rack up placement points as well, as I think Daytrade now realizes we have to take the fight to 𝗟𝗟 first. We cannot fully commit to 17, because if we do, they will backstab us. And it's much easier for 𝗟𝗟 to backstab than it would be for 17 to make their aggressive play forward from down there.
And down the blue.
Just chilling.
It's a big open field that he needs to run through, and it all just depends on, did 𝗟𝗟 lose lines of sight, or maybe even forget about the last solo from STK, but yeah, their focus is 100% on Daytrade right now. Utility coming out, frag grenades coming out, Molotovs coming out, that one looks good. So close for the knock, 7 HP remaining for pubg. Belmoth, Flash, both pushing up into the high ground to try and give some defense, and Flash does strike. First knock, can't quite hit the second.
Had the smokes early, now they're fading. Now the cover is gone for Soul and Salute to work with. They need to peek over this rock. They need to peek over this ridgeline if they want to find the kill.
A great double push. Salute and Soul getting separated from each other. Isolated engagements here. Salute is going to deal some damage, pushes pubg away. But Loki has been confirmed, so can't even use their down teammate for information. And Belmont now rushing into an opposite direction. This could be good for Soul, able to deal even more damage to Flash, but again, the knocks aren't coming. Salute going down, Soul is able to at least trade.
Such a hot area to take proper fights, and especially when you're outnumbered like this. Belmont now able to wrap around, should be out of vision from Soul. Soul down to literally 1 HP, trying to get the healing up that flashbang. A bit too far to really have an impact, and we cannot take out the Mad and Penta either from this equation. These snakes can do a lot of damage to the players up above.
A lot of damage, especially because they're pushing on in with very little information on where they've gone. Daytrade, and even Soul, the last one up for 𝗟𝗟, if he's able to survive this fight, might be completely unaware of which of those little caves below him will be occupied. Eyes towards Penta, is aware of the possibility at the very least, but you cannot check, you cannot hold every single corner.
I mean, they were the ones looking for them initially. They were the ones dealing the damage on that northeastern side initially. So 𝗟𝗟 was well aware that we did not get those instant kills that we would have wanted earlier. There are snakes in the grass. I think for Soul, while he's looking for them right now, the more quiet, the more steady he can play, the better off he is. He wanted to find a spot in the circle, now he's prone. He's just going to try as best as he can to wait this one out.
And in the quiet of this final phase where we still have 5 teams up. 17, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 has also pushed forward, has also pitted himself below Day Trade. Suju and 𝗟𝗚 still holding out in the hardcover. They still want to be able to find that information as well as get some potential knocks onto Day Trade up on the high ground. But they are still putting themselves up for victory come phase 9.
This is huge from Soul. He's wrapped the entire plateau. And you can see here, Day Trade, no clue where he is. They completely lost him. Issue is, Soul, he has to be aware that there's a full team of 17 sat down below him. So as much as he wants to peek one fight, he has to peek the other. Soul finds Belmoth first.
A great first frag, but how does 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 respond? Smoke is going to come out, but it's initial damage, and now the blue coming on in. The timing does not favor Day Trade, and it favors 17 because everyone else is now pushing in when they heard this fight break out. Soul is going for a miracle play at the moment, keeping Daniel alive, pushing through his own smoke, but 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 has the angle.
Nate came from down below, knew that he had to try and make a play, and now the solos galore up against our current first place team. 3 solos versus 17. How, oh how, are they planning on bringing that home? It's going to be difficult for the solos, but we'll see if 17's communication and teamwork can grant them the win here in the first game of the final day.
The Mad behind enemy lines, or rather 17 coming in to steal his territory. Just holding a little bit. Small spot of the cave. 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗 is found by Penta. So SDK, that's another point, 2 points with the placement that they guarantee. But now what does the Mad do? It's 1v1v3. The Mad knows this and is now discovered, taken down. Oh, it's actually Penta with yet another kill. So SDK are at least climbing to second. But can Penta do this 1 versus 3? Frag grenade out. It's going to be to the blue. SDK denying a point.
Again,
but 17 still with the win.
For everyone on the server, this is the last thing that they wanted to see. Now, good thing is, while they get the win, 10 placement points in the book, it wasn't a very kill-heavy game for them. They were sat in the city for a long while everyone else were fighting outside. So the chase is still possible, but they just made it that much harder.
5 more games, we'll see how far this chase can go. Don't get anywhere, we will be right back.
Game 1 is done, and 17 puts their 3rd chicken dinner of the grand finals on the board. It was a tough circle. It went to Los Leones. They were there, and all they had to do was get through a defensive 𝗟𝗓𝗓 and open the door for them to take home that win.
Yeah, overall, that circle was a rough one. It's hard to predict it as well. It's also, I've never seen a circle in that zigzag spot. It's super rare one. 17 held it down. They're able to hold 3 guys alive for so long, and also, yeah, you're expecting some of those solos maybe to get 1 or 2 of the players down, but no, the Mad, he wasn't able to log on to 1 and get 1 down, and then it opened everything. And also Penta was able to close the door for Day Trade, and yeah, shoot to kill though in a tough spot.
Shoot to kill, got some points. Cool. Day Trade. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know if that was rude, but it's been a rough run from my lads. It was good to see them get into the late game, but they couldn't have a huge impact. The real story came down to the fight on top of that Mesa, right? As they sort of went back and forth. The team that came out on top, we thought if they can get this win and keep 3 up in that exchange, maybe they can take 17 down as they try to take the high ground. But because Soul kept fighting, there was just nothing to stop 17.
I mean, 17 when Soul and the boy, like when Dano and Day Trade take each other on, like they were all flushing immediately. Like they're trading punches, right? And in a case where they can't keep 3 alive, they're not going to be able to take a 17 gaming that is this strong right now. Take them on with 1 or 2 players. You need way more bodies to throw at them.
Every time they went for a flush, you could hear laughs in 17 as they just watched the carnage. And they did. To their credit, they played that perfectly well. They knew no one's going to come down here to where we are. We can take our time going up onto the high ground. They laughed every time someone got flushed, and they walked their way into a third chicken dinner. But that is to speak of how strong 17 has been in this event. 3 chicken dinners. They only got 4 kills, but that's fine. That's all you need when you're at this stage. You're coming in first place. They bristled up, they played good defense, and they walked away with tons of points to put on the board.
Day trade with 8 as well, and a 4th place. That's 12 points for them. I mean, all the teams that are on the eastern side that had to fight their way and had to fight their way into this high ground here, it's a rough situation for them, because like, you're not going to be able to go through, you know, these 3-4 teams and another team that's holding the high ground on the very top, like an unplayable. It's just a rough one. Also here, of course, really well played by 17 game. They're able to take down 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 in this case here. Like, that was a really nice play, and overall good defense here inside 𝗟𝗡.
Yeah,
he's been on fire so far this grand final.
And that was really the key to unlocking the win for them, was getting 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 out of that warehouse, open the door for them to just sort of shell up and watch the high ground fight take place. It was a lot of back and forth, some great gunplay for both of those teams up here.
Nice.
But the gunplay was too good. Everyone got hurt, and it just left that door wide open. So the fight happens up on top. 17 gets to watch, a couple of solos, and then from there, it's just a sort of systematic process of eliminating their threats.
Yeah, exactly. And also the angles they're able to take it, just sending it in there. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 sending it in, and they're not able to take any more than 1 down, so it's just a rough one for them there. Look, you see the damage as well. It's not too much. Little Coach usually pops off, but here, 65 damage taken, 65 damage done, and 163 damage taken, no kills. Small win, but it's 14 points. And when you're already in the lead, that's going to be even harder for everyone else to catch.
You say small win, and it was a small win in terms of action, but a big win in terms of managing to maintain their position on the front leaderboard. Now, the man of the match will go to 𝗟𝗡𝗗. 3 kills, 2 knockouts, 258 damage. Again, the man of the match has to come from the winning team, and that's partly because you took the chicken dinner. You have to maybe play what the circles give you, not necessarily get to go out and have these over-glorified frag moments. Take a look at the team summary, though. 𝗟𝗏 does take over the leading kills.
Yeah, I've been super impressed with 𝗟𝗏, what they're able to do, with what they had, also being a little bit sick here, also traveling to this location has been a little bit rough for them here. They've had 4 guys sick playing at the same time. That's super impressive. They're able to put this up here, and 67 kills like this. Sonic's still on top for total damage, but the match leaderboard here, it's 14-12. It's very linear. If there's 4 teams on 9 points, that is pretty crazy.
Absolutely. So you do see those points coming out there. Day Trade is going to be pretty happy with 12. They are in that mid-pack and have been fighting for a little bit of position. 𝗟𝗏 and STK, 2 teams that have been on the bottom coming into today, will be happy to get their hands on some points. Donawa, 9's not bad. When we talked today about them as a team to keep an eye on, we said if they have a big 15-point game, that's them back in the mix. 9's not terrible. Let's look at the actual standings right now. They are in the mix with that 74. 17 does make it harder to go after that $80,000 with that jump up. With 5 games left to play, it is wide open. Now, you mentioned 𝗟𝗏. They are sick. They have not been feeling well. In the past, we've had teams say, we haven't felt well. We've underperformed at this tournament. It's over. In perpetuity, we can point to this tournament and be like, 𝗟𝗏 did it with 4 sick players.
It doesn't matter at this point anymore. And also, at this point here now, I will say, I feel like it's only the top 5 that's going to be able to catch 17 at this point here. It's like, if you're 30, 40 points behind at this point, it's going to be impossible. But still, huge catch-up in terms of, there's PGS points on the line, there's a bigger prize pool on the line here, so you got to keep climbing.
Twisted Minds, take a look at them. They look frustrated. They ran into the I don't want to say a troll attack, but the third eye.
The twisted third eye.
Whatever they're doing right now, which they're getting points, but they've changed their gameplay a little bit in the last couple of games, and it's cost some teams like Twisted Mind who are getting picked up in these strange rotation camps.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit of like a landmine kind of, we don't want to step on third eye at this point here, because they're going to blow straight up in your face, and they're going to take you down, get at least a couple of players with you, and then you're going to be down to like 1 or 2 players, and you don't want to see that. Sonic's here, of course. One of the last, if not the last.
Our only hope.
Yeah, to win this event. I talked a little bit with the boys. They're like, we got to do it. This is it.
Help me, Gunner Kenobi. You are North America's only hope right now. This is great for the boys. After PGC, the fans, they were devastated with their performance. And honestly, it seemed almost like that was a kick in the back. They've worked hard. They changed coaches. They've been training good. And I think this is their chance. If they have a big game here to get back into that mix with 17. Na'Vi, man, they own the winner's bracket.
They're hurt. Literally got hurt by 𝗟𝗏 so hard there. They got destroyed by 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏. Of course, in a case where it is our global defending champions, they are still in the mix, 83 points. They're 30 exact behind 17. So it's one big game, and it needs to be now or the next game because otherwise 17 is going to be too far out of the striking distance.
And we talked about that at the end of like the losers bracket. You don't want to leave it for that last game, that second to last game, because the circles have been wild in this event.
Oh yeah.
You know, Miramar, our grand finals have been, with the exception of 1 or 2 games, in the East almost exclusively. So you need to get those points in game 2 or game 3.
I will say this though, Na'Vi is a team that is looting Minas. Like they're fine. They are on the East side. They should be having a kind of a good home turf circle. Some of these circles we've seen, some of their games are great. Also in women's bracket, we saw them pop off. Also because some of these circles, of course, here Howl on your screen. They are currently 13th. They're a little bit down there. Still, you know, like 19 points ahead of Third Eye and the rest of the Americas teams down there. But yeah, they're still in that kind of big mid-pack. With one good game, they're going to be able to jump into things. Day Trade here also a team to be reckoned with for sure. They have they've been able to show what they're capable of, and I'm happy to see them stepping up compared to what we saw in the group stage here now in the top 10. And again, one of the teams with one good game, you're straight into the top 8, top 6 even.
Absolutely. And I want to touch back on Howl for just a second. They're a team that I don't think there was a lot of expectations for when they came here. They are performing well. They did a great job in the brackets previously. And I think no matter how this goes for them, if they can get into the top 10, they get to walk away with their head held high. They get to really represent their fans and their brand. And I'm excited to see if they can continue to do that.
Yeah. Shoot to kill. Let me scroll down here. 38 now.
Why'd you have to say that? It's just mean. I don't want to talk
talked
about
to the
it.
boys and I asked, how's your mental going right now? And they're like, yeah, not too good. 6 points yesterday. It's not optimal. And of course, I'm hoping, I love the guys. And obviously they did super well in PGS1. They were dominating. They were destroying. And again, they are in the grand final.
I mean, you want to talk about a team that was destroying before they got here. They destroyed in the early stages of this event. I don't know what's going on. I mean, the circles on Miramar have been on the East. Like, things should be in their favor, but they haven't been. My big watch is Na'Vi. We just saw them there. That's a team that has been good. They've had great moments. It just seems like if they can get it to stick together just one more time, if they can come out, if they can have a massive game, this could be the chance for Na'Vi. Returning champions, you know they've got the pedigree. If anyone can keep their mental strong as them.
Yeah, and 75 points in one day of winners. That already against the majority of the teams playing here.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if they can do it. With only 5 games left to play, it's time to head to the grassy pastures. It's game 2 of the grand finals.
Game 2, and it's Cameron Davis and Toby here to take you through this game. 17 just won. It was only a 4-kill win, but it was a win nonetheless, and that is going to further extend 17's lead. But for all the teams chasing, if there's something that they can use as a point of motivation, I suppose it would be the fact that neither day in the grand finals has 17 won the day.
Yeah.
They've never had the most points on that individual day, which means that even though they're first right now, there is room for teams to perform better than them, and for the teams that are chasing them in the top 4, top 5 behind them, they could potentially catch up.
Also, it's wild how we've now seen the polar opposite. You have Luminosity on your screens as well. Thank you so much, Observers. A team that stomped their way through the group stage. All of a sudden now, things not going their way. 17 coming into the group stage. We knew there was going to be hot drops to Sonic. Sonics came out victorious. 17 plummets into the losers bracket. Everyone's going, oh, they're definitely the Chinese team we thought were going to make it in. That is not going to make their way into grand finals. All of a sudden, losers bracket comes around. 17 starts playing incredibly well. Petrichor out. New Happy out. I think, honestly, 17 being in that losers bracket might have been the boost they needed in order to go into grand finals. Look Sonics in the eye, go, you dare come 𝗟𝗡𝗗, we'll take the fight to you. And that kind of authority, that kind of momentum they've driven into it from the losers bracket is what they're living off of now.
And they have all the momentum in the world.
Yes, they do.
And, you know, if you're unaware, momentum in a Battle Royale specifically is a lot more about confidence and just knowing you can take those peaks without getting punished. And, you know, when it comes to the actual points on the leaderboard, knowing that you have a bit of a buffer to take the peaks. And even if you do get punished, it's not going to be the end of the world. Whereas if you're a team that's at the bottom that just hits a brick wall after brick wall after brick wall, it's like anti-momentum, where you're just constantly struggling, nothing is working for you, and you lack the confidence to make those plays, which could lose you valuable seconds of doing what you need to do. That first circle is going to be a hard northeast circle.
I was just looking at the map for Third Eye, like, Who are they jumping on now? But it seems like they were just jumping in a car. So not too dangerous. Imagine, Elliot.
Third Eye, they've griefed Luminosity before.
They're going for Luminosity now as well. I don't know if they have any vehicles. They don't. Oh, they do have cars, but they don't have weapons. Richie finds one, finds two. NA on NA action commences once more. And if things could not get any more... I can't even find the word for it. If things couldn't get worse, let's just say that. For Luminosity right now, if their mental could not be tested to a worse extent, I'm worried for Third Eye when PAS2 comes around, because Luminosity are going to be on their heels that entire tournament.
At the very least, it shows that Third Eye's sort of trolly, griefy maneuvers are not... They're not biased towards everyone who's not in their region. They got three of Luminosity on the rotate. The problem is, that's not the first time that's happened to Luminosity. The fact that they fall into that, I don't even want to call it a trap, but they just get wounded by it yet again. Talking about anti-momentum. Nothing is working for Luminosity here at these Grand Finals.
And the interesting thing is, I was looking at it on the map as it unfolded. They all jumped in the exact same combo. Let's take a replay, though, real quick before we break that further down.
Yes, nice. The replay of Na'Vi getting absolutely decimated here by 𝗟𝗓. Once again, it was a very, very surprise maneuver this early in the game, especially with the threat of all the high ground teams third partying. You actually see 𝗟𝗓 start to take some shots a bit later into this strike by 𝗟𝗓. It was actually that, if you recall, phase 2 shifting away, which gave 𝗟𝗓 even more room to commit.
One thing that makes that play even more amazing, and it didn't happen on screen, is because they were in and around Impala. They had the hillside. There's one position from where, if there's a player there, that play cannot happen. You cannot make that push into the open. But 𝗟𝗓 were the team in control of the same hill that would counter them. Therefore, they knew there's no one up there. We can make that play happen. Smart understanding of the situation by 𝗟𝗓.
And I think when they went for that play, they didn't expect to have the opportunity for the full wipe that they did.
Yeah.
But again, even if it's only going for 1 or 2 points, it's those little things, those small things, they end up adding up. If the circle did remain on that east side, with 𝗟𝗓 only getting 1 or 2 kills onto Na'Vi, that could have been more than enough to alleviate pressure from that Na'Vi position and allow 𝗟𝗓 even more control of that area.
Now, while we are seeing the vehicles rotate on through here, just to quickly touch on it, to make the point that I was making before, Third Eye all landed on the same one building. Jumped into the same one car. They were running around the vehicle for a couple of seconds, waiting to hear the cars from Luminosity on the hills to the east. When they heard them, they all jumped into the car, drove straight east, cornered them off. So that was a very deliberate gatekeep on Luminosity, which, as you said, Cam, they've done it before. It worked for them then. This is what I like to see from any global team. Try and set up camps like that, because those are the freest points you're going to get in a global tournament. And free points in a global PUBG tournament, whew, they're the best points you can get.
At the very least, though, Third Eye, they're still in 14th place, so they're picking up kills here and there, coming in from the blue, catching teams off guard. But I don't know how much higher they're going to be able to put themselves on the leaderboard if they don't go for full game-controlling, game-winning plays. The next level up for that team would be able to figure out how to you jump from early game shenanigans into late game prowess.
That is definitely.
And I don't know if there's an answer to that. Very rarely do you see that playstyle lead to world-beating, tournament-winning.
There's a lot to break down in that conversation, which we won't have time to now, but it's safe to say that playing a good early game in a global stage and coming out victorious in end games are two very, very different things and requires two very different levels of expertise as well.
Howell now rotating in, as we just saw, finding a nice little position below Gen G. We've seen those spots become really easy targets for grenades in the past. Unsure if Gen G would be one of the teams to, jump on that opportunity as much as, say, Twisted Minds previously. Now, of course, other teams also moving in. Na'Vi. We're still waiting on Ascend that are very far on to Primorsk, and then, of course, Sonics at Fairy Pier, Day Trade, 𝗟𝗓. Those teams still need to come on into the zone. And we haven't really talked about, with this zone being so far northeast, but everyone currently playing below 𝗟𝗓, there's not that much space remaining because of the water. Exactly. But what does remain, you got to drive through other teams to get there. So the teams that are still outside of the zone, which are, at the moment are 4 of them, it's might be a hard little push. That might be why they're taking their time making their way over.
Exactly, but they know that whatever is prime real estate is already gone, so whether we tank blue and use 1 first aid, might as well just find that extra first aid and just spare a little bit of ammo, we should be all right. The only potential entry point to the circle would be up where 𝗟𝗓 is now, but once they see that the compound they're around now is free, I would not be surprised to see them just opt to stick around. So as you said, correctly so, north, Very free, but practically unreachable.
It's not unreachable, but it's definitely dangerous to get there.
It's suicidally reachable. If you like running the risk, if you like rolling the dice, then by all means go for it.
Okay, Third Eye approaching where Na'Vi had just set up shop. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 now heard the vehicles from example, so if they didn't know that Na'Vi were there, they certainly do now. And with Vox in tow, they seem to be more than willing to see if they can't catch Na'Vi off guard.
I mean, Third Eye just here to make enemies today. It's insane. They're just pulling up on everything they can find. And you know what? I'm all for it. I'm all for it. If you're not going to win the tournament anyway, might as well see how much you can gain from one of these positions, because there's a pretty big guarantee that the opponents around here won't be expecting this happening.
Couple of shots coming out. Not entirely sure who is the one firing those bullets. 𝗟𝗔𝗡, there is a wounded member. There's a wounded member of 𝗟𝗔𝗡 here trying to follow up how that grenade doesn't quite land over that wall very close, but the Mad is going to find a great angle. Help by Foxy, though. That's going to be shut down by Taemin.
Matt had a chance to shoot initially, didn't go for it. That allows for Foxy to spot him, and now here comes Schofield over the top. Nice off angle by Ruin. Schofield, Ruin finds one apiece, and the rest of the 𝗟𝗔𝗡 players not in a position to assist. PO now coming in from one side, DG on the other. There's one knock onto Howl, but not a whole lot more they can do from this. And now Third Eye, well, here they are, wreaking havoc to many more teams.
Double-digit teams fighting with single-digit teams. And so far, the double digits are coming out on top. Example, another knock from the side of Third Eye. 𝗟𝗏 and Mel, the only ones for Na'Vi left standing, trying somehow to save their position here. Example is not going to get revived. Third Eye rotating up and taking Heaven part of Heaven and Hell. And it looks like Na'Vi just trying to get out of here. Alia also has to be left behind. Last two remaining in a vehicle, sending it on in. 4 AM, I'm sure, put a little bit of extra pressure onto that spot, as well as that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 fight. So 4 AM, with their split on the east side of Yasnaya, they're getting some good third-party action.
Yep, they got the entire field under control and should be able to see Na'Vi make their way on through in just a moment's time. DG, oh, nice nade lobbed on over, will find the first. We did see Pio go down before, so DG is all on his own, trying to now rag up as many points as he can before his eventual downfall will happen.
Ruin checking for it, expecting the flank.
You heard him.
Along this ridge. Skillfield with the utility in play to go for the revive. So no immediate point for DG98 off of his strike. And now that frag grenade coming out looks like it's cooked well. You want a hat, DG? Here's one for you. It's coming in hot.
Wow, what a nade lobbed on over. Of course, 𝗟𝗡 would have heard all of this. So parking the vehicle at enough of a distance that hopefully for them, 𝗟𝗏 did not hear that pull-up. They're slowly creeping their way on forward in the very Korean style of doing these things. Go slow to the fight, but once you get there, make hell.
And once again, 𝗟𝗏, if they're able to find these isolated 4v4s that no big threat of third-party action, they're going to take them and they're going to be really, really strong while doing it. Though it looks like Apocalypse for Howl is, you know, expecting the opportunity. Third Eye, 𝗟𝗏, they are still just wanting to finish. Na'Vi, grenades are coming out. That one backfires. It was cooked so well, but it was put on the wrong table.
Oh, the window bars prove fatal once more as 𝗟𝗏 goes down, and now it's just one left alive for Na'Vi. Melman on his own does find the first one, down to real low HP though, and here comes Richie. He's going to jump on over, he's going to vault on him, he's going to see him in the middle of first aiding, cancels it, gets him down.
At least he's able to get the information and stops the first aid. Now, spotting that the push does not have the timing to come, however, 𝗟𝗏 is trying to hold that angle. And Vox is going for the revive on to Adam. So Richie B, unfortunately, that information is not going to be usable in the next second. That's actually a frag grenade going back over towards Mel.
Yep, here comes the pull up from 4 AM as well. They were the ones to get the flush on 𝗟𝗔𝗡 earlier, so they know that there's a wounded Howl team set in this position. Ruin down to low HP, but 𝗟𝗏 first one to fall.
They're dealing damage where they can't get the knocks, and the Mad is here to put a stop to this from 4 AM.
Yep.
Phase 2, hard shift towards the east. A lot of water, and this coastline is now the active play, which is why 4 AM is going for this maneuver. But with the Howl still holding points, still defending very, very well, suddenly 17 is coming in from that backside, and 4 AM need to figure out which angles do they want to hold from these two separate teams.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot more to claim here. Issue is, as you were saying, 17 backfilling. The 4 AM has to get away from here. Where do you go? Where do you go? You can wrap your way up towards the north, but Danawa has full control of the two only compounds in that direction. So expect 4 AM to not necessarily go down real soon, but take casualties on transition. They are going straight into a position with this rotation coming through.
Oh man, this is, God, these circles, this entire event has been brutal. And for it being the last day of Grand Finals, you would hope that it would at least give a little bit of slack to these teams.
Not gonna happen.
4 AM rolling on up, a little bit of damage, but it's gonna be Soul on the low ground.
What?
Melman! Na'Vi!
If there is a time to make something out of nothing, well, just pull up a Saiga and allow for Third Eye to pull in one by one. Third Eye just got schooled on how not to push a shotgun.
If there was a script for this event, for these individual rounds, it has just been lit on fire with the matchstick because nothing is happening as expected. Good grenade going to come out from Soul to get the knock, and then a follow-up from Anonix puts 2 more down for 4 a.m. It is all on to 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗. Smoke's coming out, gonna try and go for the revive, but I'm surprised that frag didn't do that final point of damage.
This is so well set up by Danawa. They leave this building open. They want opposing teams to take this position because they have the 2 overhead compounds available. Soul was sat behind the wall of the shack on the northern side just waiting. Whenever a team gets here, whispering the trap. They did so here. Nothing 4 a.m. could do to stay alive. Nice setup, nice execution by Danawa.
So the population of this play, the population of this game right now is looking very familiar to the early parts of this tournament. We're already down to 13 teams, 45 alive, and well, the circle, it makes perfect sense why that is the case. At the very least, hopefully this frees up space for more teams to arrive to try and have a better hold here, but now it's Day Trade following up the angle that 4 a.m. just couldn't quite complete. Loki did get knocked. That is going to be an angle no longer utilized for Danawa in the meantime, so this could be the window that Day Trade need to really put their flag down.
And this is an issue for Soul as well, because Twisted Minds are actually pulling up on this knock. They caught this split. They saw there was only 1 on the roof, only 2 in the compound. Salute. Well, there's only so many angles he can peek from that, and hate from Tool is just a little bit short, won't make it all the way in the window.
Now Salute needs to make a decision. Do you hold? Okay, gonna go for the revive.
Perfect molly.
Such a good molly, though. That's not gonna be enough for Danawa. Timing was perfect for Twisted Minds, and that is going to be it for these high ground players. It's all on to Soul and Anonix here. Suddenly in the middle, and now this circle. Hard shift southwest, hard shift southwest. I have no clue what the best play is here for any of these teams.
I mean, for Twisted Minds, they just got blessed off of that split. Again, it requires guts to call the bluff. It requires guts to full speed send it into it, but they saw it. They got the knock they needed to make the play happen, and the execution was flawless. Now, good real estate on the northern side of the circle, but if this one continues shifting south-southwest, we are in for a, I mean, I said last game, I'll say again, we're in for a bloodbath of an endgame because there's going to be practically nothing to play around.
Day Trade going back here into these little World War II bunker positions. Ascend also rotating up into the safe space of the cliff sides of the beach. But it's not going to be safe for long because the blue is going to be closing in and there's not a lot of space.
Exactly. Up towards the north in the meantime, teams have slowly crept their way on in, but we're running out of space with the water playing a factor, with the hillside and Stalber playing a factor too. So 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 and STK close to one another, but we cannot forget about 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 on the northeastern side too.
There's a lot of big teams up here on the north because of the hardship back down towards the south. STK, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, and then of course Twisted Minds and what remains of Danawa right below them. So this is a very, very populated edge of the map. Toasty in the kill feed gets a knock on to Poochills, but 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏, he has been a playmaker for 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗏. Pushing himself forward, spots Vegas in the back, shots do come out, can't get the knock, and now position known, position identified.
Yeah, STK, I think they're just going to chill on this one. They still have the chance to wrap down on the western side if need be. They heard the commotion between Twisted Minds and Danawa. Twisted Minds has no good reason to leave that compound until the very end of the game, or if they get shifted out of. So I think it's smart on STK to sit tight on the high ground position, and if they can, by the presence alone, force 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗏 to take the fight to 𝗟𝗏𝗏, that they can then third party.
Slowly has an arm in play. Just holding my breath, waiting for him to be able to find a headshot with that. Yeah, exactly. And look at 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 here, trying to flank to the north side. The rest of 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 are actually rotating, I think, because of that. I believe 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 spotted 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏's flank. And so he's immediately going up to hold point, but that just means that an angle held by the rest of 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗏, and 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 now knows where 𝗟𝗏𝗏 are relocating, where 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 are repositioning themselves. And 𝗟𝗏𝗏 caught out in the open, unexpected. 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 with the peek, a little bit of damage. Not enough for the knock,
and this is
but it's definitely enough to keep 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 cornered.
This is playing perfectly into the favor of STK as well. If they want to make a play on this, they have a perfect chance to. 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 continuing the push on forward. I like their aggression. They're sitting up, actually forcing 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 to reconsider this engagement. They have Sololsi and Himmers up on the hills behind, but 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 has to make the rayon back because the circle is closing in.
This was great maneuvers by 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏. They've gotten in front of 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏 now have no space in this next zone with the blue coming in, about to hit phase 4. That's when the damage really starts to add on up. They need to pull away from this fight, and I mean, I suppose their only play now is to make a bomb send towards the center, where at the very least the circle does commit to. No more hardships, at least for this next time. And Howl holding center, Day Trade holding center, but it's a lot of open space.
Yeah. I mean, this fight will have to come to an end one way or another. 𝗟𝗋, unless if they can somehow wrap around, but that's just most likely going to take them down anyway. Sonics as well, on our screens down on the southern side, have to make their way on in, but back to 𝗟𝗋 we go as they need to find a way to make landfall. They still have 3 or 4 players up alive, and I think their best approach here is 𝗟𝗋. Do they know? Did they catch in the kill feed that they were fighting in these compounds? They wouldn't have heard the shots, so it would be one hell of a gamble to go for this position.
Onyx trying to jump peek out of that window. He's got a couple of frag grenades, and with 𝗟𝗓 pulling up, I think he's going to be preparing one of those. 10 seconds left before Phase 4 begins to close, and so the teams that have yet to make their way into the zone, which there are a lot of them, they're going to have to start moving now. 𝗟𝗋 continue to push forward. They avoid 𝗟𝗋, but it's now ghibli that are holding the line, holding the point, and they're in a split, but they're not holding it immediately. Yeah. Backup from ghibli is arriving.
Nice angle on the approach here from 𝗟𝗋. They call the bluff. They see the split from ghibli. There's nothing that 𝗟𝗋 and Heaven can do to assist from the other side because of where 𝗟𝗋 approaches from. So at least now they've made landfall, but can they stay alive?
It's a great trade at the very least. They can't get Yumi picked back up, but 7-7 has been knocked, which means 𝗟𝗋, if they want to go get the revive, they need to commit to the hold now. Heaven with a great angle. That's 2 knocked. And he has a grenade. He knows exactly where 𝗟𝗋 is. The grenade goes a bit too far, but the second one is perfect.
Huge that ghibli makes the play on over, but look at who pulled up behind them. All of Ascend is coming up to the building they were splitting out of, and all of a sudden now ghibli, caught in the crossroads between 2 teams. They have to approach on this. They have to push. And Heaven, sole player to try and make a play on this building now.
Grenades lobbed back and forth between 𝗟𝗋 and Glaz. And 𝗟𝗋 is going to reign supreme in that one, and potentially timing to go for a revive. Heaven with a grenade, more frags at the ready. There are a lot of windows to bank them through. He takes a bit of damage in return and going to try and confirm that kill. 𝗟𝗋 with the underhand. This one also, again, does not bank far enough, but he has the peak. That's ghibli eliminated in 13th place.
Foothold in the circle, huge for 𝗟𝗋. Nice reaction from Ascend as well to make the aggressive play on up. And we said it here, maybe 𝗟𝗋 was going to make a play on this. Didn't happen. 𝗟𝗋 though does set up the push. 4v2 in favor of 𝗟𝗋. Let's see who comes out victorious.
Solan and Onyx holding the back angle, and Hisaki is going to go down. That is a great pick for Onyx here to at least lighten the load. Yeah. It's still a 3 versus 2, and Onyx needs to take some time to heal on up. The frag grenades are not landing where they need to, and Sol is holding point. A good Molotov to deny the push, while we also watch Ascend discharging dead ahead on the day trade.
I don't think Ascend was expecting there to be a full team on this side of the circle, but look at the amount of damage coming through with the utility sent up by Ascend. 𝗟𝗋 able to find the first, but so much damage done to the remaining day trade players. One more nade should be able to do it, and that's going to be Mika. Finding the second. Chris now pulls on up with the M24 in hand. Can't find the first one. Spotted from Ruin from afar.
That's suddenly a lot of damage coming out from the Sonics. They thought they had this, but now they are as wounded as Day Trade are. 𝗟𝗋 are eliminated, as you can see. The circle is going to hard shift towards the east, so that means that this position that Ascend are trying to push is so valuable, but very few people are inside. They still need to fight each other to make their way into this next zone.
I like the commit from Ascent, but they committed to it before all the players were there ready to assist. They lose one because of it. Now they might end up losing more. We hop over to 17 as well as the new circle shifts towards the east. They have to make an aggressive play, and that play is going to be towards Sonics.
There's so much fighting in the kill feed. We're not going to be able to follow along with all of it, but how does Brex get inside the bunker? 𝗟𝗋 has the opportunity to heal on up, and 𝗟𝗋 is on one of his next knocks. Not the first one, so he's going to be bleeding out pretty fast. SDK versus Howl. Alo is down. Vegas with the continuation of the damage onto Howl. Ascender eliminated, and the revive is going to be coming on through. It is all happening at once, again, because there is no space.
Huge stand being set up here from both SDK and from Day Trade. Really impressive that they're able to fend off against the opposition in that situation there. Sonics now forced to make the wrap around, playing a vehicle and a rock for cover. Not exactly going to be easy, that nade. Tons of damage coming through.
Flood, last one up for Luminosity, is able to at least deal some damage, but goes out before any placement points can be gathered. So that is another 0-point game for Luminosity. Twisted Mind trying to answer back against 𝗟𝗋. They took some damage from that grenade, but no knock, and now in the blue, so 𝗟𝗋 is going to go out.
Now, Na'Vi lost 3 players very early on in this match. 𝗟𝗋 is still running around in the blue, trying to eat first aids. It's rather impressive because now, well, at least for something, he's made points his way. He got 3 kills on Third Eye early. Now we'll see this push coming through.
Belmoth frags at the ready. Unsure how many more he has left, but now his position has been recognized. Mime with the shots, Mime with the angles, and Belmoth is making him work for it. Cannot get that last point of damage, but the grenade is there from 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, and now Mime can get revived. But 17, they're going to be following up. It is the most obvious play known to man, but they're stopping short.
Yep, I like the idea of them not over-aggressing, because look at the open field that have to cross through. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 able to find the first one as 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 falls. They want to get the rest up to take as well, but not going to happen. Belmoth gets the confirm.
The domino effect of Mime going down to Belmoth is absolutely huge here for the Sonics. At least one of them is going to be revived.
The rest will come through, but look at this Meltman. Still running around in the blue. He still has 4 first aids. I'm curious to see how many he had, but he did have the entirety of Third Eye Salute. So there probably was quite a few first aids. You can see 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗.
Spotted.
Still not seen, not gonna matter. Na'Vi falls in 6, but again, salvage where you can, and that is exactly what Mel did.
Mel did more than enough for Na'Vi here.
Oh yeah.
Still only sitting in 6th place right now, and it sucks when there are 17 and Sonics ahead of you, still in this round with so few games left to play, but it is something. Circle's gonna shift away from 17 at least, hard shift up to the northwest, and SDK with the hard cover that they have, as you know, being on edge as it is something to play out of. But there's, again, open area. Dead center of the zone is virtually open. A few teams with some high ground spots, but they're not going to remain.
It's wild how so much fighting unfolded in this game. For all these 5 teams alive now, the team with the most kills has 4. And that's 𝗟𝗓𝗋. Goes to show everyone who's been fighting early took casualties in doing so because of the way the battles went down. 𝗟𝗓𝗋 finds the first. At least that gives him the info across that 17 is approaching.
Not just the info, it's also the timing damage towards 17. They're going to have to go and you know, take some time, take some resources to get the revive, and the blue is going to start coming in anytime soon. More grenades come on out, and now with SDK also with the line of sight on the 17, it's going to be a hard push for them to make any more headway into this phase. Revive is coming through, and there are a few vehicles, but that is the last option that they want to use.
I'm looking at the terrain and thinking, is there a way for 17 to wrap all that way south around? I don't think they can. I don't think they'll be able to make that play without going into the lines of sight of Sonics. But now, speaking of lines of sight, Vegas gonna see the entirety of Twisted Minds in just a second, trying to make their way down this hill in the US.
17 now on the push towards the Sonics is the best option for them to do so. And what a good grenade. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 with the follow-up knock onto 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 too. It is all down to Mime. 1 versus 4 in the blink of an eye.
That is a 100-meter spray as well. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 was the furthest back player able to take him out, and just like that, Sonics in trouble. Mime trying to fend off here against 17. They want the win, and they want it early.
SDK are pushing out of their compound. They're going to want to at least capitalize on 17 being damaged or at least out of position. Once they take care of Mime, Mime is spotted. They're out in 4th place. But how much damage can now SDK do? Because 17 have all 4 members up. In fact, all 3 teams have all 4 members up.
Again, goes to show it's some of the teams that haven't had to fight all that much up close this game that are now finding late game presence. SDK the ones to really have to battle the hardest to secure their spot when they went up against Howl earlier here in this match. But 17, I mean, they came in hungry today. Sometimes you see the team up at the top crumple on the final day, but 17 winning game number 1, now guaranteed top 3 as well. Huge performance right off the get-go here in the final day of PGS 1.
𝗟𝗓𝗋 trying to find an entry headshot there with the bolt action. Not the most often used weapon here, but man, can it be useful if it does get that knock.
Waiting for the next shift. There's still 2 more of them to go. I mean, we lost that, you said earlier into it. It was pretty much a group stage game with how many teams went down in the beginning of this match. So it is going to slow down a bit. There's plenty of open terrain for these teams to utilize. So now it's about the big brain plays. How do we outmaneuver our opponents?
At the moment, until we see the shift, SDK have a really good spot because they have Penta and 𝗟𝗏, as you can see on your screen, on that high side flank. That is going to actually be the most damage potentially onto Twisted Minds, but they're currently paying attention to 17. It's going to be Perfectix with that first knock and trying to go for the confirm. Logo's taken very low as well. The circle is going to center up, dead center. No one is incited, and the fact that 17 have taken these wounds is really, really bad for them, and it's trades across the board, though. SDK can't even deal damage to Twisted Minds without 𝗟𝗏 going down.
Knocks across the board for everyone. 𝗟𝗏𝗗𝗏 should be able to get back on his feet. They have 1 car for cover, but look at the dark smoke coming out of it. Yet US is going to be alive for, I think, 3 or 4 more bullets. They have to get down the hill. I mean, it's
all 3 teams do.
Exactly.
All 3 teams need to get down the hill. And they're just going to be shooting at each other while they're at it. They're going to have to go basically 1 at a time with people trying to give a lot of covering fire. And I think if someone is able to find that first position and able to hold that position, Maybe they can anchor off of it. 17, their only option is to go now. They're going to stop here in the dip temporarily and then continue to make the move on foot, potentially. The line of sight is not the best. 𝗟𝗚 trying to do even more damage, but 17 on the prone. They're alive for now.
Issue is they're prone behind the car, but they're not inside the next circle. They have gotten closer, though, than they were before. So STK, the next team on the button, has to make a play happen. Vegas first one to cross.
It's actually Kurt who's made his way across the road, but Vegas is eyeing up this position by 17. Smoke wall does come out. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is staying behind just in case disaster strikes, but the rest of the vehicle is sending it in, and they're able to find the tree and another blown up car. So that's a point of cover for 17. Ooh. But Vegas, the angle strikes.
Oh, he wishes he had an 8 right now. That molly wouldn't be doing enough for him even if he wanted to throw it. And now here comes the team. He's suppressed as hard as he could. He's tried to not allow for them to shoot back for as long as he possibly could, allowing Penta to cross at least. But Purdy and 𝗟𝗚 are still stuck on the other side.
Again, STK in a 2-2 split. Some of them are in the zone, some of them aren't. But this is a great follow-up to answer to 17. And Twisted Minds now, you can see in the minimap, they are trying to push on forward. Grenades not landing from shoot to kill, but 𝗟𝗚 does. Spyro is down. Twisted Minds still not healthy. Grenade does not land. Little Ghost, 𝗟𝗚 trying to stay alive. Happy feet, dancing out in the field.
Dodge and weave as best as you can to try and stay put and allow for these two other teams to fight one another. There's no guaranteed third-party option for anyone here. It's a free-fall. Everyone trying to damage one another.
It's all about landing your shots. And now Vegas and Penta in a vehicle again. They're not going down to the low ground. They're going to go back up with the rest of the team, and they have the best piece of high ground remaining. It's not great, but it's better than any other team. Kurt's shot's not landing, but Little Ghost is there to follow on up. But 𝗟𝗚 is confirmed down.
No matter where you sit here, if you're kind of hidden from one angle, you will be exposed to the other. A proper Mexican standoff here, as all these three teams want to bring home the second match of the final day here.
Grenade not quite banking in the right angle. More smokes do come out from Twisted Minds, but look at the follow-up vehicle maneuver from STK. Vegas with another knock on Spyro. A follow-up grenade from Kurt.
Huge. STK hasn't had to use a whole lot of utility early, so they have it now. Now the pushes are coming through, and now the flashes are coming through. They need to make this play. Lou down to low HP.
The mollies aren't hitting, but Purdy has the space. He is pushing on forward. The flash, he gets flashed by his own teammate. And 17 might have the angle, but Penta has a better one.
1 down, 2 down. As I say, the perfect finds Pert in all of this, and you have to expect 17 to push off of it.
Look at the angles that 17 now have on STK. That strike from STK just didn't happen fast enough, but Vegas is still there on the far side, anchoring for the team. Kurt can maybe get revived here, and that'll give them the man advantage.
17 needs the opening, though, because they are not inside the next circle. They need to find a Hail Mary knock. 𝗟𝗚 with the bolt in hand. If you can land one here, that could be the entry for your team. 𝗟𝗡 is right on the cusp of the circle and has maybe just now made landfall.
It's Vegas to make the play for STK right now. Needs to play his life. Wants to wait for S17 to be focused so hard on the rest of the team. But now he strikes. Can't quite get the spray. He hasn't been knocked again, but that is a grenade on Little Ghost with Vegas' name written all over it.
Even if it goes a bit far, it should be enough to get him. As I say that, no damage done. Just a centimeter off, and Vegas off of that, able to get the first hit off.
Just barely, but Vegas is alive, and his presence alone is keeping 17 hiding in the corner. 𝗟𝗚 down, Little goes down, it's all on to 𝗟𝗡. He's able to knock Vegas, but 3 still up for STK, and they take the win in the end. 9 kills, STK survive.
Huge game for STK, the team with arguably the worst position in that push on in, but able to bring it home. It didn't look good for them, but that is a lot of points scrapped in a very dire moment of this tournament.
All those 3 teams at the end, just trades onto revives, and they trade again, and they move, and they find the angle. And let's find another angle back onto the desk as we go there, setting up game number 3 of the day.
It's 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗 as they come away with the chicken dinner in our second game of the last day of Grand Finals here at PGS 1. SDK gets the win, but 17, who seems to just be lengthening that lead, comes away with second.
Yeah, they had some really good pull-ups, especially the one on Sonics. They're like, okay, they're fighting now, it's time to strike, and then they got some good nades in too. Yeah, 17 is looking really strong. Somebody has to stop them a little, otherwise we're going to have to crown our champion like with the 3 games to go.
I kind of hoped SDK would maybe stop them on that crash. Then we had Melman sneaking up behind him, and somehow they just found him in that grass right before he was ready to engage.
He had 4 first aids left soul. He was going to be fine.
He was.
He could still get in, just creeping in slowly. He also had something like 7 crates in that compound. He managed to also clutch against Third Eye. That's pretty impressive. Melman got the 4 kills there, so a little bit of points for a salvage mission. He also had that many first aids because of that fight for so long that he was able to get into the placement point. So a little bit of a salvage mission for him that was successful.
Yep, but the big success comes for 17 Gaming as they get second. They continue to expand that lead. SDK does get a chicken dinner, so we will give those accolades well-deserved, but it's going to be a tough climb for them to really get back into sort of the money increase on the top half of the board.
It has to be a, I feel like even a back-to-back at this point here, it's going to be rough. But still, they're saving face. They're also winning some they're coming in and they're like, all right, we're going to get it done. We're going to get some kills also. 19 points here is going to be fantastic for them. 9 kills, 7 though, and second place for 17. That is, it's a lot of points that they're continuing to get every single game. And the boys chasing Sonics and all the other teams, they're just not ahead of them at this point.
Sonics trying their best. I think they pulled in a second on that one. SDK though, 2 games in a row where they end in the top 4, so that is at least something to take away. They said come in. I saw on Twitter, Purdy tweeted out it was a rough start, and I saw the other ending guy, Sharpshot, coming in and saying, hey man, just do your best, go out there and, and show what you can do.
Beautiful.
Navi fight.
Third Eye. Millman with the Saiga just like tick, 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 get it in.
Third Eye is just making it.
This one here, and then Shavu just 6th sends him. He still had 3 first aids when he was popping the third, I believe. And that nade from Lil Ghost and Shavu opening it up on Sonics. There's no way they're going to be able to defend that there. So super well executed by 17. And yeah, this fight here at this point, and you were talking about maybe like shoot to kill, they should have pushed out and kind of closed it out a little bit earlier, but they managed to. This one here though for Lou, the boys from Twisted Minds, they were in a fantastic spot to be able to put some pressure on to 17. Shoot to kill, they played it perfectly here. Like they could maybe have pawned Twisted Minds around a little bit, like chest matched them a little bit harder, but they ended up being 4 guys live. They didn't need to, and they held on there. And Vegas with their super off angle really opened it up. That was good for.
I'll tell you what, that's why you add Vegas to the team. So SDK made the push on Twisted Minds, and you kind of watched it, and I thought, oh man, they might lose 1 or 2 in this. They only got Purdy knocked. They were able to pick him back up. Vegas goes off into that crazy flank, and he missed the first barrel spray, but was able to sort of duck 2 grenades, get healed back up, and then make that clutch move that got him those 4 kills and that big damage count, and ultimately SDK the chicken dinner.
Yeah, beautiful here. 50% increase in total points from 38, plus the 19 from this one here. That is.
Why you gotta say it like that?
I mean, it's a huge game for them, right?
Yes, it was.
Yesterday they had an insanely hard, rough game in general. I think it was 6 points in total they had yesterday, right? So it was a rough one here. So we have to point out now a 4th place and now a win. So it could be climbing into the top 8 if they continue this style here.
Yeah, it would be nice to see. We see Vegas comes away with a big damage count, good knockouts. And it was a big impact play from him on that flank. Look at the team summary, see if anything's changed up. 17 does have that survival time. It seems like that's what they're playing for today, is to make sure they just continue to protect that points lead. But they're still the #1 team is putting kills on those boards.
If you're able to hold on to 3 or 4 players for that long, it's inevitable for anyone else to, like, you're going to have the bodies to throw at the fight. You're going to have these kills that you're going to be able to get into the late game. And then of course, the match leaderboard here. Then 19 points. We're talking about 2 more teams on double digits, 17 on 13 and Twisted Minds on 11. But also, Sonics and Navi getting 6 there. They're kind of holding on a little bit to it. 17 is only adding 7 points on top of them.
They're only adding 7 points. The problem is that they're so far ahead. I think when we go to the match, the overall leaderboard here in a second, there is going to be that climb is going to get tough. We're 2 games into the last day. We had 6 to play today. Not a lot of time to make those games.
Oh my God, they're
17 goes to 126. The Sonics and ghibli, Ascend, Cerberus, they're all so tight together right now, but it really does come down to whoever's going to catch them has to get a win, and they've got to do it big at this point to get to 17.
I mean, 17 is 2 bad games at this point for everyone else to catch up. Or like we're talking like a double-digit mega win from either Sonic, Skipley, or Sen. It's close though.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're looking at 2nd all the way down to 6th, though, it's super interesting. Like we're within 10 points. It's super close, right? It's fantastic. But 17 is running away with it, making it non-interesting for who's going to win. All right, let's just crown 17. If they're winning another game, if they're getting another like top 4 with 10 kills. It's going to be like, all right, guys, here we are with 2 games to go, but congrats 17 Gaming with a win if they're this strong, of course.
I'll tell you what, we don't know who Third Eye is going to maim next. They went after Na'Vi, they went after Twisted Minds. Both of them had a little bit of a tough go there. Maybe this time they go after one of the top teams. We'll see what happens in the next match. It wasn't explosive. We know the next game is going to be explosive no matter what happens. We're going to be back after the break with even more action live from PGS1, co-hosted by Crafted and VSPO. Don't go anywhere. Both teams are landing right in the warehouse. Fire with the shotgun.
Gets this animation cancelled as well to get the gun up quickly. One seen, one taken down. Spiro, that was Ada with the AK in hand, reloaded, but able to take him down. More shotgun is in play as Spatula finds the second as well. Pentagram folded in seconds, and there they go!
As the big ones, and now FaZe are trying to get involved. They're swinging on in. This was a hardship for the Northwest, so having a big send towards the middle might not be that big of a surprise. They don't seem to be going so far, but up the steps. Fox doesn't check the right angle. It's all under. Risky B has to go for something big. Does not succeed.
3 players go down. They know that New Epi's fighting STK. This is great recognition. But they weren't ready for Hikari's position at the tree. They're out on the road. Hikari finds the perfect time to strike. Takes 2 down. Grenade in hand here for Soul. But he's nowhere near this. He can't get a grenade there. Now he's out in the open. What a spray from Hikari! Only saw 1 or 2 more smokes in his hand there, so that's not far enough to cross that field. Leo, though, spotted Linshu just barely, and the repeat is going to get the knock through the smoke. Now he sees 2 by the rock. That's information. That should be everything GEX needs to get the job done. Long skirt knocked as well. Leo, only 1 more player to go here. 7-7 wraps to the back.
Don't even need to get the revive on Xenon. They already have the man advantage here, but look at Savior pushing on in with a grenade, trying to confirm every single person that they can. 7-7, last one up. What can he do? 1 versus 3. His position has been compromised.
Here comes Yuri looking to finish the job. 7-7 though, able to at least find the knock. Leo trying to get there to prevent the point.
Claimed high ground in an area that they had no rights to claim whatsoever.
Aldana was going to get backstabbed here by the AWM. Yeah, that's the easiest AWM shot of your life. He's going to be able to flush kick there. Heaven, though, I'm not sure if you can get to that res before Petrichor Road decides to lock the grenades in and finish the job.
We all know how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out, though, and that's going to be a warning. Perhaps out the window. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP. But this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window, because the shotgun comes through the chest, but the nade finds the second as well, too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement is might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's going to push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on 𝗟𝗓𝗗. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's going to throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got a first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect, they're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again, but Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Rune. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, 𝗟𝗚 able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
𝗟𝗚 as well, so they are not down just yet, but 𝗟𝗚 is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man. Able to stay alive. Penta, though, taking down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Avenger, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
The clock is ticking here at PGS1. Only 4 more games to go. And right now, 17 Gaming firmly in the driver's seat as we head into these final moments of the tournament. Paper Thin coming out of the cast here with Cammy D for the next couple of games. And all eyes certainly on 17 Gaming going forward.
It's almost a 30-point lead. And with 4 rounds remaining, it's not impossible to climb. It's, in fact, very reasonable to climb that number of points. Problem is, 17 are still making it to every single endgame. Even if they don't win, they're getting a good number of points every single time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and now, you know, if anybody's going to catch them, you got to start thinking about trying to hamstring them somehow if you're some of these other teams are looking for moments where you could try to third-party them. But the way they're playing is so safe, so cautious in the early game.
Yep. Heading back to Miramar, though, things might change up a little bit here. We've seen a lot of... I mean, do we even call them weird anymore? They just seem kind of par for the course at this point.
Well, that Los Leones circle, I've seen that happen once before, so I kind of was sitting there in the back room, and I'm like, this could actually shift back to Los Leones, and it did. And I was like, well, yeah, it's not the most likely result, but it can happen. But we'll see if we get another crazy one here on Miramar.
They trade right now in front of our screens. They're one of the teams that needed to have a really good climb, and they started off game 1 really good, really solid. Game 2, not really the case. But again, when you're looking at how these zones have been playing out, you can't really blame these teams, can you? They're just so out in the open. Okay, you can blame Third Eye. You can blame Third Eye for a lot of things. You can blame Third Eye for a lot of things, for ruining and griefing a lot of other teams' approaches. Not even just Luminosity, but every single time they're just looking for opportunities to just ruin another team's games. And so far, it hasn't really given them a lot except for a few scattered points. And I suppose there's a conversation on whether that's, you know, like positive or negative impact on the gameplay as a whole, but at the very least, it is making teams just have constantly looking over their shoulder. Until they see Third Eye in the kill feed and it's not around them, they gotta have someone watching their back.
Yeah, I mean, they have definitely chosen violence. It just is, it's the most W key, like, PUBG I've ever seen, where they just are fight. They're gonna take every position, they don't give a crap who's there, and they are just gonna make plays for it. It is absolutely insane to watch the way they start as we get the light show going here on stage, as we get ready to go into the last 4. This is gonna do it, guys. We are getting into Miramar now. It is time to kick off game number 3 of the day here at PGS 1. Buckle up, folks. There's still plenty of action coming at you.
Plenty of action, and with that 29-point lead that 17 have, there are, let me do a quick little countdown here, 4 teams that are so close behind. Sonic's Ghibli, 97, Ascend Cerberus, 95. So, like, again, it's gonna have to be a level of effort to upset 17 at this point, but there are a good number of teams that all have the same opportunity to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought coming into today that, you know, if some of those lower tier teams, so to speak, at the current standings, would have pop-off days, they could maybe leapfrog. Now that's out of the question. Now it has to be some of those teams that are sitting around 90-ish or more points.
Yeah.
Those are really the only ones who have a shot.
Really. I mean, you can't count any of these teams out. Even Na'Vi in 6th place with 89 points. Perhaps Twisted Minds in 7th with 81. If they go, they throw everything at the wall for these last 4 rounds, but it needs to be all 4 rounds. But if they do that, maybe we can put another team into the mix. But the way that things are going and the lack of consistency, at the very least today, if not this entire grand finals, for every team that is not 17 gaming, I'm gonna have to wait until I see it happen before I, you know, take a guess in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like 2 chicken dinners are required now to catch up to 17. I mean, that's just
that way, yeah.
The way they're playing, the fact that they're that many points ahead. That's just the standings, the way you look at them, and that's about the best math I can come up with if you want to catch them.
It might not be the most perfect math, but it's pretty close. It's a nice little, it's definitely something that the teams are going to be all focused on. And should be their goal now is not just picking up a couple of scattered points, but doing what you can to go for the win. This could push some teams that are into some Hail Mary plays, but of course they're going east again. Of course we're going east yet again, centering around that field. Luminosity home turf, Howl home turf, Sonic's home turf. I mean, whether it hard shifts away, which direction is going to hard shift away still remains to be seen, but we've seen this area quite a few number of times.
Yep, well, it is kind of par for the course now, but you know what I was going to say. I see one team drifting in the direction of 17 here, and it is Oldless. These guys, I mean, look, 17, or excuse me, Third Eye, they don't care who it is. They just go at you. There is just no stop. I mean, it doesn't matter what team they run into. It's LG, it's Na'Vi. It doesn't matter. They don't care anymore. So this isn't like you know, a targeted thing. This is just the way they're playing.
Oldless reloads his barrel and jumps spotting on that hill to try and see if he can't catch 𝗟𝗔. And there's certainly a possibility here, depending on 𝗟𝗔's own sort of looting path through this building.
He might have seen him through the window in that bottom right-hand corner. I'm not sure, but Oldless taking his time here, double-checking all these corners, making sure that 𝗟𝗔 is not around, but I am fairly certain he saw him in that house.
Yeah, he's going for it. He's definitely going for it. And at the very least, he's balancing, trying to go with speed without giving any information away with the footsteps. And okay, did 𝗟𝗔 spot Oldless
he knows now.
Return? Okay, no.
Certainly saw him come out that door. He's got to be careful with the footstep sounds here. Once you get closer than about 50 meters at full running sprint, it could theoretically be heard. Let's see He's going to keep pushing on this. 𝗟𝗔𝗡, though, continue to make his way a bit more towards the eastern side of things. I think he's just waiting for him to go to the vehicle.
Okay, 𝗟𝗔𝗡. I wondered if 𝗟𝗔𝗡 spotted Oldless. We are going to go to a replay while this continues on out. This is going to be the 1v4. This is what happens if 𝗟𝗏, if you push on 2 man, but then, oh man, of course Oldless gets the knock while we're watching this. Of course it's 𝗟𝗏 on 𝗟𝗏. They just can't get enough of the limelight.
Yeah, well, Oldless trying to get in there to make sure he can finish the job, or at least barricade 𝗟𝗔𝗡 enough that it won't happen. But yeah, Oldless here is going to strike early. Once again, 𝗟𝗏 is aggressive in the early part of the game. Let's see if Oldless can get out of this situation.
Should be able to get out of this for free. Because 17, 𝗟𝗔𝗡's already been finished. There's no way to get the revive. There is no reason for them to go back and take this one singular player out, because they have, again, in the Eastern Circle, a pretty good track to find a central position, a good line there. They're going to have to go with only 3, but just leave, let Oldless just run away with that one. Give 𝗟𝗏 whatever they can get here.
This has been the name of the game for them for the last couple days. It's just non-stop aggression in the early part of the game, and it has gotten them out of last place. I'll say that. But, like you were talking about earlier, it doesn't get you much more than that.
Yeah.
But that is their chosen method to... I mean, I kind of get it yesterday, because you're just trying to play, from behind anyway. You might as well go for as many points as possible. Who knows? Maybe you're able to snowball some of those early kills into, a big chicken dinner.
Yeah. Unlikely, but hey, it's okay. Anyway, we can talk about that at another time. We can sort of go into whether it's a good thing or a bad thing for the game. But right now, Day Trade, other teams, they're just trying to push into the circle, trying to find one of those central positions. Of course, there are a bunch of splits here. Sonics being one of the teams, again, splitting across this open field. This field here, northeast of Los Leones, is really, really good for these wide spreads. And so far, even though we've been here a lot of times, similar areas, none of those splits have really been punished just because of how powerful they are to hold with the lines of sight between the 2 buildings, or whatever positions are being held.
Exactly. Twisted Mind's one of those teams we were talking about earlier that maybe has a chance doing some damage to Na'Vi, but not able to find the knock is 𝗟𝗏. Perfectix now rolling in right next to his teammate as they continue to kind of keep eyes on this 2-2 split that Na'Vi has, but they have the 2-2 split of their own, just kind of jockeying for position. But right now, you've got Spiro and Batulins on the backside to kind of watch to make sure that the backsides of 𝗟𝗏 and Perfectix are clean.
𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏, a big widespread for this team on the northeast as usual. Now 𝗟𝗏 pushing on up. 𝗟𝗏 definitely hearing the vehicles. The question is, does 𝗟𝗏 expect 𝗟𝗏 to be in this position? At the very least, it is a 1v2. So even if 𝗟𝗏 is able to get the knock, likely chance to get the trade before 𝗟𝗏 can get that immediate confirm, the immediate flush there. But now as spread as Tosi and Heaven are, that makes the opportunities here for the 1v1s a lot more likely.
Oh, Tosi's going to show himself, but Tosi's faster. He's ready for it. Gets 𝗟𝗏 down. 𝗟𝗟 putting some shots in. 𝗟𝗏 for now not flushable because of 𝗟𝗟's position and Tosi's health, but we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah. Is he revivable is the more important question. His death might just be long and slow. And I'm looking at a lot of other members of 𝗟𝗏 sort of falling away from this because 𝗟𝗏 have crossed the road. Human and 𝗟𝗏 have crossed over to the opposite side. 𝗟𝗏 is going to be there for the confirm. Grenade also thrown out for good measure as well. So hey, it's a one and done for 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 retreating with the tail between their legs.
Yeah, so some early damage done to some of our top teams in the leaderboard. 𝗟𝗏 and 17 both losing a player early. Mel's going to find Summer at distance, and Na'Vi certainly one of those teams that is in spitting distance of potentially making a run. We've seen it before. We know that, tell you what, if any team in the world can do it, it's Na'Vi.
Absolutely. Ollie is going to go out there with the bike just for the 100% confirm because they need every single point that they can get. Not even stopping to loot, just wants the confirm.
Certainly. That's, he's sitting pretty with utility. He had 8 smokes in there and 1 frag, so absolutely doesn't really feel like he needs to risk it to get any more. 17, though, just going to be vibing here in this warehouse that's out in the middle of the fields. Could be an interesting compound if it ends up there for them, but it can be a little tricky to defend.
𝗟𝗏 right now, a nice little care package picked up for them. I don't know if it's worth losing a player for that, but at the very least, they're able to get something for going down to 3 early on, finding some space to the east of Luminosity, who are once again holding a little bit of a spread themselves. Home turf, it's only a matter of time you would hope for them to really have a good game from this position. But I mean, no excuses. Poor play definitely is one of the reasons why they're currently sitting in 16th place. But maybe I'm biased here, but I feel like they have just been dealt a heavy hand and just thrown curveballs in the most tilting ways imaginable.
Yeah, certainly it just hasn't been their event. I mean, they've definitely had some bad fights, gotten caught off guard. It seems like one thing led, compounded into another for LG here in these grand finals. So a team that we all had high hopes for, not able to get it done this time around, but certainly we'll be seeing them again. I think I have very little doubt that they aren't a top tier team. We saw it early on in this tournament. They can compete with anybody.
Oh, PO knows this. PO is going to be recognizing this, at the very least spotting Ascend rotation. Unsure if he was able to put together the self-knock and the kill feed and then this, but I think with 𝗟𝗗 looping back around, he is definitely going to know now.
I would think PO would normally go for this, but he's holding the trigger so far. Doesn't want to go for Mika, doesn't want to reveal his position. I think he's concerned about across the way. There is Dono over there, we know it on the map, but PO likely senses that someone's going to be on that mountain, could punish him. 𝗟𝗗 tries to spring to action onto 𝗟𝗚. The headshot is going to find 𝗟𝗚, but 𝗟𝗚 almost takes him down. Wow, 𝗟𝗗 just barely wins that.
Oh, he was running right into the grenade. It took a while, but 𝗟𝗚 is down. And STK are going to be looking for the possibility for the revive, I'm sure. Kurt, I think I saw driving in that direction, and now PO once again peeking in towards Ascend's angle. Taking some shots, and at the very least, he's spotted. Forced to back away down to 30 HP.
Well, PO tries to be patient. His helmet pays the price, and he is likely going to be piecing out and looking potentially for another new helmet. I do see this circle. Oh my God.
Of course.
All right.
Oh, man.
Here we go again. Down in this part, it's a hard shift down to the south, and right into the territory of Sonics, SDK, Gen.G, all in the mix.
Gen.G are actually leaving the high ground. I'm shocked. They're trying to go dead center, maybe contest Ascend for the high ground. That's the north side of that road. I actually kind of would have preferred they just stuck on the south side and deal some damage from that position. But a lot of other teams also rotating in very limited choke points. It's either driving through the field that has already been held by Luminosity, Sonics, etc., or coming in through Los Leones. And that long south wrap that they want to do, if any team wants to go from that direction, come up through Puerto Rico, so it's going to be a very, very hard, far one.
Na'Vi barricading the northern entrance from 17. You do have Twisted Minds down to their west as well, but Twisted Minds peeled off momentarily. I'm not sure. They didn't want to get aggressive on this rotation. They wanted to try to play edge. Donovan now going to shift over more in the direction of where we just saw Ascend a moment ago. Tiamba, Gen.G, 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏 here right next to 𝗟𝗏. See what he can do. 𝗟𝗏 seems to be reasonably cautious, or is he just parking the vehicle, or is he trying to get out? Okay, he's trying to get out. It's something, I think.
Oh, this is...
No, he's parking. Oh, I thought he was going to drive out. Oh, this is dangerous for 𝗟𝗏.
It is. 𝗟𝗗's on one angle, 𝗟𝗏 on the other, and the rest of Gen.G is pretty far away. I imagine they're going to have some sort of angle. At the very least, 𝗟𝗏 is going to have this little upper... Okay, well, no, he's not even staying there. He seems to be completely unaware of Tiamba's position. Now he's running out in the open. 𝗟𝗏 not quite with the angle, but the door open. It's going to be an easy fight for 7-7 to win.
Yeah, just a great sneaky play here from 𝗟𝗏. And that's going to claim another point for them and for Tiamba, trying to get back into that top half, trying to change some of that money that's going to come into their hands, of course. Top 8 is where you want to be sitting to get extra money.
Yep, absolutely. Pretty much impossible for Tiamba to try and gun for that top spot. Almost half the points that 17 does. But any extra dollar in their pocket, any extra PGC points is, of course, going to be very, very highly coveted now. 4 AM on the west edge, coming across Twisted Minds, and they're just going to be driving past Spyro. Spyro unchecked, and that's going to be a tire popped out. This is a great option for a spray.
Yeah, he's got a good opportunity, but can't quite make it work with that 2x. Bouncing just a little bit too much. Now he's got Crazy on the off angle and have to try to win a tough fight. The rest of Twisted Minds now looking around, trying to figure out how they can help. Spyro here stuck out on an island, and if any more angles are found, he is done.
Got to run away from the grenade. If 𝗟𝗏 has any more in that same direction, that could be it for Spyro. Lou is trying to give that covering fire from the high ground, but the damage is there. It's doing something chip-wise. And 𝗟𝗏 at the very least is having to back away because of that, but that is 17 third-partying on that high ground onto both of these teams.
Still a ton to play for both of these teams. So absolutely a tense fight. Now Perfectix taking damage from, I believe that was 𝗟𝗓, over from Los Leones proper. So he just got chunked heavy. That takes a momentary respite for him to get the heal back in. 4AM now gonna go for the grenade as the blue approaches. Lou lets loose. I don't think that's gonna get there. Yeah, ooh, it still managed to get some damage around the corner to Spyro.
Circle hard shift for the east. We're going to the coastline, everyone. 𝗟𝗓 are looking really good in this one. So are 𝗟𝗓 and now 4AM. If they weren't considering having to move just yet, now they are. Spyro out in the open. Does get cut down by Crazy, but it is a trade because Batulin is going to drop Xiao Lu. And again, the question is, these two teams are so entangled up against each other, with each other, and they're going to want to move because they're going to be coming in so late the way things stand.
Oh, Richie B from long range, able to steal that kill away from 4AM. Perfectix going to confirm the knock onto Xiao Lu. Now Richie B and the others. Oh, we got 𝗟𝗓 and SDK dusting up in the middle. 𝗟𝗓 in the mix as well. Penta's taken down by Sololzi with a 𝗟𝗓 stepping in today, having some impact. 𝗟𝗓 there almost getting the knock onto Vegas, but it's actually Heaven on the other side of things that's going to do it. Things are really kicking off here. Gen.G out in the open, might lose Foxy.
Everyone's losing everyone. There's no clean, clear path into this. It's such an open field. It might be on a little bit of a slope, but it's a field nonetheless. Very limited cover. And now Howl directed towards 𝗟𝗓's location. And 𝗟𝗓 are on a pretty good split themselves, 2 and 2. So Schofield and remaining teammates finding a little bit of cover there.
Yeah, and Howell's going to have to sacrifice at least one vehicle for that. Yeah, that's not the ideal spot you want to stop in. Xiao Bei out here for 17 Gaming. Batulin's Perfectix now in the blue. 𝗟𝗓 as well, just opting to try to harass everybody on the edge of Los Leones, no matter who it is.
Schofield was knocked. Howl now playing on the opposite side. That grenade bounces well, though. That's going to be Schofield confirmed, 477. The follow-up grenades just can't hit Madden Apocalypse location. They're safe on that angle for now, but I imagine it's only a matter of time for a team on the east or perhaps even the south finds the angle possible, or from what we're seeing right now, the grenades get cooked just enough. The Madden Apocalypse down so very low on HP.
Wow. I mean, one more grenade could have finished the job, but 7-7 opting to keep an extra in the back pocket just in case for future situations. I assume 17 has to make a move, likely going to sit up top of these rocks or on the edge of this next circle, try to wait this out. This has been their MO today. Play it safe, play it cautious, play edge.
They're getting the points. They're sticking up there in first place. So you cannot criticize it just yet. Kurt now surrounded by a couple of different teams, but at the very least, 𝗟𝗓 and 𝗟𝗓 are shooting at each other. And there is Luminosity there on the north side, but back here onto 17, finding an opening knock onto Example. Not in the zone, but it's the points. And it's those little ones that matter. It's going to keep adding up and keep extending this lead.
There's no hope for Example. He is done. The blue is here. No one from Na'Vi is anywhere near him. And that is going to be a point going over to 17 Gaming. And every point they get makes it that much harder for every team behind them to catch up. Mel trying to see if he can do some damage, punish 17 Gaming for taking down their teammate.
It's not a great position, as you can see. Circle's going to center up on this field. While Twisted Minds make a rotate through Sonic's territory and then into a crossfire between Gen.G and Luminosity. And if they don't get cut down here, it's going to be 𝗟𝗓's territory that they're driving immediately into. They are running out of positions to stop at and play at. There are a couple of dips, but how many of them are going to be safe? Lou taken down very, very low, has to hop back in the vehicle, but Haisaki, more grenades into the field.
All right, this one, if it's on point, could be really devastating. No, it comes up short. So for now, Twisted Minds able to avoid the grenade range of 𝗟𝗓. There's a fight brewing between Danawa and 4AM at the bottom right-hand corner. 4AM getting wiped out with their two surviving members from Danawa.
The 𝗟𝗓 are continuing to push onto this, and they are once again dealing the damage. There's a little bit of third-party incoming in from 𝗟𝗓, but it is not enough to deter 𝗟𝗓 from this push. Kickstart also getting involved. Flood also getting involved. Stakers is getting picked up as we speak, so they're going to try and get activated here on this northern edge.
Yeah, certainly 𝗟𝗓 wants to end the day on a high note and looking to find some damage, find some kills, see if they can recover and get themselves feeling good, at least somewhat decent at the end of the event. We do have Twisted Minds going down to 𝗟𝗓 there. 17 is going to fall to Na'Vi, so a sigh of relief collectively breathe throughout the rest of the server.
But 𝗟𝗓, Sonics, 𝗟𝗓, and now Ascended Na'Vi, who are in the mix in that top spot, they need to use this game to close that gap. Now that 17 are out, it is only one round of opportunity so far to make it closer.
Yeah, precisely. Now you have Day Trade here, surrounded by 𝗟𝗓. And we know that 𝗟𝗟 out in the open is a force to be reckoned with, but so is Daytrade. We'll see if they can find a way to break through here. But yeah, the crossfires are just way too good right now for 𝗟𝗟. 𝗟𝗟 has Belmoth down. 𝗟𝗟's out in the open here. 𝗟𝗟s needs to find one more. He's good for it. And that is going to be a couple members of Daytrade falling. 𝗟𝗔's trying to do what he can. Him and Flash, that star duo for Daytrade. See if they can turn this around.
But this is, again, 𝗟𝗟 finding an opportunity to have an isolated 4v4 without getting any contested because they're in a dip. Really, really difficult for Angles to be found by another team. Heaven is up on a high ground. I think there were shots coming his direction, but it's valuable enough for him to stay up there to remove the rest of Daytrade. 𝗟𝗔s and Flash, they're trying to look for those opportunities as elsewhere. Na'Vi are continuing to pick up the kills, this time against the Sonics.
All right, Na'Vi trying to barricade the Sonics there. They are going to lose a player, it looks like. 𝗟𝗟 is going to fall to the blue. Flash now knocked by Heaven. Continues his reign of terror. And now 𝗟𝗏 and 𝗟𝗏s helping out their APAC brethren a bit here as 𝗟𝗔s, though, in the phase for blue. Not really a lot for him to do. 𝗟𝗏ton taken down by DG98. Gen.G with a couple teams surrounding them. PO's out in the open there. They're going to get the confirm onto 𝗟𝗏ton. Mime and Win trying to do what they can.
Foxy with the Molotov at the ready. Knows where 𝗟𝗏n is, or at least general area. But I think it's going to be on Mime from the blue. The problem is Na'Vi are also pushing on in. But at the very least, this could distract Gen.G and this whole three-team kerfuffle. I mean, it could be opened up for 𝗟𝗏n. He already gets the damage onto PO.
PO's got to get to safety with Na'Vi right on the other side of that hill. Mime in the blue trying to see if he can do something to salvage some points here for Sonics. They would love to try to, like you said earlier, close the gap as much as they can. Circle's going to head a little bit more towards the mountains, so still keeping some of that in there. Of course, we are in phase 5, so it doesn't have to remove the land ratio terrain yet.
Grenade comes out, falls short. I mean, it's all into Mime right now to try and make a moment. I don't think 𝗟𝗏n is going to get salvaged unless, I mean, something big happens between Na'Vi and Gen.G. The chances of Mime trying to 1vx this is pretty insanely low, especially considering, I think that's 𝗟𝗏. Of course, it's 𝗟𝗏 with the third-party Angles keeping it behind that rock.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗏 and Ascend looking towards Mime, and yeah, there's nothing left for him to do. Foxy going to reach out into the blue here, really wants this Murado. Is that going to be Na'Vi's moment to strike? Instead, it's a smoke from Mel to cover off Gen.G's angle. PO, though, going to use this opportunity to try to drive out ahead, but that's the open top Murado, and that's a headshot on the PO. One more, and he is done. Oh my God, Mel almost got it.
Insane that PO is still alive right now, but the rest of Gen.G, they are staying put because now that Na'Vi's position is confirmed, they're going to try and cut them out on their own pass. Shots come out, don't land. DG dropped down to 26 HP.
It's still a long-range battle between 𝗟𝗏 and Ascend up on the Los Leones Mountains. 𝗟𝗟, good job here, except they, 𝗟𝗏s was able to sneak out from underneath them, but overall that is a successful defense. Now PO turns things on their heads, takes Mill down, but I think the point's going to get stolen indeed. It's Chris who's going to get it. 𝗟𝗏 tried to do something about it, but not in time.
Last one up for Na'Vi. What sort of play can 𝗟𝗏 make? Because if he goes out, 𝗟𝗏 is Ascend and 𝗟𝗏. That's still even more room for them to maneuver on the leaderboard. PO with the shots out, not quite hitting. Just constantly tagging the sand right in front of him, but finally it's going to be towards it's Chris. Na'Vi are out. 10 teams remain, and 𝗟𝗏 is fighting 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 pushing up from that low ground, separating themselves up from Daytrade.
Oh, 𝗟𝗟lzy there just took a step out right into the firing lines of Flood. A grenade in hand is going to take him down. 𝗟𝗏 now trying to recover from losing 𝗟𝗏. Heaven, 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏s now rotating in the direction of 𝗟𝗏. Out in the open is 𝗟𝗏 momentarily. 𝗟𝗏 with the 3x spray trying to go for it. Couldn't quite connect. Now Heaven around on the flank side from the tree. Is this battle going to kick off? It kind of has to. 𝗟𝗏 has the blue right at their back.
They do. There's 4 men of 𝗟𝗏 to the north, 3 of 𝗟𝗏s just in front of them, and so they are running out of space to play behind. Heaven has already rushed towards 𝗟𝗏's position, and the grenade could be the opening, not able to get the tag that it needs. And Heaven now has another frag grenade, and he's in much better range for this one.
Kickstart going to be on overwatch of this position, going to make it really difficult for Heaven to push over. A grenade splashes some damage into a couple members. Flood going to go down to the blue here as 𝗟𝗏 pinned to this blue just like 𝗟𝗏. Heaven just making life a living hell right now for Luminosity Gaming. Some grenades are finding the mark there. Heaven's going to try to prone and go for the spray on the Snakers. Can't really make it connect. Heaven himself in trouble. 𝗟𝗏's able to bail him out, but it's 𝗟𝗏 𝗟𝗏 striking from behind, taking down 𝗟𝗏. 𝗟𝗏 under pressure now from the side. He gets hit by Kickstart. 𝗟𝗏saki going to get knocked by Snakers. This is a mess.
This is a great push from 𝗟𝗗. The shift went towards the west, and so they're going to come here and try and finish all of these teams to have a clean push on their own, but they are taking casualties themselves. Soul has been knocked and confirmed by Kickstart. Toasty, the last one up for Ghibli, trying to heal in the smoke, but with the crossfire of the two strong teams of Luminosity and 𝗟𝗗, well, Cerberus are eliminated, but how much longer can Toasty stay alive?
Toasty made 𝗟𝗗's round all of a sudden flip-flop by getting that knock. He's under pressure. He's at almost no health, and he is gone. Snaker's going to finish the job there. 𝗟𝗗's able to find a grenade to keep Howl at bay at the very least, but we should be able to get the res here for LG back up to 3.
And credit where it's due. Luminosity already have 8 kills in this round. They're getting the revive, but look at this grenade coming out. That's actually going to be from Oldless with the knock, and he has another frag grenade ready to remove Howl from this one. It's not quite going to land far enough, but Apocalypse still needs to get revived.
Yeah, here we go. Salute trying to get involved in this fight as well now. Smokes are going to be out, though. He knows those teams are on the other side. He wants to create a barrier as much as he can. 𝗟𝗗 now going to be crashed. What a spray from 𝗟𝗟. Going to get 2 with the barrel. And LG trying to make something out of nothing. And 𝗟𝗟 and 7-7 just shut it down.
He had the perfect angle for that arrival. But at the very least, it's a much better game for Luminosity, but we're looking at the top 6 teams remaining. PO is removed for 𝗟𝗓, Foxy, and DG98. They got to break in through this position held by 𝗟𝗓, and do not forget about Ascend and 𝗟𝗗, who are just constantly trying to find these third-party angles.
I would love to see 𝗟𝗗 try to rotate up to the warehouse if they can identify that it's open. We'll see with this Murado if they can make that move. There are some smokes as well cutting off this angle. Loki, though, looking to just kind of push his way into the zone and try to barricade a little bit of a dip with that Murado.
It's incredibly hard for 𝗟𝗗 from that position to find the information on that warehouse. They were so focused on the east side as well, but then of course just looking up, there aren't really a lot of spots, and as loud and active as 𝗟𝗗 are, it's pretty safe to assume that there's a high chance of someone being inside there. But as the zone closes, you can see on the minimap, 𝗟𝗗, they're all condensing into one singular position. Ascend, however, they're spread out on the rocks, trying to make sure that 𝗟𝗓 cannot gather any more space for themselves.
For a moment there, I'm like, 𝗟𝗓, don't shoot its Chris in the back. Please don't do it. I know he's a guy who's usually behind you. He's usually out in the blue. But this time around, he's going to be a little bit further forward. 𝗟𝗓, 2-man squad left, pinned down in a ditch. 𝗟𝗗 here, 𝗟𝗓 trying to take space, trying to take the shack, trying to get information for them. Now, finally, 𝗟𝗗, diligent maneuvering here, as they are going to find that this warehouse is at least open for now, but like you were talking about, 𝗟𝗗 still here, still going to be a challenging opponent.
This is a great shift for them, however, taking this warehouse, because now at the very least, not only are they in the zone, 𝗟𝗗 are focused on Ascend, going to be trying to gatekeep that position, but let's see what 𝗟𝗓 can make of this. DG98 grenade comes on out. 𝗟𝗓 is already knocked down to half, and this grenade won't be enough to confirm it. Not quite at the right angle to land inside, and 𝗟𝗗 are going to be continuing to roll up into that position because now their compound in the field, no longer in the zone.
Yeah, now Ascend, it's Chris. Flanks out from the rest of his team, trying to get engaged here with 𝗟𝗓 and others. In fact, he's going to strike onto 𝗟𝗟, gets a knockdown, looking to cook a grenade towards DG98. If it's on the money, it could be dangerous there, but it goes just a bit too far. Rolls down the hill, isn't able to find any damage.
77 with the counter utility, wants to revive 𝗟𝗟. Pow there on the off angle, but taken very, very low. Removed by 𝗟𝗓, but Vox confirms Brex from Ascend. So this fight is not going down without some damage towards Ascend. But what a molly from DG98. 𝗟𝗗 are just losing space, losing ground. They have 8 kills, but it's all on to 𝗟𝗓.
Yeah, Ascend here really hit 𝗟𝗗 at a weak time when 𝗟𝗟 was kind of in a bad spot. Here comes some more stuns, trying to back 𝗟𝗓 off, trying to give 𝗟𝗓 some kind of space, but you still have Ascend overwatching this fight, trying to make sure that no one on this northern corner can get into this next circle. And yeah, it's Chris who's going to set him down. 2 big kills for Ascend.
𝗟𝗓 had to go for the push, and if 𝗟𝗟 wasn't there, 𝗟𝗓 was going to have a good opportunity for it, but now with 𝗟𝗓 removed from this angle, Ascend can focus a little bit on the last remaining member of 𝗟𝗗. That's 𝗟𝗟's job, while the rest of Ascend are trying to push down to the south, but 𝗟𝗟 gets removed. Suddenly that control in the north is gone, it's over, it's done with. 𝗟𝗓, potential opportunity for revive on teammates.
Yeah, you can see 𝗟𝗓 and Mika here nowhere in the vicinity to help. They're kind of busy still messing with 𝗟𝗓, who's got 2 knocks of their own to deal with. They're going to shut the door on these grenades. Great timing on that, expecting those frags to come in, blocking them from doing any further damage to their team. But Mika going to line up for another one. Adam sitting right around this door. A grenade is going to go in, but he jumps to action, and they're going to trade each other. You got to love that. 𝗟𝗓 here going to come in, either go for the res or go for the point.
Old List trying to find an off angle, spots the body, but is now spotted in return, goes for the finish. But now there's an opportunity for 𝗟𝗗 to go for the finish onto Adam. Instead, he's going to try and drop inside and take that 1 versus 1. And 𝗟𝗗, they are pushing on this. They know that this is their opportunity to make the winning maneuver. There are so many solos left in this warehouse. They just need to surround it and cut out the survivors.
Yeah, here they go. Loki on point with that level 3 gear and the AUG. Going to try to lead the way. Old List, the only survivor for 𝗟𝗗. Still got one member of Ascend to deal with. That's 𝗟𝗗. And 𝗟𝗗 trying to use this 3 versus 2 advantage to take control of this compound, maybe see if they could take control of this game. Some grenades here being prepped, but right now 𝗟𝗗 is sitting tight. I think just maybe waiting for someone to make a move.
They're going to have to leave this warehouse at some point, and 𝗟𝗗 are fully ready to play the war of attrition and even come in from the blue off of this.
Oh, okay, traded knocks there from Old List, but Salute with the sawed off. Able to get right on top of an Onyx and go for the res. 𝗟𝗗 in the meantime, I cannot believe that they are still alive at these crates. Like, they have survived just barrage after barrage. There was a res earlier onto 𝗟𝗗, but now there's going to be the flush onto 7-7. So once again, it is just 𝗟𝗟 left for the Chinese squad.
But look at the Mad. He's trying to find that final angle against 𝗟𝗟, but knows that he cannot push too high up on that ridge line without getting spotted by the remaining players on the high ground. There is 𝗟𝗗 left for Ascend on the far side of that warehouse, and with 𝗟𝗗 spread out as they are, they might actually think that they've cleared this area and that the final remaining snakes are in the field. It's going to give 𝗟𝗗 the opportunity, but an Onyx, perfect timing to check behind him.
Oh boy, an Onyx there. Just the reactions from this guy, we've seen it time and time again this tournament, have been incredible. 𝗟𝗗 doing the best he can. I love the idea, but now Apocalypse has a knock on his Salute way out on the flank here on the edge of the circle. Yes, he's going to be able to stay ahead of the next circle, but can 𝗟𝗗 get to him in time? Meanwhile, 𝗟𝗟 is choosing to just let this one play out and save himself for the right moment. There it is.
A second, it feels like, but now an Onyx going down, and 𝗟𝗟 still with the angle onto Loki. Maybe there is more to play for here for 𝗟𝗟.
Well, 𝗟𝗟 really smart positioning, and now Salute is all but dead. Here come the grenades now, though, right on the back of 𝗟𝗟, splashes into his feet. The Mad trying to finish off Loki, can't quite do it. Now going to line up for another frag. Out and over on towards 𝗟𝗟. That one I don't think is going to do much. Yeah, just about 24 damage. Salute confirmed. There goes an Onyx. Loki here going to have to heal up, and 𝗟𝗟 just barely surviving. Is this one finally going to finish the job? It does. 𝗟𝗗, a 2v1 now versus Loki.
They've stuck their way to the end game multiple times before. Can they confirm this one into a win? Good shots coming out. Loki is still making it work with the AUG, but his vest is so damaged, so low.
Good news for Loki is that level 3 helmet is still in decent condition. Few first aids left for him as well. Knows the situation with that, but tree to tree is so dangerous. This tree is so narrow, and it's going to be 𝗟𝗗. Apocalypse finding the final kill, and it is going to be 𝗟𝗗 taking game number 3 here on the last day of PGS 1.
6-kill win, a low kill counter for that one, but they were stuck in the middle of a field with no real opportunity to try and go loud to get activated there. So good job at the end for them to get all of those kills.
Certainly. All right, guys, we're going to go to some highlights quick, and then we will hand it over to the analyst to break it all down. Stay tuned.
Congratulations to 𝗟𝗗, a team who a lot of folks had a wait-and-see mentality when it came to the grand finals, gets a second chicken dinner here in our Best of 18 series. So great for them, and I think kind of really great news for your region is a lot of folks from their neck of the woods were saying, oh, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, really surprised with how well both Howl and Ascend has been doing here. Ascend, fantastic push here. Of course, they're getting a lot of damage done, but yeah, they split their forces. If they committed everything maybe to the third eye fight or whatever, then it could have been hugely different in terms of the outcome. But yeah, Howl managed to survive those containers, and I don't know, 15 nades, and I don't know how much utility. There was crazy how much, but like pressure that came from everywhere around them.
I can't help but wonder if those knocks that Ascend got on third eye, if they hadn't gotten those, if maybe they would have won the game, because that they correctly followed those up with a push, but unfortunately 𝗟𝗗 saw the same knocks and got involved, and then the circle shifted back up to that north side, and you know, you got to wonder if they had stayed in the rocks where Chris was, maybe it goes a little bit different. But what does matter is Ascend at this event has been incredible. It's something that I have just loved watching it start. We made a little bit of fun. You know, it's Chris is anchoring and last into the final circle, but they are making the most out of all of these moments.
They are, for sure. I'm loving what I'm like, especially the pushes that they're able to do, the execution on the fights that they're able to do. It's Chris has been such a fun to watch, rerunning all the different guns that he's been having. Like, he's the weapons master. Like, oh yeah, I can do this one too. I'll show you. Like, them two for now, of course, been legendary. Let's see how many more he can pick up and do good things with.
And let's see how many more Howl can get. We're going to take a look at them in just a second, but it is a team that Bruin is unproven at lands. It's cool to see him putting up some great numbers and playing really well. Their coach is standing in for a player who is homesick, and it's one of those things where you in those situations, you're like, oh, no matter how they do, as long as they make the winners, we're going to be happy for them. But to put up 2 chicken dinners at this stage is also really exciting. Now, that was a tough circle. There was a wide open area. If you weren't in the warehouse, there wasn't a lot of options to play. As we look at those top 4 teams from the match, Howl does manage 6 kills and a lot of damage, but one outstanding fact here for everybody in the lobby except for first place is that 17 went out early.
Yeah, and that's obviously huge. Third eye, a huge impact on that one. Actually, Oldest running out with the nades. Like, there's multiple nades coming Howl's way, but those 2 nades that Oldest was throwing there, I was sure that Howl was going to go down, but they survived, and 16 points coming their way. 𝗟𝗗, another great showing for them here. Actually pretty impressed with how well they've been able to step up in the last day. Of course, their first day was pretty horrendous compared to what we've seen from them yesterday and today so far.
And 𝗟𝗗 is still 9 kills. They're going to feel pretty good about that match.
Right.
Now, the recap is just the end of the game, so what you are going to miss out on was that Oldest camp that set 17 back. I know everybody watching was like, there's no way, and it did happen. And it was funny because we talked about it at the start of the last game. Well, you know, they went after Na'Vi, they went after TM, and I don't even think they're going after him. They're just like, oh, someone's close, let's go mess with them. And it happened to be 17 was their next target. So we'll keep rolling that dice and run the spinner and say who does third eye stab in the back next.
I honestly love they're like this Joker in the whole lobby here, and honestly, on top of that, you know, like everyone out there saying, you know, paid actors, mercenaries, all these things coming out. And honestly, it's super fun to both read all that and also listen in what they're doing. But they're doing way better than they were before. So whatever they have been doing is obviously working out. Apocalypse and the Mad, obviously the guys that are able to survive here. Ruin, Schofield died a little bit earlier on. But yeah, big impact here from Apocalypse, the coach. Super huge impact in this land, being able to stand in for 𝗟𝗗. That's homesick.
Absolutely, and that is, I think for me, that's one of the biggest stories for Howl. To pull your coach 100%. In, for him to be able to continuously, I think this is the second time that he's been up for man of the match at the end of one of these chicken dinners. That speaks to how good your coach is. Nice to have as a sub, but how well they play as a team that he can step in and be able to do that. 532 damage, 4 kills. Howl is similar. Their win a little similar to STK's win in the last game. It is teams who are not really in the hunt to win this thing are still getting some good chances to put up points, maybe climb that leaderboard a little bit.
And in general, the circles have been absolutely insane. It's so unpredictable. You can see how the teams are like trying to set up in similar places, then it goes different places in terms of where it ends. 𝗟𝗗, they actually stick the same position that they had. They had the split here. They were out on the eastern side when we had that Los Leones-esque ending, and they stuck to it, and they managed to get some more points out of this one. Total kills still on top here, 17. Cerberus still super close tied, 73.
You know, you brought up 𝗟𝗗, and I think that's an interesting one to me because, actually, let's get that in a second. We'll talk about the match leaderboard. Then I want to break into 𝗟𝗗 because they are playing the hard shifts, which is interesting. They come out with 14 points, 16 for Howl. Ascend, a team that is, I think, just having an incredible day and keeps grinding up, gets themselves 12. That's good news for everyone in the lobby. And 17 going out are leaders right now in 12th. Unfortunately, Sonic saw them go out, but was not able to capitalize on the early out by 17.
Yeah, let's take a look at the wall here. A little bit of a change, of course, with 17 going out early. That means Ascend is able to catch a little bit up. 20 points. They need one more bad game, 17, for Ascend and Ghibli to be within the striking distance here. Still 𝗟𝗔𝗡, Sonics, and Navis. Also Danoa now with some good performances there. Kind of close. Well, close 37, but in terms of if we see good performance again from Danoa, they could climb a little bit more. They are close to the rest of the pack.
And that was the moment. 17, they went out in 14th place. They opened the door for these chase teams to catch up, but all of our chase teams, 𝗟𝗔𝗡, Navi, Sonics, they all went out sub 7, I think, at that point. No placement options, not a lot of kill points on the board. Now, 𝗟𝗏, I want to get back to that. This is a team that seems to sort of be not appreciating, but doing their best to play the hard shifts. They're getting a spot with a little bit of center, and then they're just sort of sticking to that hold until the circle moves away from them. That time, their hold was on the very edge, and they said, maybe the hard shift will work for us, and then it did come back.
Yeah, a little bit rough. I mean, I was hoping to see them, they kind of hold on to some of the other compounds there, but they pushed out, they took the shack here, and they had 2 unlucky knocks, which opened up with the fight with Gen G. Rough situation for them in general, but still loving what I'm seeing from 𝗟𝗏, but I think if they stick to their usual things here, they're going to be able to do great things for the rest of the games.
The trophy is on the stage. The players are in the air. It's time to get in to our next match with your casters, Paper Thin and the 𝗟𝗏.
We get ready to go into game number 4 on the day. It's going to be 𝗟𝗏 once again, and we are going to take a look at the trophy case where our winners await to find themselves in PUBG history, to find themselves in the museum of 𝗟𝗏.
It's looking like 17 right now, but there is the possibility of one of the teams below them straggling down in the upper to mid 90s to make that climb, especially if 17 go out early once again.
Well, this plane path is horrific. It is right down the south, starting at Lipovka, heading to Primorsk. You'll love to see it. You know what? Let's just embrace the chaos. Let's embrace the insanity of PGS 1. I'm all bored now. I have lost all reason and all sanity. I am now just becoming one with the madness.
Yeah, honestly, just becoming one with the universe.
See what I did there? Because all one, the mad.
That's a pretty big stretch there. That's oh my god. That broke my mind. I totally forgot what I was actually gonna say.
So sorry.
Into this.
Just trying to have a little fun. Live and think. Okay, for those who can't see it at home, 𝗟𝗏 is now in pain.
I'm just like splayed out on the desk. This, I mean, oh man, broke my mind, it feels like. But at the very least, no hot drops just yet, though. 4 a.m. and Twisted Minds, well, they're good enough. They're not even going to fight over vehicles. Everyone's just landing in their own spot. The alt drops from a couple of different teams, such as STK down in Novo. There is 𝗟𝗏 and Gen G on the military base, but hey, would you have it? It's an Eastern Circle.
Why would they drop Summer off so far away from the car? Were they just looking to see if maybe they could catch somebody making a mistake and run them over is the best I can come up with for that,
Maybe.
But that's a little odd to me, but whatever, that doesn't really matter. As 17 Gaming remain on top, nobody really able to significantly close that leader gap, 𝗟𝗏.
Yeah, the only team that really made a big jump there was Danoa in terms of like threats to 17, and their jump was to put themselves in position to threaten further with another jump. So yeah, it's still, I mean, 3 games left, 3 rounds left. It's definitely possible, but I'm pretty sure it's going to have to come down to at least 1, maybe back-to-back wins, and 17 just letting off the gas. As long as 17 get like 4 or 5 points around, it's looking pretty set and done.
Yeah, back-to-back wins is still now looking difficult. Like, it has to be huge games to back up those wins. It can't just be these 4 or 6 kills.
Yeah.
It's tough, dude. I mean, it's, you know, somebody's going to have to muster some kind of offensive here if they are going to challenge 17 games.
But the problem is, as far as like trying to go for a Hail Mary play for a high risk, high reward, these circles and the hardships have been making it so difficult for teams to even play a standard game. So it's almost like the base game of these zones is a high risk, high reward send with the nature of just how many hardships we've been getting, which forces teams to just go in one singular direction. And because they're hardship towards water or towards rock, you can't even do a wrap. You're coming in from a singular angle, and it's just like taking fights in tandem, parallel with each other. I mean, 𝗟𝗗 at least are on the move very, very fast. I just don't know how much loot they have.
Yeah, and another thing that is starting to kind of catch my interest is that you have teams like 𝗟𝗗 and others that are getting very aggressive, that they are really starting to just play for points, trying to get as high of a placement as they can, no matter what the results are, and just just going all out here, and that makes the chaos on top of what you're talking about, the circles, with the way that the teams are playing as well, just adds to this mix.
𝗟𝗡 now, widespread around 𝗟𝗗, still out of the zone. 𝗟𝗗, I wondered for a second if they were caught up in Sonic's hold. Sonic's not necessarily in position to gatekeep that western bridge, but you never know. Maybe someone's in a perfect position on a rotate. But 𝗟𝗗 is continuing to move on, and they're still driving north. I think they might be scavenge looting on the way, which means that they could run into a 𝗟𝗡 member, but 17 at the very least coming out of 𝗟𝗡 immediately into the zone once again.
I kind of, for some reason, in the back of my mind, think that 𝗟𝗗 is going to go all the way around to 𝗟𝗡. I think they're going to drive all the way around.
Honestly, they might. That's like, look in the direction that they're going, with everyone else just trying to beeline towards center. 𝗟𝗗 know that they're not in a position to contest for a central position, so they might as well come in from the safest angle you can imagine. But hey, 𝗟𝗡 here. I don't know if they're trying to take this fight, but 𝗟𝗗 are going to be taking it to them.
The 𝗟𝗡 is out for blood, and they are looking to just kind of jockey for position initially with 𝗟𝗗. Now they did get a player up here on the hill. It's 𝗟𝗗, but he's backing off. So I think this fight is unlikely to happen.
Is it?
As long as Longskirt keeps going, I think it's
sending it.
I am pretty interested about 𝗟𝗡's timing here, because they certainly had to have heard 𝗟𝗗 driving by and opted to chase them.
Yeah, it might honestly just be a chase to come in from the same angle. It might honestly just be that 𝗟𝗡 has the same idea in mind that 𝗟𝗗 does. We'll see if it comes up into anything, because right now we're still just looking at other parts of the map. Still nothing on the kill feed for us to follow up on at the very least. It's, it's going to be an active rotation with a lot of yelling and screaming at each other.
Well, this looks similar to the other 𝗟𝗗 and the way that 17 is navigating this circle, just coming in a little bit late, taking the western edge and locking down that space. Gen.G is going to take their sweet old time, as is usual. They like to get fully looted. They like to get the best guns. They like to get that SLR into PO's hands, make sure everybody's situated before they start making their rotations. There's 𝗟𝗡 taking that, as you boys in NA call it, the tempo dip.
Tempo dip. It's an old school call out.
But it checks out.
But it checks out. Exactly. It's a classic. It's an oldie and a goodie.
I like that one. That's one of the few that I like, because they just did it so much that it actually kind of makes sense. It's like kind of like the one I call the liquid compound.
Liquid compound, yeah,
always
for sure.
Every time. I usually don't like to use like really specific call-outs, like that are regional specific, but there's a few that carry over.
Because especially if it happens on a global stage, time and time again, and everyone recognizes it. And honestly, at this point, they're so long gone from both of those teams that they've just be, those call-outs have a life of their own.
Yes, exactly. And Sonic's sitting we saw 𝗟𝗗 drive by them very early. They didn't opt to put any pressure at 𝗟𝗗, let them pass peacefully. And now it is Na'Vi around the shelter. 𝗟𝗚, your previous game winners, going to be vibing in the kind of Alamo Museum area. And Ascend, shocker of all shockers, is also going to be coming in very, very late.
Coming from Primorsk, it's the only option. Get as much loot as possible and be prepared to fight for edge space, especially if there's a hard shift, which again, we're going to have a hard shift. We are going to 100% have a hard shift on phase 2. The question is where it is. 𝗟𝗡 here, making their way into the zone through the S9 fields. 𝗟𝗗 separated from 𝗟𝗡 because not only did they drive towards 𝗟𝗡, they actually went towards 𝗟𝗡 to continue their loot.
Yeah, so you're right. They're gonna loot on the way. I'll be curious to see how they want to attack this circle, actually, now that they've stopped there. Maybe they're going to cut through Razak or something. Curious to see how they want to approach this one. 4 a.m. sitting out there just on the outside of that dip we were talking about a moment ago. We're going to pop some shots at Schofield. Long range, but for the mini. doable with that high bullet velocity. So far, though, Crazy just saying hello and then saying goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, 4AM, this is the team that people had a lot of high expectations onto them. They looked the best as far as all the Chinese teams coming in from the group stage at the very least, but they're now sitting in 13th place. With 𝗟𝗔𝗡, they're still trying to drive center, and they've driven themselves in the middle of a 𝗟𝗏 crossfire. The damage isn't really there for 𝗟𝗏 to capitalize too much onto that, so at the very least, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 are able to keep all 4 alive, but perhaps not in the position that they were hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, this is something you always got to be aware of if you're going to drive anywhere in and around the 𝗟𝗡 fields. That 𝗟𝗏 in a circle like this is always going to be fanned out, usually heaven and somewhere else in a 2-2 split. So you got to be kind of aware of that positioning in those crossfires so they can get set up. Gen.G here, also the latecomers, them and Ascend might be bumping into each other outside of the circle. See if anything comes out of that.
Sonics on Death Road. Up against 𝗟𝗏, and now Gen.G pushing away across a field. Where is this? This is out in the blue with Ascend here on the west side. Still a distance away from Circle 1. So these teams just trying to come in incredibly conservatively. They're losing a lot of resources for that one. 𝗟𝗏 taking a couple of shots from Twisted Minds, and 𝗟𝗏 now pushing in onto the Sonics.
All right, 𝗟𝗏 only gets a touch of damage there. He's the only one on point. He's playing anchor here for Sonics. Quickly, 𝗟𝗏 and others trying to maybe get into position to back up that superstar player. See if they can get in there and help him. 𝗟𝗏, 𝗟𝗏, just kind of looking around for the rest of Sonics, trying to find out where those other angles are going to be coming from.
So, 𝗟𝗏 didn't get a lot of damage, but he got enough to deter 𝗟𝗏's continual push. And now that 𝗟𝗏 is here, with the buggy there, potential to continue that swing over further towards the north, but at what point will 17 third party onto this engagement here? The shots are still just teasing out one after another, and in fact, I think Sonics might just trying to run away from this one.
Yeah, that might be the best strategy here for the Sonics. I also saw a bolt in the hands of somebody on 17 Gaming, so that could have a role to play here. Circle gonna sort of center up.
Not a hard shift.
Super hard shift.
It's
really at all.
There's an argument that's a hard shift to the east because of the water. But as far as room playable, it's pretty good. Most teams are already inside it. So the pattern has been broken here in game number 16 of the Grand Finals. Perhaps they'll carry on further, but now 𝗟𝗏 trying to find some space. Of course, it's third.
Why does this keep happening?
Of course. I mean, they loot similar spots on this map, but man.
I know. It's just, it is the duel of the fates, I suppose. Twisted Minds now settles up in the museum, and Howl is going to use this opportunity to try to retreat. Kickstart trying to get to the rest of his team. Looks like he has successfully done so. You still have Adam on top of his wizard tower, and Kickstart going to get knocked by Soul, of all people, from forever away, out on the other side of things to the northwest, and he's going to get the flush as well. So a point for 𝗟𝗏.
And it's still a lot of third-party action as well. Constant chip onto LG, and Adam is just going to be waiting for people running in terror from other angles of Third Eye, as well as 𝗟𝗏 into his tower here, but Howl also rolling on up. So Third Eye perhaps might be pulled in a couple of different directions here. Vox is already looking that angle, but Ruin and Apocalypse, you know they're thirsting for blood.
Absolutely. Adam there springs to life, gets one, can't find another. Actually, 𝗟𝗏, though, going to come in there and help from afar. Snaker's the only one alive. Relo bleeding out. Now, see if 𝗟𝗏 can do any more. Long-range AK spray. Trying to find Snaker's there, but Snaker's rotates to the backside of the Wizard. Here comes Richie B on the flank with the buggy, looking to try to get the kill onto Snaker's. Going to get that grenade ready. Snaker's here, had to have heard it, trying to rotate to the other side, trying to do what he can, but it didn't matter. 𝗟𝗏's got him before Richie B even got there.
More damage coming in from 𝗟𝗏, perhaps another knock on to Richie B, but he's running inside and able to get the revive on to Adam, so there are still 4 up. Vox also rushing to find safety in this tower, but amongst all that fight with 𝗟𝗏 now going down, suddenly Third Eye have lost all control in this area.
I have to say, that's a beautiful trap play that they just set up. Like, that is really nasty. Like, the angles that they're able to come at, the fact that they're able to get Adam back up and running, just in my opinion, a really smart play here from Third Eye. I know it sucks that it's, if you're fans of NA PUBG, that it had to be that way, but still, I was really impressed there.
Vox went to go revive on Oldless, so maybe if they can get back up to 4 and have a little bit of a 2-2 split, this sort of, the resources will still be maintained in terms of control and spacing, but now PO in the middle of 4 a.m., a widespread for a Gen G as they're just trying to gather up all this information and maybe a little bit of spacing on the west side as the blue closes in onto them, but PO, he could get popped off, and if he does get discovered.
Certainly the essence of PO in play. Once again, this is his MO. Constantly out there on his own, looking to set the tempo early for Gen G, looking to get some of those points, get that much needed space as well. 𝗟𝗗𝗏 did actually rotate all the way around 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗, so they're coming in from the north side, and it is wide open on the northeast, so if it does hard shift up that direction, then they have once again, as the desk was mentioning, successfully predicted that.
At the very least, they're coming in like raid bosses. They should be looted to the gills, but it is going to be another hard shift towards the east. I mean, again, a hard shift in terms of where the water is. It could be a lot more rough in terms of like the borders touching, but there was a lot more teams that need to rotate into this one compared to phase number 2, and pushing up that hill onto the high ground that's surrounding prison is going to be very, very hard, especially with the fields on the north side, but PO is going to get isolated, surrounded by 4 a.m. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 with the knock and the full confirm onto that one.
Now, the rest of Gen G is driving in this direction, but I think they're going to peel off once they realize there's no hope to save PO 17 diving right into the prison. They might just drive right in and play for placement points, play for safety. This is brilliant from 17 Gaming. I cannot stress how much I like this move.
For any other team, I think this would be a silly maneuver. But for 17, in phase 3 being dead center, this is perfect for them, and this is awful for all the teams that are trying to chase. But 𝗟𝗏𝗏 now up against the Sonics. These are two of the teams that are trying to make that chase, and they're going to be fighting each other.
Ooh, that grenade just bounced a bit too far past 𝗟𝗏𝗏. Life flashing before his eyes. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 now waiting for the regress from 𝗟𝗏𝗏, but right now 𝗟𝗏𝗏 seems to be standing pat. Didn't find any knocks with those grenades, so they do not want to try to push this angle. Can be a bit tough trying to come up and over that hill with the way it slopes. So for now, they stand pat. Na'Vi out in the distance fighting 4 a.m. and Gen G involved in this.
Yeah, and with 𝗟𝗏𝗏, you can see the lone Sonics player there. A lot of lines of sight. It's going to be crazy with the knock on Taemin, but perhaps 𝗟𝗏𝗏 could be pulling Sonic's attention back this way to make sure that they're not backfilled. But I mean, Gen G and 4 a.m., they're just dealing so much damage to each other, though. I say that. It's mostly Gen G on the receiving end.
Yeah, Taemin out in the open by that UAS. DG and Foxy scrambling to find some level of safety. They're getting shot at from a couple of different angles. Probably Na'Vi getting involved in this as well. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 and Danawa scraping it up in the northern end of things. That's neither here nor there. There we go, down in the picture-in-picture in the bottom right. Some are down. Crazy and 𝗟𝗏𝗏 now. Gonna try to push the hill, see if they can get it done. Foxy with some great sprays, and all of a sudden 𝗟𝗏𝗏 gets involved as well. It's actually Example who got the knocks. So even though Gen G doesn't get any of these, there might be some points here for Foxy.
He's confirmed one at least. That's 1 point for Gen G, but this is going to be a very, very difficult revive because of the angle from not just Sonics, but also Na'Vi. This is such a dangerous hillside to play on, and look at this. It's 𝗟𝗏𝗏. Last one up for 4 a.m. Foxy's calling the rotation. But they're alive for now. 4 a.m. I don't know if the revive is going to be available, but 𝗟𝗏𝗏 seems to want to go for it.
It is phase 3 blue, so there is potentially time, but 𝗟𝗏𝗏 probably wants none of it. Although they're able to crawl in just behind this UAS. They might have cut off the angle just enough. I don't know if the res can come through in time to summer, though.
Yeah, the blue
with
damage.
it ticking down so fast. Yeah.
Is that? I think Sonic's now dealing a little bit of damage to 𝗟𝗏𝗏. Someone does go down to the kill feed. No revive there. So it is just 𝗟𝗏𝗏 remaining for 4 a.m. And with both Na'Vi and Sonics not just holding this edge, aware of his position, he might just be hoping for a hard shift come phase 4. But it's going to be a medium shift to the north. Not the worst in terms of allowing 𝗟𝗏𝗏 some space to avoid a gatekeep. But it's such a big field up there, controlled by 𝗟𝗏𝗏 with a little bit of Danawa in the mix.
𝗟𝗏𝗏 an uphill drive to check on 𝗟𝗏𝗏. Didn't see or hear anything, so now it's a change in direction as Sonics have to figure out how to make a move. A lot of teams going to be eyeing that southern part of the prison, potentially wanting to contest for that territory. Rex and Ascend chasing 𝗟𝗏𝗏 here. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 already in their vehicles. I think they're basically okay. Maybe 7-7 if it's Chris hits some insane shots.
Ooh, Spray's gonna come out. He's gonna go for the attempt for sure. But yes, 𝗟𝗏𝗏 are making headway into this zone. Finding a compound there on the eastern edge. Sonics rotating up at this high ground. Howl should be aware of the new approach. Ruin taken down very, very low. Smoke seemed to be immediately deployed by Howl in a defensive manner, but look at that grenade on 𝗟𝗏𝗏.
Yeah, here we go. That one is gonna, wow, that bounced. That one had rubber on the outside of it, just goes soaring into the air.
Like a dodgeball. Just that poink.
If you can dodge a frag, you can dodge a ball. Exactly. And
I didn't see that in the movie.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. That would have been a good one though.
Delete scene.
Someone just throws a grenade in there. That'll be good. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 up the hill towards 𝗟𝗡. Last man standing for the angry men, and he is gonna use a bandage, try and get as close to full as he can. Of course, boosted. Can sit through a little bit of blue. I mean, it chunks. You can see 3 damage per second in phase 4.
Oh, he's certainly hurt by 𝗟𝗔𝗡, but 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is actually in a vehicle. This is going to give 𝗟𝗔𝗡 the information that there is someone ahead of him.
I am shocked 𝗟𝗔𝗡 didn't go for that.
Yeah.
I thought he had a great opportunity to just get a point at the very least here.
I think he's hoping that he can just follow up on whatever angle, whatever wedge 𝗟𝗡 can break into this next one, because 𝗟𝗡 have to push in through. I mean, could be 𝗟𝗡, could be Sonics, but Na'Vi here also coming up from that low ground in the Howl Sonic standoff.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think 𝗟𝗔𝗡 is greeting here, and rightly so. He has to with the position that his team is in. They need points. They are down in 13th place right now, so...
Yeah, can't just one and done.
Exactly. I think you're absolutely right. See if he can make it work. Still seeing him on the back end. Sonics here putting some damage into 𝗟𝗡. Scrapes here and there. 𝗟𝗏 taking some damage as well. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 watching Na'Vi. Tricky position here for the Sonics. A couple different angles they have to watch.
Grenade doesn't deal quite enough damage, though. A bit of chip on 𝗟𝗏. That next one does a little better, but again, the bounce towards the north. Still not favoring Na'Vi into this push. They're inside the zone, but they only have a small little rock to play with. The only thing that's really saving them is that Sonics can only run out so far without getting tagged by Twisted Minds, but 𝗟𝗡 here on the south. They're running into day trade.
Yeah, that's Flash from out in the blue. It's actually Vegas who gets the knock on it. Vegas gets the flush as well. The drive-by here, grenades being prepped by 𝗟𝗡𝗗s and company. 𝗟𝗡 down, 𝗟𝗏 and 𝗟𝗏s trying to hold the line, but 𝗟𝗡𝗗s up and over, greeting for the flush, and it's going to pay the price. It's 𝗟𝗡𝗗 in the back, a grenade in the hand from 𝗟𝗏, takes him down. 𝗟𝗏 quickly follows, and now it is only one player left for 𝗟𝗡𝗗.
And where did the Sonics come from? They saw us find the kill feed. They know that they want to take control of the high ground, and they are here to finish what what SDK and Day Trade started. Only 𝗟𝗡 up, still hiding out in the smoke. 4AM are eliminated in 13th place. Tiggleton on Sonics has been knocked.
If they could have just figured out that he was by the tree,
yeah,
they could have gotten that, I think, but with a knock in there, a little bit of chaos in the Sonics. Couldn't quite find those grenades, hoping that maybe he was on the edges of one of those smokes. Oldless down and out, indeed. 𝗟𝗏 is going to put that mini to work. Find a point there. Now 𝗟𝗏 under pressure from Na'Vi. Na'Vi has to cut through this. There will be angles from other teams into this fight. Let's see how Na'Vi can get. Let's see if Na'Vi can get something done.
Good grenade. It's sort of deterred a bit by the vehicles, but Mel has another one trying to make its way inside. That one looks good, but still Adam just dancing around these frags like he's a professional tap dancer.
Love to see it. Ballet in motion here for 𝗟𝗏, trying to dodge these frags. Mel just holds the spray down. Adam trying to repeat. Box out in the open, getting punished from on high by 𝗟𝗏 and company. Here comes the rest of Na'Vi. Twisted Minds now going to be driving just past this. I think they're going to barricade whoever wins this fight. And the rest of Na'Vi now trying to claw their way through. Vox shut down, just 𝗟𝗏 in the second story.
Just 𝗟𝗏 not able to really land the shots in these one-on-one fights. Na'Vi are just slowly flooding over, and Twisted Minds with that angle. They're not making it easy for either of these teams to stay alive, and 𝗟𝗏 still up and at him, but surrounded, and the blue is closing on in. At the very least, Na'Vi gonna have to go for a desperate play of their own, because Sonics have come back in this direction.
I love to see it. Let's go. But 𝗟𝗏 there trying to get the spray, but 𝗟𝗏 just got 2 kills on the Na'Vi. Tough as nails is 𝗟𝗏. Holding the line here for 𝗟𝗏. Sonics now wrapping to the north, trying to get in. Little did they know, 17 sitting inside of the prison currently. 𝗟𝗏 here watching Na'Vi. The res is going to come through. Out the door they go. The fire is good from Mime and company. One more on the Sonics. Just 𝗟𝗏 out the window. 𝗟𝗏 going to get taken out by 𝗟𝗏 actually. Grenade out here from Spiral. Trying to see if he can get the finish. It comes up just short.
Oh no, 𝗟𝗏 going down for Sonics is not a good look when they need all the points they can get. That's why they're pushing all these different angles. They hear a fight, they see a fight, they're trying to join on in. They've gotten a couple of kills so far. Oh man, but they're running out of space. They're running out of territory. And Twisted Minds, they've had the revives. They're still 4 up. So it's not... I don't know how Sonics are able to break in through this next level, especially with Lou holding points so far out. They might just be denying.
Yeah, there was nowhere left to run for the Sonics. They did what they could there on the edge, salvaged the points that they could find. Yeah, but with the maneuver that Twisted Minds made, there was no getting any further. Now, 17 here, still sitting. Prison edge going to continue to be in with that eastern side, SDK above. You have Twisted Minds around the other edge. Donawat, the surviving 2 members, and 𝗟𝗔𝗡 up towards those bunkers, or excuse me, those trenches. Just to the north. They're going to have to make a decision here. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 often chooses fighting, but Loki, a superstar trickster, waiting inside.
Shots coming out. Anonix holding the line. Haisaki goes down. Smoke's coming out, but Loki has a frag grenade at the ready. Danawa know that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 need to push on this fight, but I imagine they're hoping that 𝗟𝗔𝗡 push faster sooner than later because they also need to make their way into the zone. The smokes are already being deployed, but that's going to be a very, very difficult road for Danawa to cross, even if 𝗟𝗔𝗡 go down in the next 2 seconds.
Loki, knowing that this fight is going to cause attention, he's got 1. Can he find any more? Yes, he can. That's 2 for Loki. Takes a bunch of damage from 𝗟𝗏, but the grenade there in hand from Haisaki takes down his teammate. And now Donawat with 4 kills, still kicking in this one. Have some work to do to get in the next circle.
𝗟𝗏 angles onto that position. SDK angles onto that position. And Twisted Minds, who are trying to push into what remains of the prison entrance that is in this next zone, will also have eyes onto that angle. And 17 also need to finally prison break this game. They got to make their way out of this small little lip. There is no way to climb up that high ground. At some point, you have to hope that they activate, that they just try and swing around and take Twisted Minds, because just hiding in the cave that is below SDK will only get them so many points.
All right, Donawat trying to roll in, maybe trying to save Anonix, trying to use the chaos of Twisted Minds fight, but Perfectix finds the flush, so Loki on a solo mission here on out. Twisted Minds, 4 kills in the bag, gonna need a lot more if they're gonna make a run at 17 Gaming, who still sits alive in this lobby. Loki just driving around the circle looking for any kind of safety. 𝗟𝗏 trying to tap with that ace. Has less than a clip behind the current one. And then the Mark 12 on the other side of it. Now Ascend is going to try to maneuver themselves in, keep Loki under check.
Ascend backing away from the chaos that is going to be that prison ridge, trying to find this last kill, this last point, but perhaps running a bit too out in the open. A couple of angles from 𝗟𝗏 and potentially Howl going their way, but they're alive for now. Loki getting away a safe distance from that vehicle as it's about to explode, but unfortunately that cover is no longer usable, and a great grenade from 𝗟𝗏 gets Ascend another point. They are chasing 17. They are still in the mix, but with 17 still alive, and we're in the middle of placement points, they're going to have to hope that 17 just get absolutely demolished by the 3 teams that are surrounding them.
There's still hope for Ascend. They still have a shot, but 17 needs to get wiped out sooner rather than later.
And the shift.
And it shifts back in towards the prison. Everybody here on the rock ledge is still in this circle. Absolutely insane. This is going to be a tight, wild finish. There is so much to work with.
Twisted Minds currently focused on 17. They know that they are here, but Howl will need to move in towards STK, which means that STK are focused so far on the south. Twisted Minds could pull a sneaky maneuver and actually have one person hold 17, everyone else backstab STK. The big question is, what angles will 𝗟𝗏 have? You can already see in the minimap that they are leaving their compound. 𝗟𝗏 has already entered into the zone, taking what is really close to center. But this, the way that these fights could unfold because of so many teams in such close proximity, it is really, really hard to call right now.
Yeah. This is an absolutely wild finish. Of course, 17 loving every minute of this. Teams are going to be watching for them to come out. I'm sure they've been identified by now by Twisted Minds. 𝗟𝗏, like you were mentioning, has control over the center of the circle. Ascend, if they're going to make a run, it's got to start right now. They got to start winning this game. There's a knock and a flush there. It's going to be Howl actually gets it. Some shots from Apocalypse. Send 𝗟𝗏 to the other side, but 𝗟𝗏 already in the center. Has a great angle to turret from.
A bit too late of a set for Ascend, and now they're taking a lot of damage, and they're still not in the zone. Grenades, utility, everything is coming out from Howl Esports, as well as 𝗟𝗏, but Howl are distracted by a couple of different sides. They want to get all the kills that they can. 𝗟𝗏 with a great knock onto Mika.
All right, 𝗟𝗏 has slid his way up to the rock ledge, but he is trying to do something. 𝗟𝗏 down as well, so it's just 𝗟𝗏 for Ascend. Keeping your eyes onto them as they're a team who has hope to maybe unseat them, but no, they're gone. They're out. The Mad now springing to life on top of SDK. The Molly is out right on top of Vegas. Not much he can do except sit there and cook, and he is gone. 7-7 now, and 𝗟𝗏 looking to maybe finish the job.
𝗟𝗏 looking really good in their positioning. Because Twisted Minds and 17, they're still so entangled with each other. 𝗟𝗗 can just hold a surrounding position onto Howl. And look at this spray by Perfected, still not landing the final pieces of damage, but Howl go out. 𝗟𝗗, this is their game to lose.
No doubt about it. 𝗟𝗗 is firing all cylinders, especially 𝗟𝗟. 5 kills in the bag already for him. The Molly is out trying to flesh out these angles, trying to clear Twisted Minds out of these cracks, but it's going to be Perfectix who pops up and pops 𝗟𝗟.
A headshot is going to keep Perfectix from peeking again quite so soon, but Long's here with the frag grenade. Make sure that it's going to be even longer than that. One revive for Twisted Minds, and another one immediately falls.
The res being stuck here, it is good. You have 𝗟𝗟 back up and running. 𝗟𝗏 on the flank, and 𝗟𝗟 now it's his turn. He sees his teammate putting up big kills, and he wants to get involved. 7-7 gonna flush out Perfectix. More grenades trying to find 𝗟𝗏s, but 𝗟𝗏's able to get his way back down the other side of the mountain. 17 still has one player left. xiaobei is gonna be sneaking out some incredibly important placement points for them. Here we go, around the corner is 𝗟𝗟. 7-7 gets Spyro. 𝗟𝗟 gets taken down by Lu, but 𝗟𝗟 from up above is gonna take him down. It's a 3v1.
And they should know that xiaobei is left in this small little cave, under this small little ridge. There is nowhere else for a player to be. 1 versus 3. I don't know if xiaobei is going to have an opportunity to win this game, but still 17 again. Second place, 0 kills, but second place. They just cannot give anyone any slack. They went out early last game. That seems to be the only opportunity that they're giving.
It was a masterful move to drive into the prison. Just absolutely huge brain stuff from them. You cannot fault them at all for the maneuver they made and the price that they are paying for it, because it is a cheap real estate and they get a ton of points out of it.
𝗟𝗗 is zeroing in on this position. Yep, that's going to be the angle found. 𝗟𝗟 with the final kill. A bunch of kills for that player on 𝗟𝗗. 12 overall for the team as they take this win. 𝗟𝗗 with the late rotations just seem to constantly put themselves in a great position to capitalize on the shifts.
Yeah, they're having a great run here towards the end of the tournament, climbing that leaderboard as much as they can. Again, every position matters, especially once you start getting up towards 8th. But guys, we have some highlights, and then the desk is going to break things down, so don't go anywhere here at PGS1.
It's a big win for 𝗟𝗗 as they get a lot of kills on the board and try to make their way up that leaders table. Congratulations to them on the chicken dinner, but again, another game where 17 somehow goes deep. I mean,
yeah, the consistency that they're able to show, and also the late game circles they've been able to find have been super impressive here. And this exact spot here, like that is that's a spot, especially with the shift that went towards them. Like you're just gonna guarantee yourself top 4 in that case, right? And that little point there, that's gonna be probably enough. We'll see if somebody else is gonna be able to catch up to them.
It is a spot that snaky players like myself know well. And when they went there, I didn't think, like, they sent Prison early. We said, oh, this is a good defense play. They'll get themselves in the top 7. They'll get placement, and then they got the shift. I'm like, oh, it's top 5. And then they got that last shift, and it was just
top 3 guarantee.
Yeah, absolutely top 3 guarantee. So the fight was up on top of the rocks. We saw a really good battle going on between Howl and everybody else that was up there. Ultimately, though, 𝗟𝗗, 2 games in a row, playing very, very well.
I love what I'm seeing from them, and also the potential from this team is huge here. 𝗟𝗟, of course, the big change we saw from the beginning of the year. 𝗟𝗏 still IGLing, and these guys, they have potential, and I like what I'm seeing from them. But like the spotlight is obviously going to be on 17 Gaming, right? The better organization and team coming out of China right now. So yeah, it's good to see 𝗟𝗏 kind of step up like here. But if they did it earlier, they could have been maybe a case where they could have gotten into top 2.
Yeah, it feels like they started this grand final a little passive, and they sort of and a lot of teams, I think they realized, oh, maybe it's time to turn on, but I wish they had done it from the jump. 17 I will say this is a story of growth because we go all the way back to the group stages. Sonics had a good first day that allowed them to very comfortably hot drop 17 for their entire first group stage day. It set them back. They had to go to the losers bracket. They struggled on the first day of that. This is the story of a team that has really bounced back from a bad start and managed to just absolutely dominate these late stages.
Yeah, and we gotta say also, once we got into this tournament here, PGS, when you looked at like the drop map for the home drops of the teams, so many teams were in PUBG. It is one of the, if not the strongest drops coming in, of course. So that's also why the benefit of 17 Gaming having it for free is huge. I gotta say though, I'm impressed with what we've seen from Sonic so far in here in the grand finals. They've been able to really step it up in a new-ish loot spot in terms of global. But yeah, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 12, huge for them here, 22 points. They only had 29 points in the entirety of yesterday. So this is obviously a huge day for them, their biggest day so far.
Also a big shout out to 𝗟𝗓. They come in 4th with 6 kills. They won the last game. This is a team, like we said, not a lot of expectation coming in and have consistently impressed. Twisted Minds also with a very nice game. They played those rocks very, very well. Let's take a look back at that last match and the chaos that started near the prison.
Yeah, huge setup here. Third Eye Richie is able to get 2 players from Na'Vi. There was actually, there's a moment where I was thinking, okay, Na'Vi's actually going to be able to have, 3-4 guys alive, maybe get in a little bit deeper into the prison area, but nope, Richie P said that's not happening, and he delayed the fight for so long that they had no time to make a bigger play here. But 𝗟𝗔𝗡 defended this eastern side of the prison high ground for a very long time. Super well executed by them, and also taking down 𝗟𝗓 in the process. I loved how we saw 𝗟𝗓 kind of spotting a lot of the 17 players, but then 𝗟𝗔𝗡 came in and said nope. Also taking down Twisted Minds, of course, in this case, and they're like, here,
we know where
they had to secure that last point. They won that last point here, of course.
Absolutely, and that shows a strategy, right? Because I was watching with you, and I was like, let's let the blue kill him. And you brought up every point matters as we go into our last 2 matches of the game. So the fact they went through and hunted them down, but did it safely. They didn't want to give that point to 17, and it ends up working out. Now, 𝗟𝗓 comes out with 7 kills, 4 knockouts, and 600 damage. A lot of that is because 𝗟𝗓𝗡 felt a bit like the Spartans. They had their back to that cliff over the prison. They were defending against teams that kept trying to come in. They played it very, very well. That's not the easiest thing to do when there's no fallback potential up there at the edge of the cliffs.
No, and here 𝗟𝗡, actually, Paper's been a little bit of a fan of 𝗟𝗡 and also coming in and saying, you know what, this is one of the guys I believe in. He had on his fantasy team sometimes here, so it's good to see him coming in here and getting a man of the match with 7 kills.
Yep, 𝗟𝗡 pops off. Not too bad, and I like seeing it. 𝗟𝗓𝗡, again, they sort of have been playing a little passive for me, going to these center sort of send positions, hoping the circle works out for them. That has changed. They're now getting a lot more active, and you love to see it. Now, up on top, this is pretty interesting. 𝗟𝗓𝗡 has taken over the kill lead and the damage lead. This is another team who, big fan base, and I actually saw a pretty good social media post today that said, what I love about 𝗟𝗓𝗡 is that every time you watch them play, they make more fans. Because every time you see them, you go, man, this team is way better than I've sort of seen or thought that they were. And I absolutely love seeing that.
And also from last year, we saw them do extremely well, and now they're continuing to kind of build on that reputation here. Himas, Tyke, and all the guys, they're able to really do some pop-off games. We saw Haisaki take down Na'Vi here in the beginning of the day. Super, super impressed with 𝗟𝗓𝗡 so far, and I hope they continue to kind of build on that foundation throughout the year.
The more time they spend in these international lobbies, the better they seem to get.
For sure.
Let's take a look at the overall leaderboard. 2 games left to play. 17 has the lead at 133, but it is not unattainable for a catch-up to happen. Ascend is not that far behind. A good chicken dinner and a bad game for 17 opens that up for them. 𝗟𝗓𝗡, even possibly the Sonics and Ghibli, if 17 has a bad game to start. I think that's really the key here.
Somebody needs to sit in the back seat of their car and pull the handbrake, though, because they have been able to do quite well for themselves. 𝗟𝗓𝗡, huge game so far and day so far for them. They're able to bring 44 points, their best day so far in the grand final. That puts them into the 3rd place here. Super impressed with them so far.
And I think one of the fun things that I've enjoyed at this event that sadly you guys can't hear at home is 17's play booth is very close to our green room, so we can hear the passion that they're playing with, the excitement, the frustration when things go badly. And there is definitely, it's fun to hear that sometimes, to hear how intense it can get for some of these teams. But 17 looking great. Can they be stopped? With only 2 matches left to play, it is almost time for the penultimate game of PGS 1, co-hosted by Krafton and VSPO. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
how dangerous that can be. The shot does come out, though, and that's going to be a warning. But Spyro, he delayed his drop, able to get the knock, fully run away from that, down to such low HP, but this is a moment to perhaps finish that kill, especially with the frag grenade in hand.
1 HP to work with, and what a survival. I love the fact that it sits in the window, because the shotgun comes through the chest, but the nade finds the second as well, too. He goes down. With full control of the hillside up above, shooting over the top, finds the first one. That is Pushil's down.
Yeah, Tiggleton and company. Oh my God!
Engagement might be overwhelmed, but AZ with the underhand grenade, this one could be good.
Oh, he gets the knock, and now he's gonna push out and get another. Looking for the third, looking for the finish. The 1v3 on Adanawa. Salute is hurt, but he is prone. He's gonna throw a molly right on top of Salute. This may be the end. Salute is burning, but I think he got the first aid off just in time. Has to wrap to the outside, but no, the molly was good enough. What a play from AZ.
It's not perfect. They're getting knocks against them, but they are making it work time and time again. But Apocalypse with a very, very good return knock on Kurt.
Nice double headshot coming through, gets the flush instantly as well. Molly should take out Rune. We'll see if the man can do anything. No, Halo able to find the first. Apocalypse not in the position to cover him at all. Vegas now spots the second down to have HP. They know the connection was there. Push forward, aggress forward, get the final kill down. Slow HP, no!
Halo as well, so they are not down just yet, but oh, Halo is found.
Exactly, man. The team's aware of exactly what's going on here. Apocalypse crawls for input. Let's go for the flush. Yes, he does. Again, first game of the series. It's only 12 matches total. You want to optimize the amount of points you can get here. Penta, Nate locked on out, doesn't find the first man. Able to stay alive. Penta, though, take it down. Peaks the second time around. Apocalypse hits him.
Keep seeing them cheekily pop up in some of these final moments, so not too bad to be able to get yourself a few points. There is a world where they make grand finals, and quite honestly, I'm going to be truly frank with you here. Me, Benja, Toby, how? Well, they won PEC, fantastic. However, how are they going to do on land? We have a...
Xavier's position in particular is really tricky for Ghibli.
Oh! Vegas once again landing a sick headshot! How is he getting away with this?
2 more bullets in this AWM. Can Vegas make anything else happen? Yes, he can!
Stop! Please!
Unbelievable!
Vegas!
They're desperate to eat the points. They're set in 15th. There's Cumin with the first. Instantly, the flush to follow. As now Senna tries to find another, but Cumin again finds the third as well!
It's on now. It's on this maneuver for these teams to go out with a bang and not go out with the whip for the sense coming on in. Oldless with the grenade at the ready. It looks good! Oldless takes down 2 of New Happy!
For 𝗟𝗗, still at her, holding the line, gets another. All of a sudden, this push for for Third Eye looked good, and now it doesn't.
But they're losing players themselves. It's not going to be a free grab. It's not going to be an easy continuation of this game despite being a center spot. And it looks like Sun Sister also want to take part in this. Battlegrounds Road actually backed away. They realized that, oh, I say that, it's actually going to be Third Eye eliminated. Oldless swinging around the corner.
This, I mean, like you said, FaZe needs points, and now they're walking right to the guns of Gen.G. Taemin is making them pay, getting 3 headshots with the SLR. The end is near here at PGS1. Only 2 more games to go, and 17 Gaming is thoroughly in the driver's seat. Challengers remain, but can anybody get it done in these last 2 games? Paper Thin here, along with Toby, to bring you these last 2 games to find out if there will be any challengers or if this will be 17 Gaming's first global title.
And right now, it looks very much to go in their direction. But still plenty of teams that could, with one more good game here, stop them. But it's all going to come down to not only do they have a good game, but can they stop 17 early? Can they deny them the late games?
Exactly. Is anybody going to be able to prevent 17 from making these smart, safe maneuvers that we've seen so far today?
I'm not going to lie. When I saw them crash into prison early last game, I was like, oh my god, this is going to be their downfall. Circles came their way, but also just them being able to sit tight, having that corner, the little cave, to be able to stay put in. It's starting to get really ugly for some of these teams on the hunt.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So the gamble paid off for 17 in the previous game. There are still contenders, maybe Ghibli, who knows, maybe they can muster something here. That magic that they've had the last couple of days doesn't seem to quite be there today.
Not really the same extent, but my eyes now, as we head on over to Miramar for the last time of PGS1, is going to be on this 17 team. We saw them in the previous Miramar, Oldless snug up, took out 1 early on. I think all of 17 are going to sit very comfortably in Picado this time around. No flexing out in the early game.
Yeah, I think you may actually be right. I think this time it's going to be safety measures engaged.
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Exactly. But then again, I mean, a passive 17, the worry comes in where if they don't get the placement points to boot, that could potentially be a 0 or 1 point game for them.
All right, let's get those fireworks going, because we are ready to get some fireworks going in the game. We have a Miramar coming at you guys. PGS1 rolls along, even though we will find our stopping point very, very soon. It's time to get into Game 5 of the day. Game 15, or nope, I'm wrong. Game 17 overall. My math is good. Game 17 here for Miramar. My math finally faltered, Toby.
It had to happen eventually.
It had to happen eventually.
Let's take a look now as we hop on over to Miramar. Very, very simple, very, very vertical playing path coming in. Hot Eastern committed teams might have a harder time, but at least, Paper, at least what we might get off for this is a first circle that does not go to the east.
Yeah, no, I mean, this one, you know, promises. It's at least tantalizing us with that it might not show us, you know, that Los Leones area again. I think we're good for that. You know, our last Miramar, I would love something maybe a little bit spicy, just a little bit different. That's all I want.
Different.
Something different is all I ask for here.
Different and far away from Picado. How about that?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm okay with all of that.
Let's make life miserable for 17 in this particular match, and then if anyone gets close to them, we'll say fair play for the final one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think this is, you know, you could see Cerberus out very early towards Oasis, men after my own hearts, as they go up towards that northern area. You can see Sonic's going to be heading out south of the south end of Los Leones, Navi and Minas Generales, and yeah, everyone else just kind of fanning out in mostly their normal drop spots.
Yeah, quite a few teams down towards the southern side, though, as we said before, the hard eastern loot spots of Impala, of Luminosity wanting to go over towards Junkyard, not really reachable with this plane, and the risk of trying to fly over a team that lands down before you is simply not worth it. So a lot of teams down south, which means that should this first circle go north, we're in for some good rotations, but north, hell no. Let's go practically as far south on the first circle as can be.
I heard some screams of joy. You don't often hear that off of that particular circle. Usually it's groans, but I think people are ready for something different. We are certainly going to get it here. Maybe. We're likely to get it. Adam, this time around, it's Third Eye who's being picked on.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought the Third Eye were going to be receiving it? A fire coming through in the early game. Now, we asked for something far away from Picado, and in all fairness, I don't think we could really get further away from 𝗟𝗗 with the first shift. So kudos to you, game, for listening to our pleas. We'll see, though, if 17, which is a team that everyone has their eyes on right now, can find a safe passage to this first circle.
Of course, 𝗟𝗗 still wanting to climb that leaderboard, still wanting to keep themselves somewhere in that top echelon of teams, a team that struggled early in this event. The first day, a day to forget, certainly for 𝗟𝗗. Since then, they've had some good performances. They've gotten a chicken dinner. They just need a big game or two, and they're right back towards that top 3, top 4.
You said big game exactly. I mean, 13 points here. They're set in third. That would be absolutely huge. To see them climb all the way back up, that would be phenomenal, because I was starting to feel a little, oh no, have they used all the energy on those first couple of stages? But no, today's climb, it really started at the end of yesterday, right? We started to get some games going their way. Should they be able to do it here, that would be huge.
I mean, if they can just clean up some of the early game stuff that happens to them where they get caught in splits. But here's a replay from the previous game. This is 𝗟𝗗 doing the pew-pew to ascend, and him and 𝗟𝗗 doing a ton of damage, a ton of work here towards this end game, just sweeping, south to north along this ridgeline. Just beautifully played.
𝗟𝗗 has been an absolute joy to watch throughout this tournament. Coming into it, I didn't have the highest hopes for 𝗟𝗗, especially not in comparison to some of the other Chinese teams. But if I was to look at 𝗟𝗗, I was looking at 7-7. I was looking at 𝗟𝗗 as some of those two players that we've seen globally before go out and deliver. 𝗟𝗗, a bit of a under-the-radar player for me, has definitely impressed.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it's kind of interesting here at this event that we've seen some players on some of our big teams that have been often in their own regions, like the secondary fragger. Like you think about 𝗟𝗄s on Cerberus, you think about 𝗟𝗗, the secondary to 𝗟𝗗 on 𝗟𝗗, having really big events.
Exactly. Well, we see teams rotate on in. We did for a brief moment see Adam and Oldless somewhere isolated. And then you think, but isn't 𝗟𝗗 normally in Montenegro? For anyone looking at the map right now, look at 𝗟𝗗's split. They're currently setting up a gatekeep on Ascent this time around, because why not pick a new team every game to try and bully?
I'm telling you, there is no rhyme or reason.
Nope. It's just I think they're spinning a bottle in their booth, and then they put down some peanuts, one representing each team. Whichever peanut the bottle aims towards, once that spin is done, that's where they're going.
Yeah,
and now it's Ascent.
I know, it is quite fascinating to watch the way 𝗟𝗗 has approached these lobbies, and I mean, I guess I'll give them this, they're not in last place anymore.
True. It's almost as if whenever they actually started fragging out, they got points off of it. Who would have thought? And speaking of, I mean, I know we've been hitting the drum on these the Luminosity performance for a while throughout the grand finals here, but it's mind-blowing to me that they were so unbeatable. They seemed unstoppable through group stages, to then come into grand finals and just not been able to get anything going.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, a team that I really had high hopes for, was really excited to see them in these grand finals. It just wasn't their weekend. So see if they can reset. I mean, again, a team that I talked about it earlier. Certainly, I think we will see them again at Globals this year.
Oh, definitely. It's for me, though, it's the underlining of global PUBG esports. It's a long tournament. It's a long format. You cannot just play the first couple of days well. You have to be able to play well, especially through those resets. Had it just been one long tournament, they would have been set up there because of their great performance during group stages. But when resets come in, you have to be able to continue and drag your momentum onto the next stages as well. And for them, among other teams, it just has not happened.
Absolutely. So if you were glancing at your map right now, yeah, there's a couple teams in 𝗟𝗗, 17 and Twisted Minds, not too far from each other, relatively speaking. But in 𝗟𝗗, distance can be deceiving thanks to the buildings.
Yes, it sure can. We haven't really, I come back to think of it earlier today, we haven't really had like a proper city ending throughout the entire tournament so far. It's very rare that we don't have at least one or two, but there hasn't been like the full-on. We did have on the northeastern edge of 𝗟𝗏, but haven't been properly inside. Now, here we go. For those of you guys who haven't been following PUBG esports for a long time, especially on the global stage, there's a thing where if one America's team is sat somewhere, they tend to somehow just kind of magnetize the other America's teams towards them as well, which is why you usually end up seeing America's teams fighting one another in the early game in particular.
Yeah, similar ideas on how to approach the game. 𝗟𝗏 taken down by Salute on the drive-by, and just out in the open there. So that's significant damage here to Ghibli early. Yes, with 3 men, it feels like this team can still perform at a very high level, but this is a team that you know, who knows, maybe 2 big games and they're right up there competing for that top spot. So a tough loss early.
Definitely, and while our eyes have been on 𝗟𝗗 and on Heaven, credit to Glass as well. He has been the one with the bold action to set up a lot of those fights where we have then seen Heaven and 𝗟𝗗 make amazing plays. So losing that support player early on could prove fatal for the likes of 𝗟𝗗.
Yeah, again, I've always been kind of interested in Glad's career, formerly Nefiex. If you guys have been watching the PUBG Korea Leagues or the PWS or PCSs, where he's made appearances from time to time, Batulins is about as high as it gets. This is almost the top of that particular compound, just seeing what's going on with 17, watching them relaying that info over to his teammates. 4AM is now making their way into the circle on the eastern edge.
Well, it's going a little quiet now as we still miss a couple of the north side teams. Ascent are making their way ever so much closer to Third Eye down below. Chris is going to be the one up close. I love the fact that 𝗟𝗗 and Mika, I believe it is, are wrapping north around. Because, again, we've seen this from FaceTime before in EMEA, where they say, we're not going to do this. We know they're going to be there. There's always one team around. And Chris, this is huge. The shot came across from the southern side, I believe. And that's going to allow for Chris to, well, once he gets rid of that vehicle, wrap his way all the way south around. So spotting that is huge for a team currently set in second, aiming for first.
I mean, I appreciate this. You know, they're trolling the troll. The master troll is Chris. And you're trolling him out there on that road. I like that. I'm all about it.
Yeah. Gotta test him every now and again. Let's see now. 𝗟𝗗 caught in a split here as well. Don't think this is him positioning himself to try and be much of a gatekeep. This is just him hearing vehicles saying, you know what, I'm not gonna drive right now. But 𝗟𝗗 swinging right past him. They don't come more accessible than that one. 𝗟𝗗, though, can't quite find the knock.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗗 has just been a little bit off the mark throughout these grand finals. Hasn't been that normal, just absolutely just force of nature. Yeah, machine, no doubt about it. So Na'Vi still having a strong finals in 7th place. Would like to end on a high note, as everyone would. No, this battle kind of shifts in a bit of a different direction up towards the hillside.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mika is aware that Oldless is up here. Also, Brax is still sat down towards Los Hijos, so it would be a dangerous fight for Ascent to engage in, because they could very quickly become outnumbered. In the meantime, Sonics 2-2 split, or make that a 2-1-1 split. Not oftentimes you see teams camp this place, but you know what I think? I think this might be Sonics, and if this shifts south, 17 might just pull up on us, and you can see they're already in the vicinity. Similar situation to what they did with Prison. We're just going to find a place to lay low. We're just going to let everyone else die around us, and we will survive till the end game. So I think this Sonic setup right now is a specific anti-17 setup.
It could be.
And it's going to work?
Yeah. No, I mean, this is maybe Lil Ghost going to go down. They're scuffling, and Tiggleton's got it. Mime and Tiggleton going to get a huge, huge kill. And certainly got to be feeling good about this. I think you're absolutely right. I think they read this.
Very, very wise play on the side of Sonics to set that one up. And not only to 17 lose a player, but that is the IGL down early on in this one. Let's see the next circle. Shifts back on land. What's going to happen eventually? It happens in phase 2, which almost means that we don't really shift away from any playable terrain a little bit, but it's still the same 4 teams that have to rotate into the next circle.
Yeah, I mean, the only real unplayable terrain left is the mountains around Los Leones. Yes. Everything else is fair game, so we'll see. Maybe it's just going to, like, double hardship up to Los Leones, and we're going to get that city. You know, maybe you jinxed it at the beginning.
I want it, but I don't want it. It's like whenever there's 2 games left of a global tournament, it's let's just leave it to the players to come up victorious. Oh, I think Richie is in trouble.
Is he stuck?
Maybe someone run him over or shoot him, allowing him to kind of reset that animation there.
Yeah, that does happen. There are a few spots here and there where, unfortunately, the rocks are a little tricky.
While bouldering have become more and more famous in the world as of late, doing it in PUBG can sometimes get you in trouble.
Where's Cammy? He can go help.
Oh, yeah, he can talk about all the different routes he could have taken out of that position. Needs to go bouldering. That's what he got to do in order to make his way out from that spot. 4AM on the east side. Again, slow approach to this one. Not really overzealous. Hasn't been their grand finals either. While it didn't look as hot as other teams throughout the earlier brackets, I definitely did not expect to see them sat down in 13th off of what we saw from them previously in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I really thought 4AM was going to be a contender in this with how well they were playing in the begining. Oh, what is going on out here? This is just getting sillier by the minute. It really is. That car's just done. There's no hope.
It's, Brex. Good thing for you is that you're pretty good distance to Oldest. He could take, oh no, don't prone. You're just asking him to. Now you're just asking him, so let's see if any of the shots connect. That's the first one going in. Is he still prone? No, finally he's not running, but 2 shots already hit. Adam finds the third. Brex. This one should be him down and out.
Yeah, that's ridiculously long range, especially with the SKS.
Yeah.
That's a tremendous bullet drop you are having to deal with. Some return fire into Vox. Adam trying to figure out where the hell it's coming from.
They might just want to try and pick him back up. You can see Chris now with the shots coming through, forced him off the ridge line. The issue is, as you can see there, Chris, limited in terms of tires available for him here. Millman dies outside the circle. In the blue, he falls. Not sure exactly what caused that, but Na'Vi -1. Rich is still chilling.
Poor Richie.
We need a pip. Like we need a picture of Richie until the moment he goes down.
I'll buy you dinner after this. That just feels bad, man. This feels bad. Oh, Penta. Oh my God. They got to start the res. Yeah.
Nope. Not gonna happen. I feel like the rest of the server is going, that's what you get! That's what you get, Third Eye, for getting at us all this time. Now, Luminosity trying to take it, to shoot, to kill over the hilltop. They're all up close. One good nade here could be lethal, but seems like they might be able to get away. As I say, that shots are connected, but not a whole lot more comes off of it.
Yeah, Relo there. Got a pretty good spray down, but just not enough time to finish the job. But, you know, out of one bad situation, potentially into another, SDK has to drive away from 𝗟𝗗 here.
Might just be going straight up towards Danova, depending on where they opt to stop the vehicles. Setting up shop is here. A little unlucky for them that they have to move now. They would have wanted to wait those 15 seconds to see where the next circle is going to take them. But of course, the pressure coming through from the southern side didn't exactly make things any easier. Now let's see, where does the next one take us? We are headed down towards the southwest. Okay, so still plenty of terrain available. And what I like the most about this area, Paper, even if you don't have a compound, you can actually play the open. Because of taller grass, because of the way the dips and the divots work, it's doable. Can he carry him from there? Can he do it? Can he get him up?
He's trying.
He's trying. Carry him.
Carry him?
Pan him.
Well, can you stick the res there, maybe?
We'll see.
And then see if that just pops him out.
Well,
I'm really glad they showed us that, because I saw it on the map and I was like watching it. I'm like, they're going for it.
They want to keep him alive. For the moments that we've seen success in Third Eye, Oldless has been a big part of that. So I do like the fact that they're committing to these reses. Now, rotations are coming through. Howl, the first one to try and execute one. Pow, though, again, instantly there to find the knock and the flush to follow.
God, Pow is on one right now. He is just making everything work. Linshu, good for the knock onto Apocalypse. So Howl here, trying to find some level of safety. The man now driving right into SDK. Richie B is just going to accept his fate.
Yeah.
Go down in the background. Ruin. Did the Mad get past SDK? Holy crap.
Sometimes you got to run the gauntlet. Sometimes you get rewarded. The issue for Ruin is he ain't quite there with his teammate just yet, and I don't think there's a way for him to get out of this position, especially not with how they're positioned here on the side of 𝗟𝗗 right now. Chris falls down as well. That is yet another casualty on the side of Ascent.
Yeah, Ascent here in second place. One of those teams that we were looking to see if they could make the run. 𝗟𝗗 is one that now is in a position where if they can continue this unbelievable hot streak that they're on here today, they could find themselves challenging 17 Gaming in that final game. Luminosity working their way south to north, heading up as far as they can get in terms of compounds that are available. They will sit underneath SDK.
Yep, this fight is bound to happen. Batula in spots one. Can't fight the knock initially. Does get in the second time around. Blue there to assist as well. Third one falls, and that is it. Full day trade. No more Miramars left for them as they fall in 16th.
High hopes for day trade coming into these grand finals that they were going to be able to make a splash here along with 𝗟𝗓. But right now, they sit in 12th place, out early in this one. Have some work to do in that final game if they're going to make a run towards that top 8.
Alia now with still a bit of rotation to make to get to the circle again. Lost Mill earlier on. Have to find an area of approach. H1 is knocked. I'm not sure if that came through from Na'Vi, but at least that's info fed across that something's happening in that direction. Ruin fell down. I'm not sure if that was 𝗟𝗗 players yelling in the background, but if they're hyped, I understand why.
I could hear those 𝗟𝗗 players. They're very excited. Every point is so important here, and the more damage they can do here, the better. 𝗟𝗓 now cutting through towards Third Eye. Few players fanned out for them. Vox, Adam, and Oldless still alive. Oldless very beat up, or excuse me, able to get the heals up, but Adam underneath. Himas drives right in. He has no idea. He has no idea.
This is just playing perfectly into what has become the playbook of Third Eye. Be sneaky for as long as you can and then make the play on out. Himas spots one though. Vox Oldless not pulling the trigger early enough for his teammate to stay put. That's a bit surprising.
And then he can't find the spray, so he's given Himas the opportunity to maybe get a res. The rest of 𝗟𝗓 wants to get involved here. He's got to switch over to the barrel. He gets it out in time. Around the corner, though, is Oldless. He's good for it. And he's going to stick the flush. So Hemas does fall. Is Vox going to be savable? Some damage into High Saki over towards 17.
Yep.
An important rotation coming through.
3 in the vehicle as well. We saw Little Ghost go down just before. Now headshot comes through from the side, but this dip should be theirs for the taking. Should be theirs to claim for a while. Nades, though, already rubbing in as 𝗟𝗡𝗗 is down to low HP.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗡𝗗 has an opportunity here to maybe put this game in someone else's hands. The grenade, though, going to go too far. 𝗟𝗔𝗡 now going to peel out in his Murado. Leave 𝗟𝗡𝗗 and 𝗟𝗡𝗗 on their own in this dip. And yeah, he's just driving center circle.
Yeah, might as well try and see what you can get off it. Now he's getting shot at, though. Hit twice, I saw on the map feed. As he's trying to prone this one out. He has the mat nearby, so we'll see if he gets to stay put or not in that center position.
There's still this fight here on the edge. Adam, there's no way that grenade's getting up there, buddy. I appreciate the attempt, but he's in trouble, to say the least. 𝗟𝗡𝗗 is getting pressured on the north. The Mad and 𝗟𝗡 positioned right next to each other. 𝗟𝗡𝗏 proning down in the open. The rest of 𝗟𝗏. It's a 2-2 split here for 𝗟𝗏. So you got 𝗟𝗏 not too far away to back him up. LG, though, not really aware of his position, I don't think.
Yeah, no, 𝗟𝗏 really needs to make a play. And what a story it's been for them. 10th place coming into today, now just 1 point out of second. It's been a huge climb, and the journey ain't over yet. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 is the up-close strip, but with the smokes being deployed by Luminosity, there ain't really a whole lot they can do to properly engage it. And Onyx now getting a shot in onto 𝗟𝗏 as well.
Yeah, the high ground compound controlled by Danawa. It's giving them some sight lines down into this potential fight that's brewing. 𝗟𝗏𝗏, though, springs into action. It has Flood down, but Mime immediately from behind. The Sonics want to get involved. They want points as well. Smokes are out across the board here as 𝗟𝗏 trying to keep Mime off the flanks.
Yep, so Example go down to blue just before now. We literally cannot find an entrance to the circle, and the teams they do not want to give points to are the ones sat right in front of them right now. But with this fight brewing, you'd have to imagine that Example tries to pull up on it.
All right, let's see what they want to do. Still 4 AM and Cerberus dueling down in the pip. And Onyx still putting some shots into this, doing a lot of damage in this fight. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 is back up and running. They got to make this fight happen soon. Yep. The blue is here. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 re-knocked. Now, 𝗟𝗏𝗏 has to push through a couple NA teams. 7-7 down. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 here, burning to the blue. A Mime's going to make short work of him. And now Luminosity is just holding the line.
And if there's a team that Sonics wants to take out right now, that is 𝗟𝗏𝗏. Now, though, they're running into the next one. Traded 1-for-1. Tiggleton falls, but so does Kickstart. Relo, too, goes down as Sonics try to make their way further towards this circle.
Yeah, the blue is doing a lot of the damage in this fight. HWin and Mime still on their feet. 𝗟𝗏𝗏, is he going to be able to get the heal off in time? Luminosity gone. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 still alive. And I believe the Sonics fell as well.
Exactly. Both the NA teams out right after one another. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 able to claim 1 more point. First stage is all he's got left to work with now, as the East Coast is still under full control. And Onyx finds Na'Vi. That is 1 more team eliminated. 1 more team on the hunt, taken out early.
𝗟𝗏𝗏 now just sitting in the blue, trying to find the timing to maybe get back in. He's got plenty of first aid kits, I think, on the ground there with all those dead bodies right around him. So he can still hold on. Danawa now starting to get active in this, wiping out another team. They just wiped out Na'Vi. Now SDK to follow.
Yep, they're playing full control towards that east side. Love the fact that we saw them flex down to take control. They already had a really good compound. Obviously now it's shifted away from. But the only reason they can now play safe from that spot is because they were daring. Because they opted to play so proactive. They have no threats now coming from that east side except for a potential Ghibli push.
Exactly. There goes Third Eye out into 10th place. A long battle on the edge. Ascend able to find some points here and there throughout. They've got 5 kills, I think, in this one. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 is going to go down. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 out. So a big threat to 17 has been eliminated, but they have a couple teams around them.
The main concern is, while Little Ghost did fall early, 17 is still alive. Sat very center in the circle. So unless if Danawa has something to say about it, this could be top 3 territory, or maybe top 5, maybe top 3 territory for 17 once more. We'll have to wait and see once the next circle here is going to force Danawa to make a play.
As long as nobody wraps in from the north, Danawa is somewhat okay in this position. The real danger is going to be if like 𝗟𝗏𝗏 or somebody tries to sweep that edge. Ghibli going to load up in the vehicle under fire from Ascend. The Mad waiting up ahead. Is he going to have to fight? Ghibli is going to drive right by him. He's going to have to make a go of it with the AUG, but nope. can't find the connection, and Heaven is going to put Howl out in 8th place.
Huge for 𝗟𝗟 to come out victorious in that one as well. It could easily, with the organ hand, been 1, 2, maybe even 3 down there. But now the fight has unfolded on the north side. 17. They have to be dealt with early if any of these other teams want to catch up.
Yeah, certainly some grenades are going to explode in front of 𝗟𝗏, taking their time with this fight. Still a ton to fight for them. 𝗟𝗟 gonna load up with another frag. Nope, he's gonna, yeah, he did throw it. It is gonna go to the right there. Loki pinned down by the tree. Soul alongside of him. Some of their teammates watching the backside, but this fight hasn't gotten super crazy. Let's see if Pio can find a grenade to land inside of 17. No, it comes up short.
And I think 𝗟𝗏 just picked up a shotgun inside that shack too. Could not be any better for him. 𝗟𝗟, those nades are going to bounce a bit too far. Not a whole lot of damage done with him. Circle shifts towards the roadside once more. So 17 still in, but because all these other teams aren't, the threats are getting that much closer.
And the good news is there's 0 kills for 17 Gaming if you're these other teams. Or 17 just hunkering down. 𝗟𝗟 now encroaching towards Suju. 𝗟𝗏 just really being diligent. They know that 𝗟𝗟 likes to get aggressive, so they have to keep them under watch. They cannot let them spring to action and start breaking ranks.
Exactly, 𝗟𝗏 being very cautious on this approach. They have 𝗟𝗟 over on the other side. I think they heard the shots fired earlier between Howl and them. That nade could be absolutely on point. Sends 2 forward. Not gonna find anything though.
Oof. Didn't get the knock. Damage was done. They got to be careful here. Smokes are going to come out, trying to buy time for Gyumin to get back up to full health, or at least get the first aid off. Could be some players coming in behind. Still Ascend might have a role to play in this.
Yep, they are shooting up in that direction, trying to get them from behind. Solo on point. Second time around, finds the double. 𝗟𝗏 forced the prone down immediately. And you can only imagine that Solo ups 1-1 over, now knowing exactly where they had them. But here comes the push. 4-man strong from 𝗟𝗏, pushing aggressively on this one.
Yeah, they are trying to box Suju in, but it's going to be 17 𝗟𝗏, who's got a cross angle onto Loki. And Onyx is going to be good for that kill. Now trying to keep Loki alive behind the rock. 𝗟𝗏 and others trying to get involved here. Loki behind the rock should be safe. Is Gen G going to get into action? But 𝗟𝗟 wiped out by Soul.
Soul gets all of them. Huge for them. I think when they pushed onto the shack, they thought there was another 𝗟𝗟 player position there. They see it then, that it's a 17 player. A bit surprised, lost one initially, but able to get all 4 back up alive now as well. And you saw Ascent instantly off of that play, backed off. This is not 17. We don't want to take this fight right now, because 𝗟𝗏, as of this very moment, ain't that much of a threat to us. We need to stay alive to take the fight to 17.
Here comes 4AM on the backside of Ascend. Mika and 𝗟𝗟 very spread out, as is tradition for Ascend. Very rarely are they in a position to fight together. Is 𝗟𝗏 and Crazy going to be able to identify the sneaky position? Oh my god, yep, they saw him. They saw him. The eye's too good. Pixel out of place. And Mika is down.
That could have been huge. We saw Mika 1v3ing day trade just yesterday. Could have been absolutely phenomenal. But for now, 𝗟𝗟 will have to play the rest of this match alone. Still 2 up for 17. Gen G is still yet to make an aggressive play across the road. Issue is, they have Twisted Mind sat right behind them.
But for every team that falls on these edges, 17 continues to profit, continues to get enough points to keep that lead out of reaching distance from some of these other teams, especially with 𝗟𝗏 going down. Ascend having a good game, but can they get much further? Can 𝗟𝗟 make something of this? 𝗟𝗏 now hammering down on top of 4AM. They want to keep them boxed out.
Exactly. 𝗟𝗏 are playing the best PUBG that they know. We got to sweep edges. We got to take control. We cannot go aggressive on 17 because the risk of us getting pushed in from behind by 4AM is too great. Figure out where is your most weak angle and take the fight to exactly that one. I'm loving what we're seeing from 𝗟𝗏 here.
Twisted Minds is just playing patient on the other side of things. Just something to keep in mind. Salute there. Getting some good damage into 𝗟𝗏. Yeah, he takes a bit in return. But now, 𝗟𝗏 gonna change angles here. They want to reposition this fight.
They forced them off. They've seen the next circle shift go up towards the northern side. They know that 4AM can still wrap back the other direction. Issue is 4AM ain't really all about that. So as soon as they give up the angle, now 4AM is running back towards 𝗟𝗏.
I kind of like this, though. If you can somehow get 4AM and some of these other teams that are towards this ditch along the side of the road to start fighting, 𝗟𝗏 could find a moment to third party this. It all depends on kind of how aggressive 4AM gets here.
Yeah, sure does. Gen G not really wanting to go aggressive here either. Very happy to see everyone fight on the other side. These nades are getting ever so much closer, but still yet to find the knock.
Oh, that was dangerous for 𝗟𝗏. They were right on top of each other there. A good grenade might have spelled disaster for them. The follow-up is good. Soul there as well with the shots from the M4. Finds the knock onto 𝗟𝗓. Crazy off to the side. Not much he can do but prone and try to heal. 𝗟𝗓 bleeding out. 𝗟𝗓 on the hunt.
Exactly, with the knock coming through them, seeing him go down, seeing the rest of the team fall back. They know that they can reclaim so much terrain off of this, but it ain't done just yet. Crazy found one instantly traded, though they still have to find Summer up on the top.
Oh, 𝗟𝗓 coming to life here. Takes Summer down, had the knock onto Anonix. Should be taken out here by Loki. Indeed he is. Taming going to put some party shocks into 𝗟𝗓, but they've got 12 kills.
But who is benefiting off of this? 17 still alive. Second and third now out. 𝗟𝗓 needs to come out strong if they want to take this one home. But as I say that, it's 𝗟𝗓 wrapping over the top. 𝗟𝗓 down.
Nice push here by 𝗟𝗓 to find their first kill of the match. Patience and caution has profited for most of these teams, but it is 𝗟𝗓 who is doing the lion's share of the damage and the killing. 𝗟𝗓 now gonna be, oh, it's Perfectix finds the angle here. Lou as well now watching 𝗟𝗓 up and over the road.
They still have the ridgeline issue as Twisted Minds haven't been forced to fight up close yet, so they have plenty of utility, and one well-placed nade here could be the downfall of the team, but just like that. Actually, you know what? I think that knock only comes through because he got rest, but nice return fire from Soul, takes out one in return.
Soul using his last grenade to try to finish the job on the Perfectix, but it's gonna bounce away from his target. Salute trying to wrap in, Batulin's now doing damage to 𝗟𝗓. Twisted Minds springing to action, but they're gonna have to take a moment to go for the res here. Soul continuing to work around the edge of this road. He has gotten completely underneath Twisted Minds. Are they going to be ready for this?
One nade here could be absolutely crucial, but as you can see, Soul has literally zero lethal utility. He has to peek this one. He knows it's a 1v3. He has to go aggressive at some point, but when does he spring the trap? You can see Lou is already starting to look in the opposite direction. He knows something wrong.
Yeah, there's something, the danger senses are tingling here for Twisted Minds. Soul gonna wait, might have gotten spotted on that peak, I'm not sure. No, he hasn't been, he's got one. Can he find two? No, the re-peak hit the side of the hill, goes for another, cannot quite connect. No help to be found from Loki. Loki is isolated on the other side of the circle. Soul trying to come up with some heroics flashes to try to buy time here for Twisted Minds. And it looks to be keeping Soul pinned down, at least temporarily.
And while all this is going down, everyone's forgot about 𝗟𝗓, so he's just going to be proning this one out. Loki now pushes on over, finds the first one, just one left to be seen. Perfectix on the other side. Can't quite find him fast enough. The kill should come through, but as I say that, no PO from behind. Takes one out. Perfectix now with another.
Oh my God, Soul still alive. Perfectix hanging on for dear life for Twisted Minds. Soul gonna try to catch him on the edge, and he does. 7 kills for Soul, 14 for 𝗟𝗓, but they are down to their last player.
And look at this, once again, 17 are scraping their way into top placement points. Not just a few, but they're getting top 3 after top 3 after top 3. What a way to play this one safe against their usual playstyle, because 17 is aggressive, but they're playing foot on the brakes right now, and it is working so well for them.
Everybody around them is just cannibalizing each other, and now 𝗟𝗓 can just rest. There isn't much he can do now except try to maybe get that extra second place, get those extra points. Who knows? Maybe a kill and a flush here and there. But 𝗟𝗓 has firm control over their side of the circle, over the center part as Phase 9 approaches. Eventually, 𝗟𝗓 going to have to make his way in. Oh, that molly's so good.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's done.
Is he though? No, maybe able to crawl over that blue. It's going to tank him if it gets him just once or twice. Could be him dead now. They know exactly where is that. Flash going to leave him blind for a little while. Jumps on up. Flash run in return. PO trying to make a flank around. Again, 1 point difference could be really the deciding factor in whether or not 17 comes out victorious here. One more tag from Blue. Hurts like hell at this point, and there he goes.
All right, Soul in a 1v4 versus 𝗟𝗓. Korea versus Korea now, as 𝗟𝗓 is just going to press the accelerator. They want to finish the job, and yeah, it's quick and over. It's a trade, and 𝗟𝗓 finds a 5-kill chicken dinner.
It ain't much, but it is enough for them to stay in the race. Maybe not for the win, but for a top 5 place off of this. Issue for everyone else is, though, 17 did it again. They snuck their way in to a top placement.
Yeah, huge game for 𝗟𝗓 as they continue their climb on the leaderboards, continue their march towards the upper echelons. But we are going to take some highlights and then the death guide. We have one more game. You don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss this.
2 Gs, 4 players, and 3 chicken dinners as 𝗟𝗔 takes home a chicken dinner a little late. I don't know if it's enough to get them into the top 3 or 4, but it was a great game by them. 17, however, yet again, grinds their way into the points.
Slowly and silently get into a center position in the circle, and then, yeah, of course, top 3 gets them 5 points. No kills, though, and 𝗟𝗏 had a fantastic game. If it wasn't for 𝗟𝗏's rough day 1, they would actually have been #1 or close to #1 at this point here.
I mean, it's official. I'm a soul man because watching that game was incredible. Him and Loki going up over the hill to fight Twisted Minds was exciting and dynamic, but I think 17 in a good spot, and the reason that they are is you saw that they sort of had to send to a weird spot. Sonics had a great camp on them in the cave. They jumped out of the car. 𝗟𝗔 knew where they were and started using those nades, and they had the wherewithal to get in a vehicle and fake leave. They drove one player off while the other two just didn't even move. And then 𝗟𝗔 was like, oh, they left. Let's just preserve our utility.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 𝗟𝗔, that was super well played, of course. Getting into that shack there, it kind of took all the attention away, exactly as planned there, and then managed them to get those points. Those 5 points might be crucial there, because if it was, one more knock or like an opening or something that 𝗟𝗔, they felt, it's also a hard push over that road. It's like, it's perfectly laid up that it's like a high ground. You have to peek over it like it's a ridge. So it wasn't worth for 𝗟𝗔. And they managed to stay alive. They didn't get that many kills, sure, but they still managed to stay alive and get into the win and get enough points to put themselves a little bit further in the top there. I will say, compared to what we saw in day 1 for them, day 2 and kind of the start of day 3 has been a little bit different.
I mean, when we talked about the start of day 2, 𝗟𝗔 was in 7th place. They slid pretty far down. They've had some tough moments, but this is a nice wake back up. We've seen a lot of teams who had some tough days, 2 and 1, sort of come out and play today. But again, a lot of this comes down to 17. How do you catch them? I will say Ascend, again, manages to get into the late game, manages to put points on the board, and 𝗟𝗏 does not say die. These guys refuse to give up. Take a look. We're going to show you our top 4 teams. 𝗟𝗏 is the one to look at right here because they had a long way to go at the start of this match to get back into that fight for possibly first. They should, I think, be in second after getting 14 kills in a chicken dinner. A 24-point game is impressive.
Yeah, super impressive. That 21 points on day 1. They got 24 points in this game alone.
Yikes.
So huge game for them here, of course. Unfortunate. If they had like 10, 20 more points in day 1, they would literally been just contesting there for the first spot. But yeah, of course, huge game for them. If they wanted this one and the kills to boot with it, they would have been super close.
They would have been close. Let's before we show you how close they are, let's take a look back at the match. Sonics came out strong, got a couple of kills. They've been trying to put points on the board, but when that shift went away from Los Leones, they just couldn't make the transition, and that's where we lose them in 13th place. Then we jump to the Big 5. This is where things get a little bit wild because ฎ has to, I mean, that cross by Soul to get to this side and make that move on Twisted Minds was incredible.
Perfect timing. Of course, they have the smokes down, so you had a little bit of cover here. And then Loki's push over there with the barrel, opening it up, getting a flush as well, huge for them. Twisted Minds, though, super unfortunate for them. Like, they were actually 4 guys alive. They're looking strong, and then ฎ just come in and completely destroys them. Of course, 17 gets shot down, and then 𝗟𝗔 is just about finding the last player. Loki got spotted quite easily.
Yeah, the real winner in that fight was 𝗟𝗔. They had the ability to just watch it from the high ground and wait to come through and clean up. And remember, our MVPs will come from the winning team. So will be one of these gentlemen. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Foxy takes the man of the match.
Yeah, that would be no surprise that, of course, with the 3 kills, there would be kind of expected. Yeah, 𝗟𝗔, hopefully they can kind of push it a little bit further with the last game, make it exciting. But still, our mid-pack, our, second, third team, all the way down to 8th, it's going to be super, super close. Huge difference in prize pool, huge difference in PGS points, so that's going to be really important.
That's it. I think the prize pool, especially when you talk out of that 2nd and 3rd place, it gets a little bit less of a differentiation, but getting those points, because at the end of the day, all anybody cares about, these players, is they want to go to PGC. They want to play in the big show. They want to have the chance to lift that World Championship trophy. And the difference, 4 teams in the past, we've seen cutoffs as different as 14 to 20 points. So everything you can get matters when you're looking at the future.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, man of the match, Foxy, good to see him here. 3 kills. One of the lowest ones we've seen so far. If you look at the average there, usually there's a little bit more damage and knockouts coming in. Ascend, though, they ascend to the very top here for 80 kills total. ฎ they're in there with the first place for... It's close, though. Look at that. All on 16,000 damage, except for Ascend. Super, super tight in terms of total.
You say ฎ, I say ฎ win, because these guys have been playing so hard here today. Like, that fight with, sending Seoul to the bottom, Loki going up over the top. Like, they knew they had no other choice for their win scenario. They threw everything they had at the wall, and they were able to walk away with a huge amount of points. Did they win the chicken dinner? No. Did they win the match in terms of points?
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah, and as I said here, 𝗟𝗗, first day, 21 points. This game, 20 points. Ooh. Super fantastic game for them here. Let's take a look at the overall and see how it changed it up. Yeah, it does a little bit.
I mean, it's close. Okay, so let's talk some scenarios. Right. Before this game, 17 looked so good. You and I were even joking in the green room about how are we going to come up with a scenario where someone can catch 17? But there is a world where Ascend and now maybe 𝗟𝗗 or 𝗟𝗗 comes out, gets a massive game, gets first place. We just saw 20 points in a game, so that can get you caught up. The problem is, Ascend can do it, right? If they work really hard.
Yeah, I mean, Ascend with a win and 8 kills, they could do good. Or 𝗟𝗗 with 14 kills on a win, they could do good. But still,
the problem is 17. 17 has developed a defensive capability unlike we've ever seen. The circles, they're finding the right spots. At the end of the day, there's just not much that we can do to stop them. Now, if you want to get your hands on some cool prizes, you don't have to chase down 17. You can just chase down the code at the bottom of your screen. Type that in right now and get your chance to get some of those cool skins. Remember, they're only available until the 17th, so you can get them in-game if you don't win them for free. I'll tell you who's not going to win something for free here. 17. They do need to get into the late game. If they have a bad match, and we did see it once today, where they went out in that first 15 spots, Ascend can do it, and 𝗟𝗗 maybe, right?
But a huge game.
Huge game.
All win and double-digit kills, they could do it, but still.
So you're saying there's a chance?
17 gaming, they have been looking fantastic, and if everything comes to what we've seen so far in the grand final, they're going to get another, 10, maybe 3, 4, 5 points guaranteed, but 10 if they get the kills going as well. They played extremely well. Their third-party opportunities have been on point. Their rotations have been on point, and how they've been able to manage to get into the late games again and again have just been on point every single time.
It's easy to give them a hard time about how slow they've played these last games. It's because they played the rest of this grand final so well. Can they do it? Can they continue the run to the championship? It is time for our final game of PGS1 with your casters, Toby and Paperthin.
It's the twilight of PGS1. The clock is about to strike midnight. The carriage has arrived. And 17 Gaming is looking to see if that glass slipper fits, if they can finally be that Cinderella team, if they can finally take a global tournament, if they can finally take a tournament. Even in China, they've never even won the PCL. Toby, so much at stake here in this last game.
And it couldn't be written up any better. 17 Gaming, 17 points ahead of second place right now. It's Ascent on the hunt. It's 𝗟𝗗, it's 𝗟𝗗 on the hunt. They need good games, but most importantly, they need to take out 17 Gaming before they start racking up points.
Keep our eyes keenly aware of 𝗟𝗗, the center of the map. Will draw our attention. The bullseye of 𝗟𝗗. We'll see if anybody's going to throw any darts out early. From what I can see so far, everybody is holding it close to the vest.
Let's let them loot. False sense of comfort, and that's when we get them.
That's the best way to do it. I think rotation traps are actually the best way to hot drop, quote unquote.
It is at least the more unpredictable ones in terms of if you just fly down next to an opponent, it's pretty obvious for them to go, well, we're going to be fighting. So we'll see. We'll see how things are going to pan out here as we jump into the final match of PGS1 again. Our eyes are here. Our eyes are on 17 Gaming. Will they get the first circle? Last game we tried to get it as far away from them as we could. They still got third place. Let's see where this one is going to take us.
It's going to be hard based on that plane path to get one away from them initially. Unless it's like a full milli circle or something like that. Circle will come out very shortly here, and it is going to be west, and that's Cerberus cheering behind us. They love these circles, of course, but I want to go on a talk here about 17 Gaming, and I've been with this team for quite a long time. There's a lot of history for them in PUBG Esports, so I think a lot of people became aware of 17 Gaming as a team because of the Face It Global Summit and because of them being on the receiving end of the Captain Grenade. Yes. A kind of an inauspicious start to their PUBG Global career. Since then, they've been a strong team. They've been a really good team. But again, PCLs, PCSs, every kind of Tier A or Tier S tournament they've been to, every global tournament, Second or third has been their best finishes. They've never been able to find that win. Show retires, the superstar for that team, the leader, the spiritual leader of that team now. And here today at PGS 1, they may very well find themselves claiming a title.
And what better way to do it than doing it in the grand finals where the two candidates, the two that we thought would be the victors, 𝗟𝗡𝗗 alongside 𝗟𝗟𝗡𝗗, aren't even here to do anything to try and prevent it from happening, because they are two of those teams that have time and time again been that stone in the shoe for 17, the ones to take the wins away from them in the very last moment.
Yeah, I mean, you think about, they've been in the shadow of those teams, 4AM and others as well, and even 4AM here taking some shots. 𝗟𝗓 just saying, we see you, we see what you're doing, we know. And I mean, to think about the way this tournament went, even for 17 Gaming. I mean, just crazy, not good to start. Crazy bad. I'm just going to call it what it was. It was bad.
It was a yet another case of if you keep hot dropping, either you come out really victorious or everything goes against you. And they got the worst side of that coin flip, no doubt about it. But again, that is in the past. They've bounced up, or they've turned things around, I should say, and they've gotten things going for them. And now, not only do they have a 17-point lead, but they're also sat, should they stick around here, dead center, phase 1.
An epic journey, to be certain. And already moving in towards the middle of the circle. 𝗟𝗓 is still kind of in looting phase, so kind of got to be careful with these positionings. You never know where 𝗟𝗓 is going to pop up. They are a tricky team to kind of understand what they're going to do game to game.
Now, as we saw 17 jump into their 2-2 split, as much as it's dead center and it's good for them, as we see Vox just doing third eye things, this is pretty interesting because while it's dead center, it's also one of those spots where you know there's not going to be a full team in either of these two spots early on. So this is one of those spots that even if shots are fired towards you, teams still tend to commit to a push on because they know even if we pull up fast enough, we will have a 4v2 at least for the first 10 seconds until the cavalry arrives. So look for any of these teams coming in from the east, especially looking at Howl right now, to be one of those teams potentially to full on collapse on the compound, potentially taking out 2 from 17 early on.
I like what you're saying. I'm going to keep my eyes on it for sure. Our observers are definitely going to be keen on anything that happens with 17 in this game. Rightly so. We need to know every little moment that occurs in this, every slice of time that we can find. Can break it down to the well, it's called the plank length of time, which is the shortest amount of time theoretically possible. We need to see every bit and piece of it.
This is a perfect camera angle. Just keep it here, where we can see all of them running around. No, I'm kidding. There's, of course, plenty of highlights, plenty of moments to unfold in this match. The first one might be around the corner as Belmont spots one, spotted the second as well. Doesn't want to take the shot initially. Mime now, though. If only he knew. Now seen, no tree for cover. Love the fact that he waited with that shot, but 𝗟𝗓𝗡 instantly there in return.
Wow, Flash got shut down. He was waiting with open arms, but somehow 𝗟𝗓𝗡 able to recover and kind of expect the trap play here by Daytrade. Belmoth now gonna let loose of the grenade. It looks pretty darn good, but it just bounces too far. 𝗟𝗓𝗡 doesn't even take any damage from it.
That molly should be good. Those should force 𝗟𝗓𝗡 off the tree. Good thing for him is that his teammates have already deployed smokes, allowing for him to cross on over. And Sonics right now, while first place might be out of reach, they are in the midst of the big bunch of teams here. There are so many placement points, so many PGS points, so much prize pool money that could potentially go with or against them depending on how this match unfolds.
Now, this match could get bloody because there's going to be a lot of teams hungry for every point they can get to try to climb that leaderboard, to try to get into, again, those top 8 positions. Na'Vi, one of those teams we're looking at to see if they can recover from what has been a lackluster last couple of days. Daytrade now going to mount up in their vehicles, have a little bit of a kiss, and then move on with life. 𝗏𝗏 wrapping around North George. Well, just Soul and Salute, as I call them, the dynamic duo for 𝗏𝗏. 𝗟𝗓𝗡 taken down by 𝗟𝗓𝗡.
Yeah, that's a good knock. Mel is in the nearby vicinity, but can't fully commit to that rest just yet. The remaining 2 Na'Vi players, again, in a 2-2 split, they now have to fortify. You have a player that has to go for the rest. He needs protection while that happens. So they're giving up, not that it's prime real estate, but a pretty good compound down towards that southeast. And if the next circle swings down here and somebody takes that away from them, that is a huge loss off of simply one knocked player.
4AM had to stop up short of going any further. I think crossing paths with Howl a bit. 𝗟𝗏𝗡 with an M24, and a dangerous gun if he can connect, of course. Can change a round instantly for a team if you get headshotted by it.
While the game quiets down, as I say that, of course, Howl just says, you know what, let me just check out 4AM. Can I join their team? Nah, crazy, don't want any of that. While we're now having a brief moment of quiet, 17's position right now tells me that they're not playing scared. Just because they play Cinder, just because they play quiet, doesn't mean they play scared. They play with so much courage and confidence. They're ahead right now. They know that everyone is gunning for them. They're in a wide 2-1-1 split. They just want to play smart PUBG. And if smart PUBG right now for them is not playing aggressive, just playing placement points, then that is what they're going to do. So do not for a second, do not for a moment think that just because they're passive means that they're playing worried. They're playing incredibly smart PUBG, understanding their spot in the leaderboard, understanding the circle, and the situation that they're in.
Yeah, precisely. I have been very impressed with the way they've been handling themselves today. SDK right into 𝗟𝗗𝗗, a team that maybe has hopes of trying to do something on this 7-7 with the opener on to Vegas. 𝗟𝗗𝗗 and Penta trying to wrap around into the house, but 7-7 having absolutely none of it. alo down as well. 7-7 needs one more piece to complete the puzzle. 𝗟𝗟𝗗 here out in the open. Penta's up there, and it's going to be STK gone.
In minds instantly take me back to Tempo Storm. Once tried to do a similar play, didn't happen. For the sake of SDK, they stayed alive for longer than Tempo Storm did back then. But kudos to 𝗟𝗗𝗗 for staying alive throughout all of that. Caught by surprise, able to rack up all four, and most importantly, 0 casualties on the side of 𝗟𝗗𝗗. They still need a good game. They need all four alive.
Absolutely. 𝗟𝗟𝗗 now swinging in towards 𝗟𝗟𝗗. Crashes on. 𝗟𝗟𝗗 with some damage. Oh boy, that just parks itself up and creates a ramp on the outside. 𝗟𝗟𝗗 trying to get out of dodge, trying to stay safe, able to with the help of that fence line. Good awareness there by 𝗟𝗟𝗗 of the angles that he was going to be visible from.
Really smart molly lob down as well, denying them the entry initially, able to now fall back towards his teammates too. They did manage to find Heaven up on the hillside, so they know it's a split. Now with Glass getting the rest on through, Luminosity has to be very smart about this one, because if the next circle goes anywhere near them, and even with 𝗟𝗓𝗗 creeping in here as well, any team visible from behind, that's them out.
𝗟𝗟𝗗 here. Whoops.
Happens.
Happens to the best of us. We've seen it throughout this tournament. 𝗟𝗓𝗗 getting involved. There was a knock on to Glass. Heaven as well, knocked by 𝗟𝗚. It's 𝗟𝗟𝗗 falling apart at the seams. Everybody is looking at them from multiple different angles. There is no safety to be found.
Not at all. And for Na'Vi, getting 3 points here is huge too. Look at the leaderboard. They're currently set down in 10th, but look at how close they are. All the way up to 5th place is just 13 points. Could be huge if they can get some more 3 points over this. Well, the first one didn't exactly get to them. Only the knock was found. No flush confirmed just yet. 3 points here could be game winning.
You may be asking yourself, why is everybody at this compound on the southeastern edge? Well, people want points. As soon as these fights kick off, everybody starts turning their attention towards them to see if they can find anything. But 𝗟𝗓𝗗 realizing there is not much profit to be found, they're going to leave players there. Circle is going to hard shift up to the northeast. Now, 4am out with Vox. Vox there with some long-range AK sprays is doing some serious damage.
Yep, Lu down to low HP as well. 𝗟𝗟𝗗 too down to low HP. Adam actually finding him with the Scar from even further away. Huge damage coming through from 𝗟𝗗𝗗. Really wanting to put a dent in 4am and Althus now with the SLR taking out xiaolu. 4am look good in this position. They got the shift, but 𝗟𝗗𝗗 once again wreaking havoc on teams that try to make their way up the leaderboard.
Yeah, just crazy stuff here. I can see Howl potentially drifting towards this fight. I think if there had been a knock on the 𝗟𝗗𝗗, they might have been keen to get involved in this, but so far it's been clean for the NA squad. 𝗟𝗓𝗏s and 𝗟𝗏𝗏s, survivors from the earlier affairs for Day Trade, going to be driving center circle looking for some kind of compound, some kind of safety. There's not much to be found until you get all the way over towards just south of the ruins.
Yeah, it happened off camera, but 17 Gaming has regrouped as well on that southern side. So look for them to try and stay put in that position for as long as possible. Towards the west we go as Howl in trouble. They found 2 onto Na'Vi, but taking casualty themselves as well. Cerberus instantly saw the rotation coming through. Howl falls 15th place. That is them out 11th for now. We'll see if they drop further down the leaderboard as this game unfolds.
It's a big loss for 𝗟𝗟𝗗 there, losing 𝗟𝗟𝗗. Mel with a good grenade finds the knock onto Flood. Another out from 𝗟𝗚. Is that going to get anything else? No, doesn't go far enough. 𝗟𝗓𝗏 mostly able to avert disaster here so far. Grenades up into the upper stories. A little bit of damage to Snakers and Relo. But so far, 𝗟𝗏 should be A-okay. That grenade not going to connect either.
Na'Vi just needs as many points as they can here. No reason to stick around, no reason to try and hide it out. Mika able to find that one. Honestly, with all these fights going on right now, 17 are laughing. They're enjoying everything they're seeing. Let these top teams, let the ones on the hunt take out one another. That is the playstyle they've been executing all day long. We don't have to fight. Let's just let these other ones wound one another. As long as we outlast them, as long as we outlive them, we will come out victorious. This fight, for 17 Gaming fans, they are in joy.
Soul A huge moment here for 𝗟𝗗. No escape route that I can see right now. He might just have to fight this out. Certainly he knows that there are other Ascend players coming. Gonna throw a smoke, try to buy a little bit of time. Gonna switch over to that 𝗟𝗗 and the Scar. He knows that there's no other hope here except to win an up-close and personal battle until the rest of his team can get in a position to give him some cover.
I'm looking at Ascend and seeing, is there a way for them to back out of this? Is there a way for them to wrap down towards that southern side and get out of this? Issue is Mika is too deep in. He's on the other side. You can see east side of 𝗟𝗗 here. Doesn't have his vehicle anywhere near. He is in trouble, and I think that's the issue for Ascend. They simply cannot leave him. Knowing how many points they need in this match, they cannot leave their fourth behind. They need to try and defend. They need to try and get him. But if he falls fast, expect to see Ascend try and get out of this position.
See if 𝗟𝗗 is going to be mentally aware of the way that Ascend likes to position themselves, the way they like to play. It's spread out, it's ratty, no doubt about it. But that has been so successful for them. What a grenade from Mel. Finds a ton of damage onto 𝗟𝗓. Footsteps are one. Oh, it's so good from Mel! Right on point, takes down 𝗟𝗓s and Flood. Kickstart on the roof, can do nothing but watch.
We can't do the math, but Mel got all the geometry down in order to get that one through. Second ones will fall as well as Luminosity continue to take casualties. Ascend alongside 𝗟𝗗. This fight has been brewing for a while now. Mika will fall. Loki able to fight one, so damage already done on both the two teams chasing.
Now it's all into Soul. Ascend here trying to stun him up, trying to flush him out. Molly's in hand as they continue to push angles. Soul backed into a corner. Gonna use a stun of his own to buy a little bit of time, but Brex crossed. Soul here has to back up. He gets a little bit of damage. He's gonna push through the Molly. Is on fire, dodges the grenade. Some fancy footwork here trying to find the knock, but he can't find it. There's one, there's two. Soul, he needs one more, but it's a grenade from Brex. 𝗟𝗓 takes down his teammate, but they do find the kill.
And the collapse is coming there instantly here. Soul bought as much time as he could, and that is going to be Ascend in trouble. Brex go though somehow still alive. 7 HP to work with. Salute now wrapping around the corner. That's gonna be denied, and that is going to be Ascend down and out in the final match of PGS 1.
17 Gaming can only watch the kill feed and smile now. The teams that were threatening them the most are beating each other up. Still 𝗟𝗗 with 3 alive. Still potentially a role to play in this perhaps, but it is looking all but over. Kickstart now. Taking a grenade to the face from 𝗟𝗑. 𝗟𝗑 gonna launch another one there, but he is dealt with by Kick, and 𝗟𝗓 hangs on.
Luminosity looked perfect in group stage. Na'Vi did so in winners. Now both of them crumbling here in the final stage. 𝗟𝗗 able to find one more. That's 𝗟𝗗 out. We have one team on the hunt, currently sat 19 points behind our current first place team of 17 Gaming.
Yeah, there's almost no way. It is a
9 kills and a win.
It could happen.
9 more kills make that and a win.
Yes, they need a lot more kills.
14 kill win, 3 players alive. Come on, 𝗟𝗗. Make it exciting.
Hey, 𝗟𝗑, if there's any team right now in this lobby who can get it done, it's them. They're playing out of their minds today.
They sure are. On the very western edge of this circle, this next shift could be tournament deciding. 17, again, has been lucky with some of the circles going their way off of the positions they've been opting to commit to early on. So far, they're all in on that southern side. But let's see if maybe, for the sake of 𝗟𝗗 and all their fans, this next one can shift towards them. And maybe Luminosity, hearing shots in the compound. Are they committing to it? No, I think they're swinging around.
Yeah, they're going to fan out and try to avoid this altogether. But Relo took the worst angle here, and he may be punished for it. Skirting around the side of 17, and yeah, the 𝗟𝗓 is going to find another point, and that just makes things all the more difficult.
Need another one. 10 kills from here on out, 14 kills, now make it 15 kill win. 4 𝗟𝗗 needed in order to best 17. It's looking impossible, but if there's a stage for it, if there's a time for a comeback history to be real, they started the day in 10th place. If 𝗟𝗗 pulls this off, that would be a comeback of a lifetime.
No doubt about it. Sonics into 𝗟𝗓s territory, 2 knocks, and well, the Sonics are gone. Snap your fingers, and Sonics will find themselves out in 11th place. Circle's gonna shift down to the southeast here.
Oh, 17 is still in. Yep. They are still inside the circle, you guys. You had your chances to take them down early in the previous games. You didn't, and now they get to live to write home about it.
Sonics will currently sit in 5th after being removed, so who knows? Maybe 𝗟𝗓 with 2 players can find some success, can climb themselves. 𝗟𝗓s, Twisted Minds as well.
I mean, for Sonics as well, for 𝗟𝗓s to get those kills, if there's a team you want to take out and get those points for, and on the flip side of that coin, for Sonics, if there's a team you do not want to give those points to right now, 𝗟𝗔𝗡 4 alive at just 6 points down. Huge for them to rack up so many points here. Now, that's 1 from 17 down. 𝗟𝗋, when do you make the aggressive play? You need so many kills in order to win it, and you need to take out 17 in order to make that happen.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was a long-range shot.
Yep.
That is, oh my god, that's like 600, 700 meter knock.
And off of the knock, even though they're both inside, they just instantly fortify. They know, great, now they know where we are. Now we have to play it smart. Now we have to play it together. Again, do not mistake 17's patience for weakness.
Absolutely not. 𝗟𝗋 here, nothing to play but this kind of protection of foliage from the trees in this hillside. And that's about all they got. I'm really keen to see if 𝗟𝗋 is going to make a move towards 17. Shots from 𝗟𝗋. Taemin, very, very weak here is 𝗟𝗔𝗡 trying to get into somewhere, to some kind of safety, maybe the edge of the field, but not much left in this circle to work with.
No, and if there's one team we don't want to give the points to right now, that's Little Ghost finding the double spray with the barrel in hand from the other side. 1 point confirmed. One stolen away from Kickstart, but 𝗟𝗔𝗡 falls in 10th.
Instead, 𝗟𝗋 is going to try to fight 𝗟𝗋𝗡 here. We've already seen 𝗟𝗋𝗡 stalwart on their defense. 𝗟𝗋𝗡 with the hip fire, taking down 7-7, but 𝗟𝗋𝗡 good for the knock on to him. 𝗟𝗋 trying to come to life. Tycon got the knock on to 𝗟𝗋𝗡. 𝗟𝗋𝗡, last one alive for 𝗟𝗋, the last hope for anybody or anything to stop 17 from winning this event.
Trying to now make his way on over. That nade will be close. Not going to be enough, though. And I think with 𝗟𝗡 being a sole player left alive, it's probably going to be written as is that it's going to be practically impossible for anyone at this point to catch up to 17. But with that said, still so many PGS points to play for. Still prize pool to play for. So much on the line for these teams, regardless of whether or not they can make first or not.
Yeah, still a lot of teams in the top half of the leaderboard alive, clawing for every point they can. If those are grenades, they're going to be pretty darn good. 𝗟𝗋𝗡 maybe out here. 𝗟𝗡 with a great grenade finds 2. Still 𝗟𝗋 on the flank, but 𝗟𝗡 continues his reign of destruction.
Can't peek over just yet, and knowing that he has 𝗟𝗋𝗡 nearby on the leaderboard, he needs to rack up as many points as he possibly can now. Circle shifting away. He needs to get that heal off. Does he do it in time? No, not gonna happen. 𝗟𝗋 down and out.
Well, we know how this will end, but let's find out the road that we take to get there. It's 𝗟𝗋 sitting by Puchil's and 𝗟𝗋's outside of the next circle as it shifted back towards the field, downhill direction. But a great day from 𝗟𝗋. Hats off to them.
Definitely. What a climb.
Played amazing today.
What a climb. 2 points out of second. Started the day in 10th.
Unbelievable.
Huge.
𝗟𝗋 running out of bullets. Gonna have to reload. 𝗏𝑥 with a bolt. Still some work to do here to get into the next circle, as Puchil's is just kind of plopping himself down, waiting to see if there's any movement in his direction. How is 𝗟𝗋 going to take this? I mean, my assumption was with 𝗟𝗋 was just want to fight.
Yeah.
But instead, 𝗟𝗋 catches 𝗏𝑥 out in the open.
I'm not sure if Puchil's even started shooting, so I don't think they're necessarily fully aware of his exact position off of this. Nice double headshot coming through from 𝗟𝗋's there to claim that one, and potentially leaving him on scene, and indeed he did. Adam falls.
There you go. Puchil's waiting around the corner, just seeing if any more of 𝗟𝗋 is going to be coming out. He knows there's still one left, and they are just going to be keen to watch that door. Smokes have to come out from 𝗟𝗋, try to make his way through, but this is hard, to put it nicely.
Yeah, ain't gonna be easy whatsoever, especially with the circle, as you said, shifting away from them. 𝗟𝗋 trying to clean up as best as they can, trying to rack up some more points. They are set just 1 point behind for him. And again, PGS points on the line here. You want as high of a placement as you can possibly find. Finding him there as 𝗟𝗋 goes down. As 𝗟𝗋 finds 𝗟𝗋, sorry.
𝗟𝗋 now. Still, maybe could get a little bit further ahead. We'll see. As they are in the blue, they're going to have to mount up and roll out. So 𝗟𝗋 and 𝗟𝗋 still alive for 𝗟𝗋, sitting in 7th. Every point could be a change in that leaderboard. Getting shot from a couple different angles, Twisted Minds with a lot of players alive, and they are up on the hillside. It is going to be 𝗟𝗋 who's going to get that knock.
While we have our eyes on 17 as well, just massive kudos to them. 3 second places today. They started the day off with a win. Now they make top placements again. They're a team we know to go aggressive. They're a team we know to not really care too much for the placement points as long as they get the kills. They've just shown all the passive teams how to play passive PUBG. Phenomenal performance in a day where they know there's so much pressure on them to perform well.
And now they can just start fanning out and go for it. Yes. I mean, they could just start going for some highlight reel plays, just get farm some clips for the old TikTok there. And Twisted Mind's gonna be pushing down the hill. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's gonna finish off Tosi. Ghibli's run has been ended, but what a performance from them. What a absolutely just pleasant surprise they were here in these grand finals.
A lot of surprises in these championships so far, and Ghibli definitely one of the bigger ones. Did not see that one coming whatsoever. Now, Sushu, 𝗟𝗡𝗗, I think they know that this one is going to be theirs for the taking. They're fanning outside of the circle to find some of these last kills.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗚's trying to find the heads, but cannot. Grenade comes up short, fortunately for him. Smokes have to come down. Lil Ghost has a crossfire. That's going to allow 𝗟𝗡𝗗 to push forward off the backs of these defensive smokes. Grenade is going to be out. 𝗟𝗔𝗡𝗗's here, a little bit too far away to take much damage. Only 9 comes through. Looking to see if they can get his teammate revived.
Loving that we're seeing 17 not just care for the championship. They want to win the final game too. They're not done playing until the fat lady sings, and she hasn't sung just yet. One more comes through. That stage straight out. 17 again, taking matters into their own hands.
Love to see it. Just absolutely phenomenal stuff here from 17. But now they have their most formidable foe left here in this game. Twisted Minds to their north. They will be looking in this direction. A straight-up 4v4 could be very exciting. With Himas out, it is 2 teams remaining. It is EU versus who will certainly be our PGS1 champion.
And if Twisted Minds win this game, there might just be a top 3, top 2 spot available for them. Another big comeback in Grand Finals. They did not start off strong here in the Grand Finals, but they have played really, really well today.
𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 now making his way to join the rest of 17, or at least create an off angle here. 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 waiting. Batulin's on the edge of the blue, is going to be forced back. And 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 knows it. He knows that Twisted Mind is in a tough spot, especially with this position.
Yeah, exactly. Both 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 and Perfectix playing kind of the backfill protector roles, trying to get overhill, overview roles, and both Spear and Batulins, they have to back off. It's simply too strong of an angle to a push. So Shoop able to find Batulins. That's 1 down.
All right, that's 1. 3 more to go here. 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗's spray, just not quite good enough. Took some damage from Perfectix at the end of it. Suju comes downhill, taken down by Lu. So still hope here for Twisted Minds to come through with the final win.
And again, for Twisted Minds, they know that they need points. They gotta try and go for the flush. Just 1 placement point extra, one kill point extra could be the deciding factor in both prize pool and PGS points.
Lu now under pressure from 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗. A lot of damage being done. A grenade splashing by 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗, still alive. Still trying to do something, but a great grenade from Spyro has 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 down.
Little Ghost and Wu just with hay builds on a vehicle for cover each. We'll see if they can somehow bring this one home. 2 versus 3. Twisted Minds has the better outlook, but they are not inside the circle just yet, at least not Spyro and Lu.
No reason not to play for it here for Twisted Minds, but it's downhill out in the open of a crossfire between Lil Ghost and 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗. See if they can get it done. Shots are starting to ring out. Lu is down. 1 player left here for Twisted Mind, or 2 players left, excuse me. Perfectix out in the other side of things. Spiro down. Okay, now it is 1 player left here for Twisted Minds. Perfectix gonna be spotted. Lil Ghost dialing him in. Is almost down and out. The cherry on the top here for 17 could be coming shortly. Perfectix still trying to do what he can to win this out. 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 not going to have any of it. He's going to try to flank out, try to finish the job. Perfectix still trying to keep himself in this, wants to win this game. Like you said, Toby still has something to play for. Some time being bought. 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 now taking some shots, but Perfectix with some smoke. Maybe a little time left.
And he's not inside the circle yet either. 1 smoke lopped on forward. We'll have time to get 1 more first aid off, but this run is going to be so damn difficult. They know exactly where they have him.
He's in trouble, to say the least here.
That is putting it lightly.
To say the least. This will be tough. Still some smokes left here. But you can see that 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗𝗗 and Lil Ghost. Plenty of bullets left. Plenty of angles to find. As the time ticks down here. Phase 7 drawing to a close. And now...
What a game of 17 could bring it home in the final one, too.
Oh, I know. I mean, this would just be a wonderful finish if 17 is able to get this done. Gonna confirm the kill there on the outside of things onto Spiro. Perfectix, maybe if he could find 1 knock on one side, he could still get this done. He's gonna get in the vehicle. Bold play here, but has to make some kind of maneuver. The shots are starting to ring through. If they can just find the head, they will have a win. And they will have themselves a championship. The spray comes through. 17 Gaming takes the chicken dinner. And at long last, your PGS1 champions will be 17 Gaming. Unbelievable stuff, Toby. Absolutely unbelievable stuff from this team. Just a phenomenal run to get here after what looked like a team that we had counted out are able to come through into these grand finals and reach their first global title.
And to bring it home in the final game too, again, not leaving anything up for grabs. Placements in the top. They had one game outside of top 2 today.
Insane. Absolutely just brilliant performance from them today. Yes, it may have been a safer game, but it was still the right one. They made great moves from start to finish here throughout this event. They played with heart, with tremendous tenacity. Some huge kills, some huge games, as you would expect as they make their way to the stage.
From being bullied out of 𝗟𝗡𝗗𝗗 in groups, from looking like they were in shambles, they turned things around in the grand finals, and here they are victorious. Such a phenomenal performance from the grand final started off.
And again, the Cinderella story for this team is complete. They finally got their way into the podium, into the winner's circle. They make their way to the PGS trophy. And for the first time, we will crown a PGS champion. And here they are on stage from China. It is 17 Gaming holding up their flags, showing the pride of their team and their country, and well-deserved. An absolutely just brilliant performance. And here they are once again, your PGS 1 champions, 17 Gaming!
What a night! This is why we all love PUBG. We've seen some of the most incredible PUBG for the past few days, and it was all for this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our ever first PGS 1 champion, 17 Gaming. Congratulations, guys!
恭喜大家获得了胜利。
Alright, now, how does it feel to be the first ever PGS 1 champions?
请问这一次得到了首届 PGS 的冠军，有什么感想呢？
我觉得这个意义重大吧，因为我们一起等这个冠军等了太久了。这不仅是冠军，也是对我们选手还有管理层、我们战队是一个很好的认可。在接下来的比赛呢，这个冠军只是我们一个起点，接下来的比赛我们也会全力冲刺。我们是有实力的，这个 PGS 1，我们就是最强的。然后我还想说 ，P41的粉丝们、P41的兄弟姐妹们，名额冠军我们都拿回来了，谢谢。
It's a very meaningful championship to us. It's not about the winning itself. It's all about the confidence of ourselves, of our teams. And we really wanted to shout out to our fans, of our PCL fans, for supporting us during this time. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, I know it's a pretty lame question, but when did you guys realize that you were going to become the champions?
那请问一下，在哪一刻你们是意识到自己是冠军的呢？
就最后一把看到那个 ACE 还有 GBL 在右上角出现的时候，我们就知道我们夺冠了。
Probably will be the last match because we see GBL and ACE they had a fight, so we just realized, oh, we are winning and we gotta get the trophy.
All right. How confident does the PGS win make you for the future tournaments?
那请问一下，这一次获胜会给你们在未来的赛事中带来更多的信心吗？
这个是肯定会的，因为我们其实近2年的成绩一直都是第2、第3嘛居多，就我们其实非常需要这一个冠军来释放一下，相信这个冠军会让我们以后打得会更有自信，我们会拿更多的冠军。
Yeah, definitely, because we didn't perform very well in the previous tournaments. So we definitely need this trophy so that it gives us more confidence of the next tournaments.
Okay, then let's give a big shout out to the fans that gave you the confidence to become this year's PGS 1 champions.
那最后对一直以来支持你们的粉丝说一句话吧。
谢
谢谢大家对于我们战队、对于我们每个选手这么久以来的支持，然后后面我们也会保持这个状态，给大伙儿更多的惊喜。
We want to say thank you to our fans, to our teams. We wouldn't let you down in the next tournaments, and we will definitely keep this performance in the next tournaments.
All right, congratulations, guys, again. And now we're gonna send it back to the desk to find out who is the PGS1 MVP of the Grand Finals.
Thank you, Bella, and congratulations to 17 Gaming as they come out with not only the championship, Martin, but they do it by winning the last game.
Yeah, super impressive here to be able to close things out. Nice to see here on the total leaderboard, and it also means they have a good cushion coming into second place too. They made sure they were absolutely the finalist best team here. 157 points. What an impressive performance from them.
There's no other way to define it. This is a championship team that has a bright year ahead of them off the back of this performance. They started slow. The Sonics made life difficult for them in the group stages, but they were not phased. They fought back and came to the winner's bracket and never let off the gas. They played slow when they needed to, they played fast when they wanted to, and at the end of that game, they showed us we're not just a defensive team. We know how to get aggressive, and they masterclassed that final circle.
Yeah, honestly, you know, coming into this, you're like, okay, can Tianpa do it? Can Ascend do it? And nope, they made sure they destroyed each other. And of course, 17 game, they were able to take on Twisted Minds. Interesting last fight as well. Super impressive from them to be able to close that out. Perfectix tried, but got denied.
Yeah, only 2 points away from Twisted Minds being able to move up into that 4th place spot. They would love to have taken those points off of 17. But 17, if they have showed us anything during this event, is they will not be denied. They know how to put points on the board, and they know how to play. You heard them up there. They thanked their fans, but they said this trophy is important to us not because of the winning, but because of the confidence it gives us as we go to the rest of the year. Confidence players-wise, let's check in with our MVP for this event. It is Donawa's Soul.
That's a good one for you. Oh, he's
That's
been
a great one for
supporting him.
me. It's a great one for him, though.
You've been turned into a soul man because of him. And he's been a huge showing, of course, for this one here. I obviously love what I've been seeing from him. Average kills, 1.9. That's very impressive considering the amount of games that they've played.
Absolutely. You heard me sing it in the green room a bunch of times. I am a soul man. I am a soul believer. And congratulations to him for that MVP. Now let's check back in with Bella one more time to chat with some of our players.
Now, I'd like to introduce our special guests tonight to join us for the award presentation. Join me in welcoming our first special guest, Min Ho-Yi, Vice President and Head of PUBG Esports Crafton. Please welcome Mr. Min Ho-Yi. And now for our second special guest, we're going to have Chen Fan Wang, President Global Business of VSPO, join us on the stage. And now the moment is here, announcing once again your grand final MVP of PGS1, Donawa's Soul. Please welcome Soul onto the stage. Okay. Now it's time for the photo. Now let's take a quick picture to make sure we can remember the special moment. We got some pretty flowers here too. All right, congratulations again, Soul, for being the most valued player of PGS1 here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. All right, thank you, Soul, for your amazing play. And now we're gonna have the champions come up, join us on the stage again for their awards. Please welcome 17 Gamings. We have some incredible prizes to hand over to the best team here at PGS1. Oh, here comes the big check, guys. Woo! and some beautiful flowers to decorate this moment. And now, I present to you, ladies and gentlemen, your first ever PGS champions, 17 Gaming's recipient of the grand prize of $80,000. Let's look at the camera and capture this beautiful, amazing moment. Say PGS won! All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ian Wang, for joining us on the stage today. Oh, everyone's enjoying their little photo moment. All right, thank you so much. All right. This marks the end of PGS1. Thanks to everyone who made this exciting journey possible, and especially those of you watching at home. We really appreciate all the PUBG Esports fans and the amazing community that you've made for us. And join us again in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for PUBG Global Series 2, which start in August 10th and end on the 20th. I'm your host, Bella, and I'll see you next time. And for the final time, our first ever PGS1 champions, 17 Gamings. The trophy is all yours. Congratulations, guys. Woo, let's lift that trophy.